today we have Foot Esports. Now, the first month we did this, it was a complete curse last month. More often than not, the community voted teams to watch were actually doing fairly well.
I think when the community choose to have a team be the team to watch, we curse it. You know, it happened yesterday in East Asia. It's happened all throughout the season. But this is one where I don't know whether that curse is going to be the same. I feel like Foot Esports at the moment are certainly not just the team to watch, but the team to beat in EMEA.
Foot Esports, the indisputable #1 seed in EMEA, are going to kick us off today against FA Kuma.
Hallo Asterix. Hallo Ichi.
They just don't get a
Wie geht's euch?
record every single month. Kuma has some of the best teams in EMEA against them. Still, they are in contention for an LCQ slot. Do you have
Samurai.
a roster swap now? Mine.
Hallo Aurafarmer, wie geht's dir?
With a different roster, so they picked up
Digga, 97% Foot.
This is his
Foot-Fan? Ja, check. Hallo Levin. Hi, Big. Was? Achso. Hallo Glocha. Ja, oder? Gut, ja, mir geht's fantastisch, Aurafarmer.
Insane, and they almost with
ja, oder Asterix?
They almost upset Humble in the monthly qualifiers. So, you know,
es geht um recht viel. Hallo Andri. Also die anderen Monthly Finals sind ja, wer wird Erster, wer holt sich das meiste Preisgeld, wer holt sich die meisten Punkte.
Why is nobody picking him up?
Dieses Mal.
In terms of like who is even available, whereas like Lanan has always been present and always pulling in the goods, specifically.
Alles oder nix. Jetzt nicht für Foot und Humble, aber für die anderen und Totem. Foot, Humble, Totem. Alle anderen.
I didn't see it coming, to be completely honest. I mean, and to be able to now be in a position to take things.
Nee, Aurafarmer. Ich sag, was falsch läuft. Ich sag meine Meinung.
If he's able to defeat the very team that he was able to bring to that Grand Finals at World Cup today, and then maybe go all the way, he could still make.
Wenn den Leuten das nicht gefällt, dann empfehle ich dem, die zu blocken, weil ich sag meine Meinung. Egal, ob es ein Chefkoch ist, ob es Force ist, ob es mir egal, wer gegenüber ist. Ich sag meine Meinung. Will gewinnen? Ja, für Preisgeld, das ist nicht schon Erster. Auch ins Matt ist es ja. Das ist egal. Ist ja nichts Falsches dabei, die Meinung zu sagen. Was? Man! Ein Team hat's gecheckt! Endlich! Normalerweise wurde gegen Foot Ruffs immer offen gelassen. Haben die immer gefirstpickt, immer rasiert. Hallo Aragon. Wenn du geredet hast. Ich habe keine Ahnung, wovon ich geredet habe, Aurafarmer. Bist du dir da sicher? Was waren da mit meinen Argumenten? War gelogen, oder? Ja, war falsch. Das Ding ist, Andri, hier bei mir lutscht er meine Eier. Als ich Force kritisiert habe, dass er nie da ist, hat er dann Force seine Eier gelutscht. Hat gesagt, mein Machino wurde gecarried. Er ist nur mit Machino-Pin gegangen. Ich sage, er ist nie da. Das ist Verarsche. Er sagt, mein Machino-Pin wurde gecarried und seitdem fühle ich mich. Der Typ ist komplett durch. Komplett durch. Ich fand ihn sympathisch. Aber das zeigt mir wirklich viel Unreife. Hallo Mr. Kuchen. Hallo Margie. Weiß ich nicht, Levin. Könnte sein. Von den Achievements. Das könnte sogar sein, ja.
It's hard to say because it'd be Gussie's first appearance, but I think that would be the case. I also feel like, to be honest, like when it comes to maps, that first map
is one of the
ones. They did practice it a lot, I think from memory, 12 instances, 10 of which they won. So
alles okay, er ist noch jung.
Last monthly final of the summer split, last monthly final of this season, and we're gonna start out on open business.
Ich war auch komisch, als ich jung war. Hört man alles, Aragon? Lautstärke auch gut?
Foot, the undisputed #1 in EMEA, Kuma, that are still looking to get some.
Nicht jeder vom Aurafarmer. Hallo Raid. Danke Raid. Viva Gaming, danke für Raid. Wie war dein Stream? Was habt ihr gemacht? Wie lief's bei euch? Wie geht's dir rein? Wir machen gerade Monthly Finals Watchparty. Es geht um recht viel. Hallo Locke. Was ist los, Locke? Also Foot ist schon durch. Foot ist schon safe gequalt. Uma muss gewinnen, falls sie noch weiterkommen wollen. Wir müssen gewinnen. Ist halt ein bisschen schwer gegen Foot. Hallo Anna, hallo Berti. Kann ich das empfehlen? Ja, ich bin voll kritisiert dafür. Digga, Ryan, du glaubst ja gar nicht, seitdem ich diesen Pin hab, ich krieg täglich Beleidigungen, dass ich den Pin hab. Täglich! So geil. So besser, Aragon. Hallo Jesse. Bin heißer von Rank. Du bist heißer von Rank? Das ist wie sie. Nee, von irgendwelchen Leuten, die ich nicht mal kenne. Halt TikTok, krieg ich DMs, ich bin kacke, einfachstes Mitglied der Welt. Hier im Chat, überall. So geil. Ich amüsiere mich.
Edgar, I think, is definitely up there, serious, yeah. I think, like, you've got to be a bit cautious with the Edgar Open. I mean, Ems could also be an option here, but another brawler which is susceptible to Edgar. I kind of want to see whether
dieser Knight ist so geil.
On the minds here of Kumala Foresta. I think
5 auf 7 Halo. Ja, Bro, die Season bin ich auch komplett getiltet, locker. Ich hab losgelassen. Von vor 3 Wochen gefühlt. So.
I know you've got your reservations on that brawler to spend, so kind of in these early doors moments in EMEA, seeing how they kind of value brawlers like that.
Usually you see a lot of Mag on this map, Lou, but the global band's already super targeted towards this Hot map actually. Things coming in here, he had a great run in every single Hot map in
ja, oder ne? Hallo Gutke. Things into Crop nicht spannend. Das sehe ich irgendwie nicht.
And I'm also wondering how they can counter this Sirius, because Sirius, I think most people
Hat dich nicht gehört? Bro, Locke, es ist nur ein Spiel. Extrem Aragon. Der Tumble ist Foot und Foot gewinnt. Das, ja, das ist übel realistisch, man. Das wird auch passieren wahrscheinlich.
Okay, so Edgar, we saw previously that's pretty decent into the series. Now with a
Hallo Bello.
available, are we going to see the Damien? Are we going to see the Mina? Are we going to see something that can create some pressure onto the opponents? Because now you can't go more control because the Edgar's thrown out.
It could be Damien, but the Griff worries me a little bit in that regard. But often when we see this early serious pick, it's a lot to do with the idea that the opposition therefore can't consider Damien.
Ist das nicht ein Draco? Ah, ein Griff ist ein bisschen eklig. Nee, da kein Draco. Das musst du wissen, oder Barber? Ich habe nichts falsch gemacht. Ob man mich mag oder nicht, ich habe nichts falsch gemacht.
Everything on the line here for the side of Kuma.
Ja, Foot ist insane, Malte. Foot ist geisteskrank. Die haben von 5 Monthly Finals 4 gewonnen. Hallo Ruda. Ich weiß nicht, ob oder wann das letzte passiert ist.
So important for them, and it's against seed number 1. I'm excited for this one.
Let's kick it off then. So open business. Again, this map was like, wow.
Wenn dieses Achievement alleine ist schon unfassbar schwer. Und dann noch in EMEA. Also. Na?
Lenar picks up 1 kill already, but into Chester, he's definitely gonna face his match there. Chester, we've not been seeing too much in this meta.
Ich muss sagen, ich finde Foot kommt deutlich stärker. Aber liegt doch daran, dass mir der Finks-Pick gar nicht gefällt. Also Finks sehe ich wirklich nicht. Okay, Aurafama, was hat dir nicht gefallen? Erklär mal. Erklär mal, was ich falsch gesagt habe, dass ich ihn nicht kenne. Erklär mal. Was ihm aber gut? Er ist wahrscheinlich mit der besten Turnier, ja. Oder wahrscheinlich. Er ist mit der besten Turnier. Draco ist okay, Aragon. Oh, Smalte. Weil man weg, du sagst es nur weg. Nein. Das ist faktisch falsch. Das ist nicht richtig, oder Farmer. Ja, los, Liberty Crush. Schau, Farmer. Ich bin völlig offen für irgendwelche Diskussionen. Ich bin völlig offen für andere Meinungen. Wenn du es anders siehst, ist alles schon gut. Aber bei den Fakten solltest du schon bleiben. Sogar er sagt das.
on his right-hand side and actually wastes the hypercharge too.
Ja,
Team
Malte.
wipe for Foot and a very convincing first game for them.
Wird schwer für Kumala.
I mean, it was a little bit
Wie
dicey. You
geht's?
could see that
Horst.
there's so much on the line. Both teams were just trying to eye each other out, see which team would actually draw first blood. But as the game went on, you've seen that Sirius could build up his clones. You saw Chester would have his hypercharge super as
Ich hoffe, es gibt keine Probleme heute.
build it up so fast.
Das ist einmal mal wieder gerne der Fall.
With Griff, it's one of them ones, right? Like, yeah, he can still be good with Coin Shower, but I think the main purpose for Griff, even with all of his changes, is that normally you want to open up the map. And I just feel like Foot know Griff's playstyle so well. As you see, they're great takedown already. Ness is low as well.
Wo sollte er sein?
Dompe just hasn't really got enough in
Was meinst du, Aragon?
to really impact this game.
Yeah, lacking firepower.
Das wird echt schwer für Kumala. Also, ich sehe, also Hotzone ist schon verloren, I guess. Spielt er mit? Kona? Nein. Er hätte bei Mewtwo ist eingesprungen. Kona ist besser als Mewtwo. Vor allem aktiver. Also, wäre realistisch gewesen.
Yeah, at this point, it's how do Kuma come up with a plan
Yeah,
to
Shadow.
win this game?
Yes, the lane of Sirius.
These clones, Lana is facing a really tough composition here. He's going to jump in onto Crow, manages to find the kill, but that's about the only brawler can really confirm kills pretty easily. Now Ness can establish a little bit of control, forced back by Nob with Super. Angel Boy jumps in straight away. They confirm the kill onto Lana. The teleport back from Ness manages to stay alive, but just barely clinging on. But they brought back so much percentage now.
Yeah, Ness did well there, despite being low HP to keep his distance, but now Getsty is punishing the action. Bringing forwards yet another shadow.
So, keine Ahnung, Aragon. Ich find den Tower ganz nett, muss ich sagen. Also Kumala spielt gut. Aber Draft ist, ja, problematisch. Ich auch, Shadow. Ich mach den immer auf 5 Accounts. Hallo Dena. Ich find den wirklich geil. Ich hoffe, es wird so ein permanenter Mode für Profil. Ja, mittlerweile ist besser Tweak. Also vorgestern war es deutlich schlimmer. Ah, danke dir. Ja, Draft muss besser werden. Guck mal nach. Das können die. Ich sehe den nicht. Du hast 8 Brawler. Jeden Brawler kannst du nur einmal spielen. Und mit diesen 8 Brawlern musst du 5 Wins holen.
I mean, I did have my reservations, like I said, about this map selection. Yeah,
man kann das holen. Ist machbar, ja.
Like, win rate on this map.
Aber sehr schwer.
This is the one map I would say.
Eine schwere Aufgabe.
On this map. They just know this map inside out.
I think for me as well, the serious pick was what they all struggled on the side.
Wo ist Kuma?
The Chester as well. A great thing that you can see the effectiveness of it. I mean, Lenan was not really able to go on the aggressive nearly as much as
die haben keine Ort.
Even there, look, Nob was so low in terms of HP, and that's stunning.
War jemand zu Hause? War das ein Sofa im Hintergrund?
Especially in the game mode like Hot Zone, where everything that you're going to have in that back pocket is going to be helpful in some manner.
Well played by both, but Foot doing Foot esports things, just like Spen said. They take this first set, the 3% that voted for Kuma.
Ja, also 16% Gold als Sphinx ist einfach zu wenig. Aber da kannst du auch nichts machen in dem Matchup. Also für mich ist der Pick verdraftet. Hallo Creamwocher.
Teams actually are losing their map pick currently. We're at 47% win rate from your own map. So maybe this is going to be the time where Kuma can strike. They have had some great showings over the course
was verpasst? Nee, erstes Set gewesen. Aber es ist nichts verpasst.
Even stronger, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they could have beaten many of these teams today. But
Alter, Dario! Wie geht's dir?
Like I said, they've been so consistent all season long. That's the concern when it comes to Foot esports. They've not really shown many, if any, weaknesses. As we move into out in the open.
Lange nicht mehr gehört. Hit Daryl Ban. Search ist offen. Search und Nova sind offen. Ideen für den zweiten Guide? Ich denke, ich werde Ellie machen. Ellie als zweiten Guide. Weil ich glaube, Ellie ist bei manchen noch nicht so der Comfort-Pick. Und mit Ellie kann man wirklich viel Value rausholen. Ich glaube, das macht am meisten Sinn. Oder Chat, was sagt ihr? Ellie Guide?
This is the thing with Foot, right? Okay, we go Niger first, but they're probably baiting them out into something because if you pick aggression too early,
Weil mit Ellie kann man wirklich viel Value rausholen. Da kannst du wirklich carryen. Je nach Map und Matchup. Leon?
It's a great option into Niger because you've got the lollipop drop gadget, you've got the speed to combine with that. With Niger, you need a bit of speed,
ja, check ich mal. Aber ich will auch vor allem meine Community besser machen. Weißt du? Ich will die Community ein bisschen fördern. Naja, oder Henry? Cold 1v1 Guide. 1v1 Guide? Gibt's nicht. Voll gefällt mir. Voll gefällt mir sehr gut.
Super available, and she would also be pretty good against the Leon just with her burning gadget, making sure that they can scout him out very easily.
Looking for Mina here, really for me. That's kind of like where Foot Esports are going to.
Liebe Ellie, fand Ellie einer der schwersten Brawler, aber nachdem ich Ellie in der Season mehr gespielt habe, wurde er zu meinen Besten. Er ist einfacher zu spielen, als man denkt. Man muss nur die Jumps lösen. Richtig. Stimme ich dir 100% zu, Krembacher. 100%. Gewissen Map-Spielweisen, Brawler-Type erklärt. Kann ich auch machen, ja. Der Kid Counter Guide. Bull, Charlie, Cordelius.
It is like so strong. You just can't ignore it.
Der 8-Bit wird eklig. 8-Bit auf der Map ist eine Macht.
Pearl is going to get outranged by Benagia. 8-Bit is going to also be a great counter to Pearl as well. Outranges, and especially once you get the turret. So now they're kind of hunkering down together here with the 8-Bit being very defensive. Now they need something.
Weiß nicht, ob man...
Oh. Mina, Angel Boy, wow. I mean, still to this day, they're not banning the Mina. I know she received a couple of nerfs, but again, just watch Angel Boy's content. He's going Mina
Musik ist von Brawl Stars.
He can win it into so many different matchups, and it's also got a great matchup into Pearl and Leon.
Also Glowy sehe ich, Jae-Young auch, bisschen Support, aber dann hat Mina halt übel Value. Aber Leon ist eigentlich nicht bad into Mina. Also Leon kann da gewinnen. Alles geil. Mit Knockback wahrscheinlich wegen Mina und 4K jetzt unterbrechen.
No slander about Piper today, please.
Your favorite brawler, it's not necessarily a good pick. It's fine into the Naja.
It's a great pick.
But against the other
Plötzlich, ja. Alter, Gunnar! Denk mit ab, Gunnar! Lieblingsspiel im Moment. Spiel nur Brawl Stars. Also Spiel. War ab und zu Parodien von uns. 20 Monate. Holy Young.
It's very risky for a team like Kuma, especially when the pressure is on them. Most of the time you want to go for more comfort picks. So I guess they've kind of got that with Pearl already. So you see Lena already pushed.
Ich bin Piper mutig. Aber wenn er confident ist, kann kochen. Hallo Mathis. Ich würde als Leon hier in den Busch. Ich meine, wenn die crutchen, was sie jetzt machen, dann kannst du ja schnell wieder zurück. Ich würde da aggressiver gehen. Ich würde es versuchen. Rauskommen kommt man immer. Okay, Dompe tot. Ja, das ist halt das Problem. Die hatten die hinten drin. Das ist gekracht. Sind wir auch nicht hier? Sagt wer? Ich spiele gut, der Kubela allgemein spielt gut.
I was amazed how quickly Foot just did that. It was almost as if they baited them into it and then just took them down. Anyway, Guesty now has the snakes available. That's going to be a great option to use against the Piper. Lena is trying to be sneaky.
Das ist crazy, Aragon.
How did he find him so easily? Now all of a utility. It takes forever to get a Leon Super in this situation.
Das wird sehr, sehr eklig für Kumala. 8-Bit Turret ist halt wirklich eine Macht. Oh, Angel Boy, was? Warte mal! Ja, okay, ist immer noch Angel. Okay, alles gut. Hallo Redfix, hallo Maple. Ja. Dass er da lebendig rauskommt und noch einen Kill bekommt, ist halt... Also, dahinter sterben müssen von den Fällen eigentlich. That's crazy, Redfix.
Another league, isn't it? Like, FUT esports are just
Like
always one step ahead. It feels like it. You know, you can draft into them, but it feels like they've already planned for every eventuality. I mean, the Nage is going to struggle against. Going to be very good into the Piper as well with the longer additional range. Like, FUT
wollen den Leon auf die Mina, glaube ich.
And allow Angel Boy to go on the aggressive. The survivability of that man is just honestly absolutely crap.
Was machen die mit den Lanes? Das gefällt mir nicht von Kuma. Jetzt werden die reingedrückt. Ciao, jetzt geht der aggressiv. Das, was ich vorhin von Leon erwartet habe. Ich bin nicht. Jetzt ausnutzen. Hier vor. Und dann Piper mit vor.
Extra credits get so much good value on this map as well. Everyone's grouping up in the bush. Now with extra credits with the Buffy, it's going to connect onto multiple brawlers. Ness going to get really weak here with the poison as well. And it just feels so comfy for FUT. They've got such a good setup. Dompe's going to burn down Nob a little bit. Angel Boy is going to get pinched out though. Incredible snipes from Ness.
Die müssen aggressiver spielen. Ich glaube, die haben zu viel Respekt, zu viel Angst. Das haben wir ein bisschen so vor. Ja, guter Break. Ich glaube, die müssen sich ein bisschen mehr getrauen. Ein bisschen...
See how Leon sneaks in here. Like, where is his free kill?
I think
the only thing that Lenar can really do is just pressure at this point. Ness is going to snipe down Nob. Just actually take about half of his health there since the recent damage buff from Piper. She does a hefty amount. That's why you've seen her a little bit more often. But just playing a slow game. They know they have to just wait around for Nob to get his super. Lenar waits
das ist okay. Aber wenn ich Lenane wäre, wäre ich nicht rein, wenn die Piper raus muss. Ich meine, die Piper musste raus wegen dem Hit. Da hätte ich gewartet, bis sie zurück ist. Nee, das verliert Kuma. Das war nicht gut zusammengespielt.
I don't really see a way that Kuma can save this. As you see, Dompe is just retreating into the gas. He knows he doesn't want to feed any more supers. Wow, this is FUT's to lose at this point.
Yeah, in a way, that break of the bush is kind of backfired.
Jetzt ist die Leon ult auch wieder weg. Leon zu defensiv. Die ersten Sets, ja, das Set hier gefällt mir besser. Aber wie gesagt, der spielt wieder alleine. Also die Piper wird zurückgedrängt aufgrund vom Naja-Gadget, aber dann pusht er halt rein. Da muss ein bisschen mehr zusammen. Checkt ihr? Ist ein bisschen zu solo. Ich meine, ja, es ist Pickup. Die sind nicht eingespielt, aber so gewinnt man halt nicht gegen FUT. Hallo, Cooler. Haben die einen Coach? Nee, der findet kein Team, Alter. Der springt einfach immer wieder ein. Falls ihr auf der Webseite seid, dann ist 3 richtig.
It's like they just know everything about the game. It's insane. And honestly, I had higher expectations of Kuma. I mean, it's a roster that's put together quite last minute, but they've been performing well in scrims. They've performed well in the monthly qualifiers leading up.
Nun seid ihr?
So far, I'm yet to see any true signs of a fight.
Es kommt ein bisschen drauf an. Diese Finals, die kommen auch recht viel an. Also wenn du für Big bist, dann müsste Kumala jetzt verlieren. Der Bot ist schon gequalt, das ist egal, was passiert. Wenn du für Kumala bist, dann muss Kumala, glaube ich, das gesamte Monthly Final gewinnen. Kommt ein bisschen drauf an, wie wenn man ist.
That they always keep FUT under control, but then the slightest mistakes FUT can capitalize on, and that's what Spen meant. They're so good at, just making the impossible moments.
Das ist das letzte Monthly Final, genau, ja. Nach diesem Monthly Final kommt dann Challengers, dann kommt LCQ und dann kommt World Finals schon, ja. Wie viel Gigamphi? So nämlich.
Kuma scrimmed it even more often, so don't give up hope just yet.
It's also the biggest coin flip map, though, isn't it? Which is kind of where I feel Kuma might be going with the bands here, the Buzz, the Miko, as well as the Kaze, Griff, Edgar, and the Cordelius also.
Digga, Lumi hat verdammt das Matchup, Was weg, Miko weg, Kaze weg, Edgar weg. Was pickst du jetzt da rein? Ich sag, Draft ist schon gewonnen. Der Bands extrem. Draft ist schon gewonnen. Mit einem richtigen Bands-Saber-Shadow. In die Rico. Jetzt müssen die eigentlich Cold gehen. Finde ich. Sonst wird's schwer.
Rico is so good on pit stop. It's just made for him. There's so many walls, and especially with the buffies. At first, I thought, okay, maybe he's received some nerfs, but with Bouncy Castle
also ich finde, es sollte ein Cold werden.
As well, with those new buffies, he's actually pretty strong. So what do you go with here? Now you need. I mean, Rico's actually not that good into aggro anymore. Before, with multiple launcher, you could just pop that gadget, stand still, and defend really easily. So we see the surge.
Ja, okay,
we see the instant shade as well.
Ich hätte lieber predicted. Ich hätte gesagt, Foot geht jetzt entweder eine Cold kommt zum Öffnen oder sie lassen die Wände zu mit Shades. Digga, die haben aber auch Repicked. Search overrated. Er ist nicht gebannt. Sehen wir jetzt. Bro, Loki Draft ist verloren. Er ist nicht mehr offen. Wir wollen schnell 3-0 machen. Wolle ist guter Pick. Aber hallo Iris, aber auch da, ich habe nicht das Gefühl, dass die jetzt gewinnen können. Bull ist halt gut gegen Shades. Aber die brauchen eigentlich Damage. Draft war schon verloren bei den Buns. In den Buns wird Draft verloren. Lumi hat zu viel Value. Ja, es ist vorbei.
I mean, he has got pinched out here from the kid jumping onto Bull. Lana actually getting some really good pressure there with Surge. Now Dompe can get on.
Boah, ich hätte nicht verteidigt als Gesti.
They're just saying, hey, we're just gonna go for a base race.
Mein Angel Boy respawnt? Hätte Damage machen können, nicht? Die wollen Streak runterspielen. Aber ich hätte gesagt, die müssen eigentlich durch. Stark von Angel Boy.
Gets to jump out, but meanwhile, there's a big push coming in here for Foot. And there's only really Gesti here on defense. There's a lot of Rico shots on the left-hand side. A stun that's not going to connect, now not coming in.
Nee, Gesti muss vor. Gesti muss auch gut Damage machen gehen.
Yeah, I mean, so once you get nearly a 2-crack head start, how are you able to defend this? Great plays there.
Bei dem Szenario hätte er hochgehen sollen, als Bull gestorben ist.
They just did something that Foot didn't predict. And like I said, it could have backfired. They were laughing at the draft. Sometimes complacency it can get to you, but at the same time, I think it was just great overall game strategy there from Puma. But these great
draft.
They make these adjustments. They've made a small mistake there. They've let Puma in a little bit. It could be the most insane reverse sweep ever, but I think Foot will have a variety.
Einfach durch. Aber aggressiver spielen. Machen jetzt auch. Wirkt einfach aggressiver. Danke, Follow-Aura Farmer.
Angel will get some swipes into the safe, trying to line up one now as well, but in the meanwhile, Ness lurking on that bottom right-hand side for Kuma, waiting for his time to strike. Nob might choose to jump it, so get some swipes. That's shielding, keeping Ness alive here for a lot longer.
Jetzt Rico jump. Ah, okay, jetzt jetzt alleine.
Just 2% shy.
Boah, ich finde, Nob springt ein bisschen zu wenig, oder? Ich glaube, er hält die Ult recht lange. Da haben irgendwas vor, glaube ich. Aber läuft schon viel, viel besser, seitdem die aggressiver gehen. Stark, Angel Boy. Danke, Follower.
and he's going to get his hypercharge.
Was ist das für die Emote, Kona?
He needs to eradicate that straight away. Now Guesty has his hypercharge.
Helios.
Hypercharge from Lane coming out. He manages to get the kill onto Nob. Dompe's trying to sneak through. Hypercharge is galore from Foot here. Easy kill onto the Rico.
Stark von Nob. Sehr stark von Nob. Das hat das Schild gerettet. Hätten die da das Schild rausbekommen, wäre noch winnable gewesen, aber das ist over, sage ich. Weil jetzt brauchen die 3 Engages. Hätte Nob nicht geultet, hätten die nur noch 2 gebraucht. Viel besser von Foot, wenn die aggressiver gehen.
Their best performing game so far in this set, and it's just looking like it might come to an end here regardless. I think that if Kuma can just get through this set, wipe the slate clean and get to the second draft, it can really help.
Gott, viele Emotes.
They just don't seem too deterred by it. There's mistakes on the side of Foot that aren't even proving too costly.
The whole year is on the line here, but it's against Foot. They really need to pull the best gameplay they've ever produced right now. Ness is going to go on the offensive.
Well, das ist gut, warte mal.
By the way, he's getting some great pinches and he gets on the safe a little bit earlier this time.
Hallo, Plato.
I think what Kuma have realized this time around is that Foot can just rotate between offense and defense. They all have capabilities there. Great jump onto Dompe there. That's going to confirm the kill with Guesty. Angel Boy.
Ja, warte mal. Mach das gut, Chat.
But Kuma doing great. They're now on the safe as well. Unfortunately, the safe was needing to be cracked just when Bull was there in time. So Foot can just get a great lead. 20% already.
Nob gonna try to get a connection to Dompe, the left hand side. Good stuff from Guesty. He gets the takedown of Lanam, but Les still trying to work this right hand side.
Reicht halt nicht. Das ist halt Draft Diff. Ich finde, das Set spielen die besser.
That's great synergy there for Foot.
Yeah, I was a bit
Stark, Angel Boy.
I thought it was going to happen. I thought he was about to detach, but Angel Boy is now clapping this safe down. Dompe with a great defense with Rico. Hypercharge is popped. He needs to try and find Guesty immediately because
ist noch winnable, aber
Ness has his super available. Will he confirm the kill onto Angel Boy? He won't
extrem schwer.
Away from gaining that super.
Ja, okay, ist over.
Now Nob can go on the offensive. Now Kuma can't afford for any brawler to slip through. Both Nob and Guesty are on the offensive here. They're just going to wait to heal up. Now Hypercharge is popped, just 15% left. Dompe just barely misses his super.
Kuma ist raus. Ich will keine Scheiße labern, aber ich glaube, Kuma hat keine Chance mehr auf World Finals. Glaube ich. Hallo, Liquid. Ja, sagen wir auch. End of the year. Hallo, Yoshi. Und raus. Das ist gut für Big, weil Big braucht nur einen Punkt, um sie zu überholen. Danach brauchen sie noch ein paar Punkte, um Heretics oder Navi zu bauen? Nie, Yoshi. Wir können MVP voten. Auf der Seite. Alle Bob.
Just seemed like it was just on point. Like they just have every trick in the book, it seems.
Hallo Pasi.
Last time those two teams faced off against each other in the Grand
Das ist so geil. Ja, ja. Die haben einen richtigen Plan dahinter. Die haben wirklich eine Strategie hinter diesen Picks. Das ist geil. Hallo David.
Both of them 3-0 notably, and then they meet Foot. Makes it a clear-cut 3-0. Them back then already and now again today.
Aber Angel Boy hat auch sehr gut gespielt, Pasi.
Kuma came in this year.
Yes, ja auch. Also, ihr Put ist insane. Das stand vor dem Chat. Chat, würdet ihr sagen, dass Put dieses Jahr das beste EMEA-Team of all time ist?
Unfortunately, I don't think he get picked up by any more rosters. It's tough for him, right?
Ja, 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 ja.
Dompe as well. It's like
nein.
Faced off against any other team.
Hallo Gabor.
Any other team.
Glaubst du schon?
A better chance. I really would have fancied their chances.
Ist ein World Cup im Best auch geholt? Ja.
But they faced off against Foot.
Sagt ihr besser als Humble 24 oder SK? Wann war SK? Wann war Symantec, Yeton, Skyrix? 21? Ich glaube im Arsch? Nein. 21 oder so war das beste Team der Welt. Ja, 2021. Skyrix, Yeton und Symantec. War das beste Team der Welt. 2021.
Yeah, it's great to be on, and it's great to start the day off with -1 on predictions.
Also ich würde sagen, verhältnismäßig von vor 5 Jahren, wo die Mechanics noch schwächer waren, wird er besser. Ja, aber ich hätte von ihm eher. World Cup gewonnen? Nein. Dann war es 2020. Dann 2020. Alter Frey! Komm gespielt, viel Spaß dir. Danke für Prime.
I mean, no, you
2020?
surely there because how can you bet against Foot? They've got nothing going against them.
I just believed in Lana and Dompe and
Foot war mal besser. Ja, aber es geht ja um das Verhältnis zum Jahr, weil von Jahr zu Jahr werden die Leute natürlich auch besser. Wie geht's gut, Liquid? Wie geht's dir? 2020 ist jemand Span LC? Nee, Span war nie bei SK. Ja, Kona. Die haben auch gutes Ego, das heißt, sie werden nicht so schnell nervös, das ist schon ein großer Vorteil, ja. Das kann sein, Matt. Na? Hast du Hypercharge und Buffbeast und er nicht? Dann ja, sonst wird's schwer. Ja, maybe. Ne? Okay, schwere Frage, Loki. 2021? Ich hätte auch 21 gesagt. Ich glaube, 2020 war SK. Nein, warte. 2020 war SK, YD, Eschil und Sky. Danach 21 ist Eschil weg. YD auch und dann sind Yeton und Symantec gejoint. Doch, 21 war das. Ich Match war bisher. Foot gegen Kuma. Foot hat 3-0 gewonnen. Vielleicht mal wie Finals gewonnen hat? Das weiß ich nicht. Ich schaue das jetzt nach. Das interessiert mich jetzt. Ich sehe kurz keinen Chat. Das kurz nachschauen.
That familiar face from my times? Yeah, he used to destroy me back in the day. Skyrix team with Sandfire for majority of season, like Spoo said, came second. Sandfire left that roster, picked up another great opportunity with Talent Labs. So with Talent Labs, unfortunately, they've had to substitute in, well, not unfortunately, but unfortunate for Agachi, he had to substitute out. Mewtwo substitutes in, so I know quite a bit about Mewtwo. I think in some ways, he can be controversial. He has got the talent to back it up.
Also SK Gaming 2021.
But hey, if they can prove me wrong, they can prove the data wrong as well.
Ach du Scheiße. Wollt ihr das sehen? Ich kann es euch zeigen, warte. Da muss ich nicht vorlesen. Hier, ab hier beginnt 2021. Dritter B-Tier-Turnier. Kiso Cup, da hat glaube ich auch Rice mitgespielt. Dann erster, zweiter, zweiter, siebter. Ich glaube, das haben die aber nicht ernst genommen. Erster, dritter, zweiter, erster, dritter, zweiter, fünfter, erster. Oh, und dann sind die World Finals, dann die reingekackt. Und dann wieder erster.
Yeah, they take Schadenfreude to a whole new level. This is the time where you sit
back,
you have some popcorn and maybe some anxiety medication.
War das Team?
Look at the 4 teams that's chasing behind you. Yes, one of them got kicked out. Kuma is out, but Big, Navi, and Team Heretics all have a shot to upset Novo. And all they have to do, I believe, is something to do with making a grand final.
Alter, no.
I mean, a grand final in this situation is still pretty difficult, but it can happen. And as you alluded to,
ich denke, man, Finals interessiert dich nicht. Ich denke, du gehst allgemein, oder? Wie war Urlaub, Nono?
At the same time, it's like there was so much pressure in the monthly qualifiers, right? And they lose in that upper bracket, and then they get sent over to Totem, and Totem were just like, oh, we're just gonna book our World Finals tickets. See you later. But now it's just not in their hands whatsoever. Talent Labs. I'm a little bit familiar with them because
über das eine habe ich ja schon mit dir geschrieben, aber sonst denke ich nicht, oder?
Always in tournaments on Match Arenas, no matter what. And we spoke
So
about this
passiert?
with Guesty, right? That's
Gar
how they
nicht,
got
oder?
good with Team Electros. That's how they got good, from grinding Matcherinos. But it's a different roster, it's a different combination. So we're gonna have to see the first time how it's gonna fare off.
We're gonna find out very, very soon. Reply Totem on the other side. Guess who's the second reason why Novo isn't
Ja, gut, aber das weiß er ja.
in the qualifiers? So both of them have
Hallo Theo.
Novo's fate in this monthly final.
Search wieder kein Global Ban. Back to back kein Global Ban.
Only the second time this month. It was left open a single time in East Asia. Played only once that as well. He's super, super strong still after the nerfs on Wednesday. So this is exciting. Starnova is banned out here instead, which despite her being open a couple of times in the last match, we didn't get to see her at all.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Er hat schon gespielt. Kuma und Foot. 3-0 für Foot.
Ich
hatte einen Einführungskurs nur noch. Hab noch nicht angefangen, an sich. Also Kuma ist raus. Kumas Jahr ist vorbei. Komplett raus.
Players are starting to figure out, how to deal with that. But Bolt has kind of taken up that spot where no one really understands how to deal with this roly-poly at the moment. And with them leaving it open, I'm glad we're gonna get to see it.
What I want to have a look at now is what you at home voted. Who is the winner of a Reply Totem?
Der B3 kann ich mir nicht vorstellen.
Almost even.
Also ich würde sagen, es sind 3-0 für Totem, ohne lange reden.
98% vote. Today it's almost 50-50.
Das ist jetzt mein Call, aber... Welche Teams gibt's noch was? Für alle, außer für dieses Match. Also alle Matches, die wir heute sehen, geht um etwas, außer das hier. Habe ich gemacht, Nono, ja. Bei mir und bei ihm.
We get to see the players from Talent Lab now as well. Sandfire, by the way, in the German community is known as Little Semantic. He looks like Semantic a couple of years ago.
Ja, Kuna. Ich habe auch gesagt, du könntest auch mitspielen, anstatt er. 100%. 100%. Digga, was ist Semantic? Sag ich so?
A little bit. I mean, I wonder if he's got the talent of Semantic, though.
Ja, no.
Quarterfinal one out of the way already. We're now heading into number 2.
Du hast den auch schon mal ausgesagt. Pro Gamer auch. Es haben sich schon viele Leute darüber beschwert. Wird weiter durchgezogen. Und Semantic? Sandfire sieht aus wie Semantic. I'm not playing right now, temporarily. Ich höre nicht zu, Kona. Ist Search gebannt. Stu Insta-Lock?
Stu coming in early. I'm hyped about that too. Whenever Piper comes in, Ark is happy. Gale is Kenny. Me is Stu. I really like that brawler. Super strong with his speed gadget. Good on pinhole pun to just make sure you and your teammates can dodge it out.
Dieses Turnier mit Arthur, Luki und...
Now, left hand side. Good answer to it. Usually would be either Meeple or 8-bit. I quite like those two brawlers on this map. Both of them banned out there.
Very well set up here. I think Stu's also a super versatile pick. And yeah, Talent Labs, they're a little bit forced to go for this Crow selection. It's a bit more of a, soft
Bro, Big dabei. Ja, die spielen danach. Danach? Doch, die spielen danach gegen Humble, nach diesem Game. Aber ohne Arthur. Jeder spielt für Arthur. Weil Arthur spielt Challengers, deswegen spielt Arthur nicht.
I don't know whether the aggression right now is their play. I mean, I think late down the line, the last pick, they could go with an Ashe, but they go with Kenji straight away. I mean, Kenji and Pinhole Punt is a great option because even if you're not doing a lot of damage, you are pushing up and being aggressive.
For Worlds?
For Talent Labs to win this, they need to be aggressive and try and make something happen.
Und 2 LCQ? Ich will keine Scheiße labern. Ich hab das im Kopf. Vielleicht glaube ich Scheiße, aber ich glaube 4.
But what do they have in their pockets?
Humble, Totem und Foot sind safe. 4 und 2 LCQ, ja, okay, haben Sie richtig in Erinnerung.
You can literally pinch with yourself. So I wouldn't be surprised there, but we go with a Griff.
Griff coming in here for the area control. We saw this brawler before on the map. I like it. Rico is a brawler that I personally would pick on this map. I really like him as well. I like your idea with Gale.
Ob sich Navi callt, sehen wir jetzt gleich. Hallo Stefan. Mauri ist jetzt nicht mehr. Ja, und da macht das.
A 67% win rate, by the way. Haha.
Oh.
Sven actually did the motion. That's great. It's booted too. Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. Anyways, Damien as last pick. We saw it a couple of times yesterday. He has received nerf after nerf. Every single time we have balance changes, Sven, he has been
Ems, oder nicht?
still good.
Ah, ist gebannt. Ist gebannt.
It was one of two options here. You can double down with the aggression, go Ash, because Ash is great.
Ey, no cap chat, ich finde TLBs Draft nicht schlecht, ne? Ich finde, das ist ein guter Draft.
Guys didn't know because you can just build up clones easily.
Gegen Joker. Alles gut, Junior, mach dir keinen Stress, Bro. Wie geht's dir, Junior? Weiß Mewtwo, was Sirius macht? Gute Frage.
Talent Lab with Mewtwo as a sub. Let's see what they can do today against a team that is already locked in for the World Finals. Totem just here to play for Pride.
Well said, Sunny. Playing for Pride is what Totem are best.
Ja, besser inaktiv macht das. Totem ist sicher Worlds, ja. 100%. Egal, wenn die jetzt rausfliegen, sind die raus. Alles kacke, Junior. Gute Besserung dir. Hallo, Riven.
This is a lightning fast series, Sven.
I tend to see this a lot in pinhole punt. People just run
Skill dip, yeah.
You've got enough health, and if the opponents have to build up their supers, you just gotta run. You just gotta run. Sunfire's already really weak. Joker's gonna surely just barely
Tor verkackt, aber ist egal. Okay, das ist crazy.
So far. Wow. But this is why these guys are so good.
Nee, Sirius Pick gefällt mir auch nicht, aber der Draft ist okay.
Just run at them. Just run it down. They haven't got enough damage.
That was a 31
Weiß ich nicht, Andri.
31 seconds.
Ja, bei mir ist fein,
That is
Junior.
how long it took for Totem to, as you mentioned, identify that the weakness of this Talent Lab comp is the fact that they're just too slow. Kenji, usually strong enough to just run it down in the mid, is just completely blocked out by this grip and this Stu. There's too much burst damage in their part. But I do like what Talent Labs are doing here. They realize that they can't really compete in the early game, but if they hide behind these walls, yeah, play a little bit slower, allow that series to build
Yeah,
up
Red
a
Twix.
little bit of that momentum, they can push back in the mid.
Much better. Mewtwo gets an opportunity to push up as well. Joker's got to jump onto Yeye, but just manages to get the killer. I thought with those nerfs, sometimes Crow can actually survive that interaction. Manages to get the kill though. Joker is like a Damien specialist at this point. Bro just only plays Damien, but it's for good reason, because it works. And in these situations, you need a good aggressive
Loslassen.
play. So
Ja,
I think with the
bringt
matchups,
nichts.
I think they should be getting serious a little bit more onto Joker. Feed that super as much as possible. But on the defense here, Sunfire look for an opportunity to break out. One shot is going to go down. Joker's going to pop his super. Now with combination with Maori. Great super out from Sunfire. And that's perfect for Talent Labs. I mean, they haven't even conceded a goal yet. That's an improvement.
Big improvement, but it's still a ticking time bomb for them. They are waiting for that Kenji Hypercharge, which is online. It is committed to the backline on to Joker, and a great defense blocking out Maru from that goal as well. Talent Labs continue to hold this position, but Joker's gonna be jumping in there, going straight for that serious, denying all that shadowy value that he brings.
That was beautiful. He knocks him back towards his teammates.
Sunfire ist Deutsch, ja.
And now Totem in a 3 versus 2 situation.
Mewtwo auch. Joker auch, sind 3 Deutsche. Ein Deutscher, 2 Italiener, ein Rumäne, glaube ich.
And it's literally been 2
Hallo,
minutes and Totem just sitting in the bush. They're playing patient. I think they even think that when it comes down to overtime, they have the composition. Maru's going to throw out his super. Mewtwo barely survives.
Hello, main Mortis.
Maru actually going to get punished there from Mewtwo. Now it looks like a great situation for
Rotter spielt das irgendwie so defensiv runter. So langsam, checkt das, was ich meine? Ah, von Joker. Aber ich glaube, Yeye hat gekackt, oder? Also ich glaube, er hätte den Ball nach links spielen können.
Flashbacks to 2023 as Totem pioneered the theorem on Brawl Ball. Pass it to your teammates is the name of the game. Goes for onto Joker, who jumps in there. Just needs to buy time. Only 8 seconds left on the clock.
Otherwise,
Sandfire to desperately get this ball over, but nah. Maru's over there. He's gonna stop this one. Corner the ball in his own pocket, and that's gonna be Totem taking the first set.
To be win. Nein, for Totem. I like Totem more.
But you
Hat er gewastet? Das habe ich nicht gesehen.
I think their glimmer of hope there was definitely Sunfire. He was working pretty well considering he's into a Damien, constantly pushing him back. Composition, like I said, I mean, Sirius is good into Damien, but it's a very bushy map. If they would have gone with something aggressive, it's risky, right? It's risky, but Ash has good matchup into 2 different brawlers. I thought maybe going into this, they just need to throw the kitchen sink at it, because like, what's the worst that can happen? Totem are going to outplay you the majority of the part. That's why they've already put their slot to the World Finals.
I want to take Totem a bit more into the loop here. They came such a long way. A very rough start into the season.
Was denn, Niklas?
Semi-final out for them, after that quarter-final out, and for April they did not even qualify. It looked like Totem was in shambles. We're not going to see Totem for the first time in ages.
Ja, hab ich auch schon gesagt. Ich schwöre, das ist Semantic Junior.
Playing the August Monthly Finals completely chill.
Das World Cup? Das sind Monthly Finals.
Just rush through the competition today.
Geht darum, wer ist diesen Monat der Beste aus Europa, theoretisch. Dieses Mal geht es aber um ein bisschen mehr. Ein paar Leute sind noch auf der Kippe, ob sie es in die World Finals schaffen, in die WM von BS. Dementsprechend ist es recht wichtig heute, was jetzt die WM angeht.
For our storyline, if Talent Lab wins this one, it would be a more interesting race.
Also offen.
But not really consequential for the postseason, if we're gonna be real here. I mean, Totem, they are looking...
Sonst gleicher Draft wie bei Foot. Nur Kaseban nicht da.
The spring split spin was a bit of a disaster for them. I think you and I spoke a little bit about how they were having some issues. For
ja, weil die Bans wichtig sind, Tradfix. Wenn man Lumi pickt, sind die Bans wichtig. Das ist geil, Junior. Aber fokussiere dich auf Fußball, das ist wichtiger. Oder was hat dazu gemacht? Ich glaube, es war Fußball, oder? Hallo Maurice. Mord ist geil. Ich kann halt nicht so viel zu sagen, aber ich kann es versuchen, ja. Ich hätte jetzt vorgehabt, ich mach mal erstmal Ellie. Bad Kids, ist egal, die haben Kase. Kase-Ban war wichtig. Ich sag, Kase wird kochen. 8-Bit? The map is a bit close for 8-Bit, I think. Sandy-Guide? Nee. Alatrax. Bei Sandy kann man eigentlich nur das mit der linken Ecke machen, um die Wände und wann man die Ult setzt. Vielleicht das Gadget, aber sonst. Danke dir, Mob. Ich brauch ehrliche Meinungen. Wenn jeder mir sagt, es war gut, wisst ihr, was ich meine? Hört man gerne, dann hat sich die Arbeit auch gelohnt. Aber damit kann ich halt nicht improven. Sag Guide. Könnte man wirklich machen. Das ist stark, Junior. Nita gefällt mir nicht. War scheiße. Bringt mir auch nichts. Was war scheiße? Das bringt mir was. Nein. Wie findet man das? Was denn? Das Guide ist angepinnt. Nee, Dena. Doch, nein. Ich hab das mit Laura sogar gemacht, das Intro. Wen bist du? Totem.
I don't mind it. It has a lot of damage output. They play very defensively here though with the Griff and the Surge.
This does not just make the shade ridiculously strong though. I mean yes.
Wäre cool, Mappen. Aber musst du nicht.
Walls on this map that you can't break. And this is a very fast-paced map. It's gonna take ages.
Das ist gut rein. Jungs, ihr müsst das nicht schauen. Also ich empfehle es euch, wenn ihr euch mit B improven wollt, empfehle ich euch wirklich. Ich empfehle euch die letzten 3 Minuten. Da lernt jeder was von. Egal ob ihr mich mögt, nicht mögt. Egal wie gut ihr seid, ihr lernt von den letzten 3 Minuten was. Die anderen 9, glaube ich. Manche brauchen es, manche nicht. Der Joker ist insane. Der hat aber auch gutes Matchup. Ich finde den Lumi-Pick nicht gut, wenn Kase offen ist. Hyper Guide. Was soll ich da sagen? Aim richtig und trifft die Gegner. Wird sehr schwer für TLB.
It's just the bad that's honestly gotten past the 3rd-yard line. Here, Totem's defense have just been absolutely stalwart up to this point, just winning all their matchups, really. This is the first little bit of damage that's coming in there from Sandfire, but just pay attention to that right lane. Yeye is the one that has to break through. They really want this to be a consequential push. And Joker, he's on the job there. Yeye finishes him off, though.
Wendigkeit, das könnte man machen, weil der neue Roller ist. Das könnte man wirklich machen. Sogar guter Call. Kase-Guide. Ich finde keine gute Kase, ist das Problem. Kase-Guide ist einer der Guides, der Brawler, die ich nicht machen kann. Okay, das Schild wird raus sein. Nicht im Winter. Ich muss mir weniger Mühe geben. Wir sind doch schneller da.
A hypercharge from Lumi as well. Great defense from Talent Labs so far. And they might actually get him the lead. They've left Mari behind, though. They're trying to pinch out Joker. This is a base race here, but Mari's still alive. Hypercharge pops. He's going to get 2 shots in at once. Sunfire's away at the save. Oh, I thought it was a draw there in the end, but Talent Labs managed to survive. That was great defense. I don't know how they survived. But like I said, Yeye on that Lumi with the hypercharge cleared them all out.
That's the danger of the Lumi on the save, and that is why this brawler is so highly contested on pit stop. It does take a while to get on the save, but Lumi has one of the fastest base race potential on this map. And
nee, noch nicht, Junior. Die spielen heute um den World Cup.
They were behind by as high as 30% in the early game, and
oder World Finals. Heißt es im Best. Nicht Arthur, aber Big spielt heute. Arthur spielt dann in Challengers, das ist ein anderes Turnier. Was auch um World Finals geht. Oder um STQ erstmal. Guide. Ich bin Pam underrated. Dann aus. Wenn Big sich callt, kann sich das andere Big Team auch callen. Mein Zeta 1 war im Finale gegen Zeta 2. Cool. Zeta 1 war ja, glaube ich, auch im Finale gegen Zeta 2. Ja, Klimbacher, das war ein Fehler. Das war der Fehler von Totem, wieso die verloren haben. Ja, 0 gegen 1. Stark von Yeye. Nee, Junior. Das Big, was wir heute sehen, besteht aus Melee, Salty und Dede. Das Big in Challengers ist Arthur, Unlucky und Dekai. Hallo Pauline. Boah, das überlebt das Unlucky für Totem. Weil jetzt muss Surge zurück und Surge kann das Schild nicht rausholen. Das war echt unlucky.
Barely gonna kill him. Well said there, Spen. I mean, 17% left on Totem saves 3 on Talent Labs and only 20 seconds of time left. They must deal with 2 things at once. Has to stop Sandfire here. Can't get him across. The jump
Totem loot.
Pushes him across the wall.
Can't get his
last shot in. A little bit more damage trickles in. We've got 9 seconds left on the clock.
Das wird nicht reichen.
No damage coming from Totem. A desperation attempt there from Joker. Jumps across the field there. Can't see the damage through. All the damage being blocked and a shielding lever to boost.
Ich finde das Team ein bisschen schwächer, Riven. Hallo Eis. Genau der bin ich.
That's just insane. I mean, that came down to 2 things. It came down to Yeye on the Lumi. If you do your research, I know it's pretty hard with a play like this, but pro players will know these.
Falls ihr auf der Seite seid, 2020 ist die richtige Antwort. Ja, ich finde den Split auch mutig von Big, muss ich sagen. Weil ich die Teams nicht ausgeglichen finde. Also ich finde, Arthurs Team hat... Ich weiß nicht, ich finde Arthur und Salty splitten irgendwie mutig. Ich hätte die 2 zusammengelassen. Nichts, weil Melee schlecht ist. Melee ist unfassbar gut. Aber ich finde, die Synergy zwischen Arthur und Salty hat sich so geprägt. Ich hätte das wichtig gefunden. Das Challenger-Team geholt. Ich glaube, wenn ich Big wäre, ich glaube, ich hätte mich gar nicht gesplittet.
But looking at the stats, what I'm surprised at is that even leaving those two brawlers unaddressed, it was Yeye that stole the show.
Look at the damage to save though. Senfire did more than the entire roster of
that's true.
together. That's insane what he did on that Shade. And not to take away from them either, but I noted down here, if I ever play finals, you know, I just gonna.
Ich hätte mich auch lieber auf 1 gefokust. Auch wenn beides schwer ist.
I mean, potentially. 2 out of 3, right? I mean, they didn't go for the kid. Maybe they didn't.
Also ich muss sagen, wenn ich an Arthurs Stelle wäre, ich hätte wie Arthur gehandelt. Ich hätte diese Monthlies geskippt, um die LAN-Erfahrung in Istanbul zu sammeln. Das ist cool. Und da vielleicht mit einer kleinen Chance, hallo Shabby, gegen Revenant, gegen SK, gegen Reject, gegen Foot Academy zu gewinnen und vielleicht für einen LCQ zu kommen. 3-0 meintest du? Ja. Die machen Footdraft! Kona, 1-1 Footdraft. Lass mich raten, jetzt kommt Leon. Was ist das? Ich denke, Nadia ist gut gegen 8-Bit. Das heißt, die Gegner können kein 8-Bit gehen. Müssen die aber, weil 8-Bit Nadia macht zu viel Damage. Und jetzt hat Nadia ein gutes Matchup. Ich glaube, das ist der Sinn von dem Pick. Nice droppen lassen. Ja, oder? Und jetzt kommt der Heal gegen den Damage. Das wird ein 2 gegen 2. Das, was Nadia an Damage macht, muss der Byron hochhealen. Hallo, Hidar. Wer gewinnt? Lass wir schauen. Sobald Draft fertig ist. Auch Redfix.
It's tough for Mina. Okay, Mina again. Gone. That's 2 out of 3 again.
I mean, you asked for something aggressive, and conceptually it does work. And after looking at what Angel Boy did, I think it'd be pretty inspiring.
Mit der Draft aber wieder gut von Talent Slab.
It's a much different environment, right, Sunny? I mean, it's not a Leon and a Pearl.
Oh mein Gott, Poco.
Going into.
Ich will Poco.
Byron, this is a much, I would think it's, you know, better-ish matchup for the Mina to get through. So even though they don't have, you know, the entire foot esports combat, this is pretty good. Yeah, but Meeple, it's still being around, is definitely gonna make this Mina's life.
Ja, das stimmt wieder. Echt ein guter Pick. Die Map ist offen. Wurst Mina Matchup. Doch. Aber Foot hat es auch gedraftet. Wir machen Foot Draft nach. Hier ist auch guter Call. Ja, das ist so, Hidar.
Interesting always to see an on the open comp that doesn't prioritize the tempo of getting into the mid. There's no wall break, there's no water walking. There is Amina though, so she will have instant priority, scout out the entirety of the team here. And Totem on the other hand, eventually will get into the mid as well.
See, I like this from Talent Labs, they're not afraid to be aggressive. But that extra credits was so
wird kein Coach als Fix. Lief komplett die E-Sport-Szene.
Good secret pick here. I didn't come into this before traveling.
Ja, genau, Riven. Jetzt werden die reingedrückt. So, jetzt. Maru macht das, was ich mir vorhin von Lenane gewünscht habe. In diesen Busch rein. Und wenn es nicht klappt, dann lauf halt weg. Aber versuch es wenigstens. Ei auf den Tisch legen. Versuchen. Ja, würde ich auch sagen, Shabby. Game starts to reach the latter stages, that loose super is going to be really critical for some control. Und 8-Bit hat viel zu früh Turret bekommen. Viel zu früh. Und das war auch nicht schlau von Senfire. Das, also... War ja irgendwie zu erwarten, dass ein Meeple-Stun kommt, oder? Der Nane hat für Kuma gespielt, Fruchti. Ist aber schon raus. Und Speed Turret wegen Nadia. Und weil Byron healt in der Regel, anstatt Damage. Und nächstes Turret. Viel zu viel. Ich würde es rausholen mit Nadia Ult. Ich würde es raus. Das wäre. Ich würde es valid finden. Turret ulten. Alle weg da. Oh, Joker. Ja, stark von Totem. Sehr stark von Totem. Bin ich auch heiß. Ja, Totem macht das auch gut. Ist halt schwer mitzuhalten. So, Byron hielt einfach gegen. Okay, die Ult verstehe ich jetzt nicht. Stark von Maru. Mauri, sorry. Ja, Revan, war nice. Totem macht das sehr gut.
That was just hilarious to see. He just throws the 8-bit hypercharge onto his face. He's like, okay, I'm gonna shoot one way. My hypercharge turret's just gonna pinch with me. You're doomed. You're absolutely cooked.
Ja, 8-bit wird zu viel gefeedet.
Talent Labs do have a glimmer of hope. They won the previous set, and there's a few instances where they could have punished Totem, but this is the problem.
Problem ist, Byron hat zu viel Value.
Teams get to this position. I mean, they could punish him. Maru's really weak, and he's poisoned. Oh, there we go. Finally, they capitalize on it. Good teams make you pay for those mistakes. Talent Labs are finally warming up here in this set.
Joker is not relenting though. 2 versus 3 right now. He's just going to be trying to get some supercharge here. It is tapping away here. He's actually healing up Maru still. There is a very small possibility that they could still clutch this one, but it's very
Nein, Revan.
They're going to commit it though. Yeah, that's a sign. I mean, yeah, Sven, you're looking like, wow, they really want to either waste utility.
Ja, aber das, was er Jeb macht, auch Sinn, Kona. Die anderen Jeppen ohne Ahnung. Das ist ein bisschen nervig. Sven weiß wenigstens, was er sagt.
If he would have connected, he would have got that turret back in the end. But again, Talent Labs should be in a situation here to capitalize. No,
das ist wie wenn ihr einen X-Ray-Stream schaut. Der denkt, der hat eine Ahnung und gar keine Ahnung. Doppeltricks. Der gerade redet mit Sven. Der hier.
I mean, Maru, he's just a poor little 8-bit, right? What can he do without his super? And Talent Labs, there we go. So Totem really upped their game in the first game, right? But as I said, Talent Labs, there was glimpses where they could have punished Totem. They're playing this so well. This is their first monthly final. I mean, Mewtwo's
ja, Broadcast kann man.
As a roster, as 2 of these players, it's their first time.
Mit allem Respekt, aber da fehlt die Ahnung. Die sind alle Caster sind nicht im Game drin. Nicht mehr. Die können gar nicht gut casten, wenn die das Game nicht kennen. Wie fandest du es aber, RG? Ist der Mewtwo? Ja. Ist eingesprungen. Totem pincht jetzt viel mehr. Machen die gut. Turret würde ich nicht setzen. Ja, macht er auch nicht. Seht ihr, was ich meine? Schaut, was Maru macht. Geht in diesen Busch. Ich empfehle euch das. Wenn die Gegner hier hinten drin sind, geht in diesen Busch, wenn ihr Full Life seid, obvious. Und den Brawler dafür habt. Weil der Gegner kann da nicht rein, wenn hier jemand ist. Und wenn ihr low werdet, dann geht er halt weg. Was Lane nicht gemacht hat.
3 supers online, one committed there. The booster beacon is going to be thrown down, gives so much move speed to the team. Maru is no longer a slow walking 8-bit.
Ja, Glimmer, 100%. Seid gut, vor allem das mit den Tipps und Praxisbeispielen. Was war nicht so schlecht? Mach diese Lehrer Gegenfragen.
Even got a new super from Mewtwo committed just to try and drive Maru around, and this is just Totem pinching Talent Labs into the base. They're under so much
Gut, der Meeple. Jetzt haben die gewonnen. Meeple bleibt da. Das ist over. Bin ich ein bisschen früh. Ah, ist okay. Ja, Totem ist halt Totem. Und Maru hat durchgehend eine Ult. Das ist seine dritte Ult hintereinander. Das ist seine dritte Ult hintereinander. Fand ich wirklich was schlecht? Musik vielleicht, Kamargi? Oder die Länge? Oder vielleicht monoton geschnitten? Oder war auch okay? Ich frag dich jetzt aus, damit ich in Zukunft besser machen kann.
Wow. I think you said it so well.
Ach, okay. Okay. Ich glaube, die Meinungen sind recht unterschiedlich.
I think this is actually a very skill testing, very even set. We saw mistakes happen on both sides. You can see here, like Maru getting caught here, the whole team grouping together for the easiest loot super on the planet there, and getting, you know, caught out multiple times there. But that, I think, is, you know, also the signs of what
etwas deutlicher reden. Ja, ich glaube, manchmal knallt der Clan rein, ne? Der hat umgeklungen. Ja, obvious. Da auch Red Fix. 11.11. haben nachgeschaut. Übrigens, Chat. Ich denke, das seht ihr. Oben links. Upgrade Request. Ich kann mich bewerben für die neue Creator-Stufe. Mach es. Ich glaube, ich mache es noch nicht, weil aktuell ist halt schon ein gutes Loch, ne? Und dafür ist YouTube auch, glaube ich, zu klein. Und TikTok. TOS. Irgendwas mit TOS, Riven. Der hat Fair Paycheck nicht bestanden. Was macht das? Ich bin mir nicht genau sicher. Aber dann kriege ich in-game auf jeden Fall die Cosmetics vom Trusted Creator. Ich glaube, ich kann dann auch mehr verlosen. Ja, ich hab's geknackt, Hitter. Dafür muss ich halt ein bisschen noch mein YouTube boosten. Deathbuild. Kann sein, ich kriege dann Zugriff auf die Updates, bevor das Update da ist. Das könnte auch sein. Doch geil. Ja. Aber Stand jetzt werde ich da sehr sicher nicht angenommen. Danke, Data. Das wird kein Dev Account. Aber hat es keinen Trusted Creator, oder? Ich weiß es nicht, Riven. Wirklich, ich weiß es nicht. Es kann nicht so schwer sein. Rico?
Which nerfed his supercharge rate by about 20%, and that's not really touched A-Bit all that much. He still has his super, like, you've noticed it so many times throughout the sets, he always has that available.
Nee, ist geil.
There we go with the Berry and Rico in combination. I love this from Toto.
Danke, Data.
Is just the spiciness
Rico?
In my opinion. A lot of teams love the Berry. And wow, I mean, this is a tough prospect to go up against if you're talented. It could be something to go in Barley. Barley's always the best option to face off against Barley.
Drafted.
But the problem with
Bitte drafted der speziell.
and Barley suffer to like
Very true. Barley would have a good, decent matchup here into the Berry on the other side. Whenever Talent actually decided to go 8-bit, they paired it with the Berry, so both sides kind of picking the brawlers away, and Berry will fulfill what you and I set up already.
Is this really your best?
Something to take out that
Kase für Blue Star. Okay, deren Aufgabe ist Blue Star holen. Und sich dann vercampen mit einem Meeple und einem 8-Bit. Kann sehr gut klappen. Totem braucht jetzt eine Antwort auf Kase und etwas, was reinpusht. Was nicht anfällig ist gegen Meeple Stun oder 8-Bit Gadget.
Hell was a bit of a weird one. Like, I mean, it's going to work into Vikaze, for example, but 8-bit counters out the Pell. I think what they needed was a bit of health, so they've gone with the Pell, right? So Berry gets more value, can farm more super.
Alle watching seals.
But it's a tough one, right? Because Kaze, we've seen a synergy before, right? Kaze gets the blue star, 8-bit defensive combination. It can work out, but
like, how do they get into the base? How do they get the talent labs?
Was meinst du, Fedor?
That's the question on my mind.
You've got a Berry, you've got a Rico, the two brawlers that can get a lot of. Yeah, I think what a lot of players.
Tier B, ach so, Tier B. Doch, das ist schon Tier B, oder?
Got to try and get some value, which Sunfire is doing perfectly well. It's like he's listening to me right now. You need to still build up the super and apply pressure.
Ja, Mac war gewonnen.
Rico can just shoot round walls,
also ich will. Okay, jetzt muss ich aufpassen, wie ich es formuliere. Das Achievement, das ich jetzt hier gecallt zu haben, ist enorm, okay? Sehr, sehr schwer. Sehr, sehr krass. Aber das klingt jetzt negativ und abwertend, aber das war mit Abstand der einfachste Monat, sich zu callen. Dadurch, dass sehr, sehr viele Teams Challengers spielen und deswegen diesen manche Finals nicht spielen dürfen. Das heißt, ein Big muss sich splitten. Ein Mine kann nicht mitspielen, weil er Challengers spielt. Put Academy hat nicht mitgespielt. SK hat nicht mitgespielt. Also viele Teams haben es nicht versucht. Dementsprechend was einfacher sich zu callen. Dennoch ist das ein sehr, sehr krasses Achievement. Checkt ihr, was ich meine? Aber ein potenzieller Gegner, Mathis.
There's no super to take him down, but Maru again getting pretty weak. The pressure is great from Talent Labs so far, and with 20 seconds left, this is setting out to be a great
Shabby.
It's a one-star differential. Mewtwo does have that open. You see a hypercharge Fanstorm going out there.
Nee, weiß ich nicht, Regan. Oh. Warte mal. Sehr vorsichtig aus. Ja. Weil man, das kann man schnell falsch verstehen.
It's just hilarious how fast 8-bit ran there. Like, that's the fastest he's ever ran. There was no one even.
Ich schwöre, das ist Semantik. Die Account sharen gerade. Ich kann mir nicht erzählen, dass das ein anderer Mensch ist. Das ist Semantik, Bro. Semantik aus 2017. Ja, Shelly. Steht da drauf. Account sharing, bro.
When it mattered most, he pulled it out of the bag, but I've got to give credit to Samfire there. He was chaining his supers so well. He knows as a Kazi, he can't really go in. They're all grouped up.
Boah, gut gepincht von Mewtwo und Yay. Ey, warte mal. Tut damit das verlieren, Jungs.
That is, it's a bit of damage limitation there.
Damage mitigation indeed. Poor start there from Totem. From now they are down by entire 3 stars. They still have the blue star though, so it's just a kill onto Yay or Mewtwo that they need. Sandfire's gonna be going out here on that right lane though, trying to get an aggressive play there onto Maru, but they are starting to get boxed in against Ben. I'm not feeling very good right now about Totem's chances. There's the super there.
Gute Kombi als Team. Aber die Box hat gefehlt. Aber es reicht. Das ist crazy. Das ist crazy. Ja, Fedor. Das kann sein, Shabby, ja. Ich mag Rico nicht. Ja, auch nicht. Bitte. Boah!
And again, 2 of them managed to stay alive, but surely he's going to go down here. Joker manages to get clipped from that hypercharged super. And what I've got to say is, Samfire's supers are just so excellent. They're grouping up together. The Fanstorm is making them split up. Now, Totem have 15 seconds to respond.
Mansions of Meepo blocks out the mid. There's only one pathway into the base for Totem. Only one way left for them to secure this. They have to get a team wipe here. Only 5 seconds left. They get one. You've got another Ori leaving the base mathematically. Totem, I'm so sorry. But you
haben sehr, sehr krass zusammengespielt. Mit dem Draft nicht gut, aber Talent Slap hat krass zusammengespielt.
Set 5. Who would have predicted this? It's not the biggest mismatch in the world, but in terms of positions.
Crazy! Ich hätte gedacht, du sitzt ein eindeutiges 3-0.
Talent Labs are really giving it to Totem right now, and that's the thing, right? Like Totem, they don't have much to play for at this point of time. Talent Labs, they don't really have anything to play for either. They've got a lot to prove, and they're really making a good case for their postseason.
Ja, mein macht es.
I'm getting chills. I got chills watching
Ich sowieso nicht.
between the team. Yeah, this
Für World Finals nicht.
Oh, I had goosebumps.
Für Preisgeld und für die Zukunft dieser Spieler schon doch. Aber ich weiß, was du meinst.
Wow, I mean, that's a tier 1 team for me right there.
Spen, you're asking who would have predicted this. Keep in mind,
the
viewers out
nervös,
there
Rüben.
said it's a 49 to
Verständlicherweise.
51% matchup, and they were actually
RTLB spielt
right.
sehr gut.
I was hoping we get to see a 3-2 today. I might have not expected this one to go that far, but I'm happy regardless. Talent Lab, they played phenomenal. That meeple play from U2 held onto a super also in that first round, just waiting for the perfect moment to use it, and turns around the game twice there, that hypercharge as well. I think that deserves a red button press. So if you're on the event website right now, event.brostars.com, head over there now. You get 200 extra points, and I'm gonna give the honor to our guest here.
Without further ado,
200 points for you out there. Talent
Bro.
Lab, you gave points to the viewers. We're heading into set 5 now.
Das
It's
Press.
exciting.
Auf der
200
Seite
Beatles
kriegt
is
man
gonna
200
be the
Punkte,
last
wenn man
we
über die
get to
Seite
see
zuschaut.
from Talent Lab versus Reply
Kriegst du ein paar
Totem. No
Stardrops.
matter
Und einen
what
Pin.
happens next. Another map where you can play Barry, I think. Another map where you could see some 8-bit even. A map with a lot of walls. to
Okay, ich
play.
drop damit.
Stu also
Vertraut mir.
comes in handy for those exact reasons. We
Okay,
saw
first pick.
some, hot zone today already. Very different maps. Griff was always the first pick. Let's see if he comes out.
Nova. Na, scheiße, gebannt. Ja, ja, klar. Griff first. So, und jetzt countern die mit
Yeah, no ball, you know?
yeah, you know,
Pierce.
so Julian,
No hot zone.
Pierce wird gepickt.
Beatles is an interesting one, right? Like,
Und
for me, it reminds me a lot like open business, and now you need something that's going to counteract this. I mean, Stu normally is a great counter. Meeple can sometimes work into the Griff as well. Lou is not banned out.
ja, Lu. Ah, Meeple. Okay, Meeple. Nee, dann wird's kein Pierce.
I'm gonna predict a Lou. There we go. I won up. I won up.
Next
I got
gebannt.
two now. Wiggly,
Global Ban.
Who's your try?
your turn.
They're gonna go Shelly.
Welche Seite? Event.supercell.com.
No, you have to actually try.
I have to actually try.
Und jetzt wird's ein
I'm gonna
Poco.
dig deep. I'm gonna use my brain here. I'm looking at the Talent Labs comp damage department, not looking too good here. I'm
Nein.
feeling some
Es
demons
wird
in the air. I
ein
think Joker did have an amazing performance there.
Grey.
All ball still could opt to go for it here. But Sunny is pointing out to me that Sirius is still open, so maybe that's a terrible
Grey
idea
Draco.
inside of Totem. Nah, they're gonna go for Finks instead. Opt to just lean back into that wall break comp.
Glowy.
But this is very familiar to something we saw Kuma try to do earlier. It wasn't Edgar that was the last pick then. And it
Die
just
links.
really
Sandfire, Yeye und
We
Mewtwo.
saw so many great comps yesterday. I kind of have
Glowy.
PTSD from that too. Not going to be picked here in this one, but you can be sure you
Okay, kein Glowy, scheiß Map.
Especially paired with the ends that it is of course banned out in this.
Pierce.
A wide open map here for the side of Totem. I'd almost double down on wall break, but there's not a lot left open. Stu is banned out.
Ja, 8 Brawler genannt.
just block the Damien then.
Okay, das wird ein
he's also
Edgar.
not too bad in
100%.
and Lou, in my opinion.
100% Edgar.
Whoever you can farm off supers easily, and whoever's shadows are going to be the strongest. Meeple shadows are so strong because they have sort of an auto aim, right? So it makes a lot of sense to play Sirius here.
No, for sure.
For like, trying to counter this, maybe like a Penny, a Barley.
Mann!
Yeah, a Barley is a great answer. I was wondering on the side of Totem, like they've got to go something maybe a little bit.
Was konntest du daraus lernen denn, Shelby? Welche Map? Dueling Beatles. Duellkäfer.
Balance changed about a month ago. He's used as a counter pick nowadays, not actually like the best of brawlers.
Ja, sehr gut gearbeitet. Sowas immer
This is a good
reporten.
matchup for them. So now it all goes down to this. Can Talent Lab
Edgar gegen Finks Griff? Edgar ist gut gegen Finks.
So far this year, especially in EMEA, I would presume.
Deswegen bist du retired.
Well, the
Ich hab zuerst retarded gelesen.
I'm gonna always point that out. But this one though is a big sign
Wall
for
break.
2027.
Ja, aber ich denke, ja, ich denke, er hat da nicht vor zu breaken. Aufgrund von Digga, Seed und Sphinx sehen gleich aus. Aber gleicher Skin, Bro. Doppel-Sphinx. Sphinx Gadget. Ist egal. Er hat gerade auch ein Gadget gegen sein Gadget. Doch, 3 für dich. Der Ball ist sehr gut. Das war sehr greedy von Mewtwo. Und das wird jetzt sehr schwer rein zu pushen. Gegen den Sphinx, einen Griff, einen Seedus zu pushen, willst du eigentlich nicht.
And Totem are just doing great percentage-wise here as the loose super comes in as a bit of a reply there from Talent Labs.
Totem's solution to any problem, just raw aggression from their side. Joker though will be boxed in there, and the combo there from the Meeple should be able to finish one off. No, Maru's gonna be able to break his teammate out there. It was a great heads-up play for him to keep Joker alive. Percentage though is telling a different story. Talent Labs are slowly counting back up, and here are the super.
Das gefällt mir nicht von Totem.
So is the time zone from Joker, but that's such a desperate push there from Totem. Talent Labs will now just so easily claw their way back into the mid.
Hypercharge super, both for Mewtwo and Sandfire. This could mean so much danger for Totem.
Verlieren das. Doch nicht.
And they'll confirm this game surely. Hypercharge super.
Die losen das, habt ihr.
They need to get the kill onto Joker here. They're gonna do just that with a hypercharge. And now with 12
ja, das ist so shabby.
left, there's surely no time, no resources left for Totem. And now Talent Labs are just one game away from doing near enough the impossible.
Warte mal.
As a team, as a unit, I was reading the pro Discord and a lot of them were saying no chance for this team, right? I was even saying there is a chance, but the viewers back home, they knew there was a chance, right? This is as 50-50 as it gets.
And looking at the comp, it's looking here, at least in this final set, the Talent Lab, they've got a pretty unbreakable comp there. I mean, the margin of error is so small for Totem, right? Like, if there's a single team wipe that happens, you just get boxed in the base so easily by this Barley, by this Meeple, by the loose supers. And I think Totem, I mean, they're really got to dig deep here. They've got to find a way, mechanically, team play-wise, to pull it together here. It's going to start from Mari playing hyper-aggressive as always. Not getting punished just yet. Solo, and it's a really, really nice early start there for Totem at least.
There's just 2 ways to gain back control here. Actually, 3 ways from Talent Labs. You've got the box,
Gute Frage, Riven.
and you've got
Gute Frage.
from the Barley Super as well. Maru's going to get a little bit of control there. Fra is super, but it's Griff. Griff really lacks the damage at range now since that spread nerf, and you even saw there before.
Ey, Totem verliert das, ne? Ohne Witz.
There, that he couldn't even break out Joker in the previous game because now with the nerfs to Piggy Bank, it's just so hard to break open the map. Piggy Bank's going to be thrown forward though, and this is looking like disaster for Totem. Talent Labs just look so in control right now.
There's just entry hazard after entry hazard there for Talent Labs. I mean, you've got so much to get through. This ice ring puddles. Joker, he's got godlike mechanics, but really going into all of these different hazards inside the mid. Yeah, every time they try to step on the point, there's a box, there's puddles. He's even gonna pop this ice ring out there. Could he catch him in the back? He does! That's gonna be Maru potentially going down. But no, don't even need to aggress forward. Just play the point.
It's over.
Only 20% left, and Totem, they're just on the ropes now.
They need a miracle right now. Maru's trying to work his magic. He's going to get pinched down pretty low. Totem now on the aggressive. Blue Super's going to stop any aggression
Dann Barley 6.
so far, but there's only 1 minute left on the clock. The box and the super coming in. That is Joker down as well. Mewtwo's throwing out the hypercharge.
Yes.
And now Talent Labs surely are going to be confirming the win. Everyone is down from Totem. Oh my God, how have they beat Totem? Totem, oh, Mewtwo with the crying as well. I mean, fair play, man, fair play. That's got to be, oh, that's just, I've got no words. I don't want to say embarrassing, but You've got to be so angry if you're Totem, right? You turn a new corner, you look so good, reaching a grand final, reaching a
Ich hab das schon mal angesprochen.
And the new boys, it just cameras, they've had enough, they must have
Der einzige Grund, wieso er nicht verpflichtet wird in großen Organisationen, ist, dass der einzige Grund, wieso er nicht verpflichtet wird von großen Orgs und von guten Spielern. Das ist der einzige Grund.
Oh, wow, I mean, yeah, and Sandfire. Let's give kudos to them as well. We want to point out once again that this is a team that had their roster kind of, you know, last minute change. You know, they lost Adachi, Mewtwo had to sub in. We were thinking, there's no way this happens. And it did.
The teams that are chasing the World Final spot from Noble right now are Heritage.
Sehr unbeliebt, Nick. Sehr unprofessionell.
Now imagine how
Seit immer, eigentlich seit Jahren.
in the end those teams drop out and the team like Talent Lab moves all the way.
Ja,
nothing on the line, just playing for.
Das ist wirklich der einzige Grund, wieso er nicht durchstarten kann. Es ist nur der Grund.
And they beat the number 3 seed of EMEA. That's absolutely insane. Once again, the Meeple actually stands out as the best pick, or Sandfire just as the best player. I don't know what it is. 6 kills on him. Really well played by Talent Lab. You can be so proud of yourselves. I am proud of you guys. I'm sad for Totem, but hey, nothing is gonna change in the standings anyways, right?
Humble back.
It's fine. We want this for some good storylines. Are they gonna beat Foot? What do you think?
Ja, Krimbacher.
Possibly. They
Totem
will
as
be
well,
drafting
das
from
stimmt,
the
ja.
same pool, right? That's basically Talent Lab's, you know, the first half of the series. They were just like, yeah, we'll just copy everything that Foot has been doing. And then the second half, they were like, wait, we're really good at this.
4 channel points,
and
main
Totem,
Mortis.
they seem to be so confused and so
Das ist Mimika in Brawl Stars.
They don't know
Das
what
ist
to
Mewtwo.
do against that, and worked out.
We got Ark back on the desk. All 4 of us said Totem is going to take this one. 49% of the viewers out there actually voted for Talent Lab, so they get some juicy points now to get the rewards.
Well, I think Totem should have beat them. It's as simple as that. No, not too sure why it went so wrong for them here today. They were looking pretty good. I mean, the qualifiers weren't the cleanest, but they were still looking so much better as a squad.
Vielleicht will er sich beweisen, dass er so krass ist.
When you compare to the performance
Weiß
of
es
the previous
nicht.
split, it was quite disastrous. So, I mean, going ahead now, they're going to have to work on some things.
You can still also get some tickets for Tokyo if you want to watch these teams battle it out live in Tokyo for the World Finals. Get your tickets now. You just
Ja, aber er hat mit jedem Beef, Krimbacher, mit jedem.
And you can also find it in the pinned tweet and in the pinned social
Ich kann mir das vorstellen, Riven. Ich kann mir vorstellen, dass Futter ein paar Sachen in die Kamera macht. Ich kann mir das vorstellen.
We have so many bangers for you today. Make sure to stay tuned here. Humble versus Big is our next match. This one.
Chat, wie seid ihr?
We have a team that could lock in LCQ today. Hier
sind voll viele Deutsche dabei, warte mal. Hallo Laura, es ist Humat niemand, puttert niemand. Dann Joker, Mewtwo, Sandfire, Luki, Simante, Melee. Crazy.
Postseason gatekeepers is what I call Humble in this
Sicher, achso.
They could really, for the memes and for the plot, just make
Humble.
their life easier.
Humble.
Give them a
Okay.
free pass, but no, they're not doing that.
Draft,
Now
unmöglich.
Kuma are out
An
there,
Humble
most
Draft
certainly can
werde ich nie draften.
surge into that lead and start
Ihr wird gewonnen, ja.
with Navi and Heretics meeting later in
Setz dich gut aufs Klo.
as you mentioned.
Ihr seid unten nicht die Zeit.
That's a
Bei
guaranteed LCQ spot on the line for them. That
2
is a
Minuten bin ich
massive
zurück.
amount of motivation for Big to play for here.
For me, Humble, you know, have shown signs in the past, going back to the April monthly finals, where they can slip in monthly finals against Kuma Zav Wester, and that was a clean sweep against them. Their quarterfinals exit that they were so notorious going into the Brawl Cup with on their record. The same team which they actually went to double match point with in their qualifiers this month. For Big, I've got some reservations. I just think that doing roster changes this late in the season, going into your last monthly final when they were looking really good for me, honestly. They were showing real signs of growth and even beat for esports in the July qualifiers. So I don't know. I'm hoping for them to do a really deep run here today, but they're taking a big risk. They're looking to double down effectively to have their challenger's opportunity by bringing Arthur there, swapping with Salty. I think it makes some sense, but it's a huge risk.
Big, actually, the winners of the EMEA, of the Challengers Finals, so they have a different approach. And they made a strategic decision to split the roster into a BSC team and a Challenger team. So going forward, Big will compete with 2 rosters, competing with the Brawl Stars Championship, it's just called Big, and then Big Challengers competing in the Challengers circuit. So they still have 3 players they send to Istanbul, and they now bring in Day to complete that roster with Salty and Melee to compete today. As mentioned already, they need to actually make it to semis and win it to really have that LCQ slot locked in. For Worlds, they just need to win it all. It's actually crazy how if you win this monthly final, it's their only monthly final win, and they would still lock in Worlds. Absolutely insane.
They have Foot and Humble to thank for that. EMEA has how many slots on the planet? 6 slots for the postseason, 4 for Worlds. Otherwise, this wouldn't even be a conversation, really. I mean, but this is the strongest and the most competitive region for a reason. Every single team that has made it to either a first or second finish in a monthly final is still in contention. And it's no different here. If Big win it all, they really could make headline news here, going to Worlds at the last second.
It could happen. I'm not sure whether it will, but I hope to see some really interesting storylines develop this monthly final, because this region, honestly, as we saw in the previous match, you never really fully know how it's going to go down. We've got our map draft coming in. Big could be going with Gold Arm Gulch first, could be Canyon then for Humble, Ring of Fire for Big, Pinhole Punt then for Humble coming forward. So, I mean, one thing's for sure is that Big have got a really nasty opposition. Humble have locked in their number 2 seed. That will not change going into the World Finals. And like you said, Spoo, there's no way that Humble are going to be giving this to them on the platter.
Again, it would be somewhat ironic if Talent Lab is the only team from these that actually moves out of the quarterfinals. For the esports, Reply Totem and Humble, they've locked in their seed. Nothing can change anymore. Even if Humble wins it all today, Foot is still going to stay number 1 seed. For Big and Kuma, this means
wieder gelogen, ne? Wieder nicht für 2.
Big has to win this one.
Hat jemand mit knapp bei den meisten denken? Kann sein. Ist Arthur Live-Chat? Das wollte ich jetzt fragen, Reven. Ist Arthur live? Vielleicht ist er da im Call. Nein? Ja, ich denke, er wird da im Call sein. Viel Spaß, Gabor. Habe ich was überlesen?
I'm quite scared now for Humble. I don't know if this is cooking a little bit too hot. This is really reminiscent back to April. Every single time a new meta comes in, a new patch comes out, and Humble are thinking themselves, yeah, we're pretty comfortable about it. We're just a better team.
Weil wenn Big jetzt verliert, sind sie raus. Dann ist das Jahr für dieses Big Roster vorbei.
Every single time, the way that I've seen underdogs win is not necessarily by overpowering your opposition through sheer team play or mechanics alone. It's really a lot about the draft. That's what I think I saw in the last 3 sets. And here in Big, I think that's going to be
B-Gate.
Weapon against Humble. The Humble army is pretty big.
Yeah, well, that's
das ist das Bild. Wann, wie, wo, was? Dann Map Modes. Das ist noch recht basic. Also das werden die meisten, glaube ich, skippen. Auch wenn es meinem Video im Algo nicht gut tut, aber ich empfehle euch das zu skippen. Gegen Ende ist dann schon besser. Also da empfehle ich es jedem anzuschauen. Auch wenn man mich nicht mag, ich empfehle es anzuschauen. Das boostet deine B. Sachen wie Piken, Hitbox, Hypercharge, Outwame und um die Wand ulten, das habe ich nicht erklärt. Habe ich nicht reinbekommen. Geht nicht mehr, Reven. Da musste man sich im Vorhinein entscheiden, wer macht womit. Koreanisches E-Sport-Team.
Humble versus Big. Big with a new player. Let's see how Data is gonna do in this roster now.
Doch, gibt Harry. Der hat dieses Jahr noch bei Novo gespielt. Harry ist Koreaner.
We have seen quite often today, way more often than in East Asia, and always on knockout. Tick coming here on the right hand side. great pick, usually. We didn't see it in quite some time, and
ihn, genau, ja.
still break open the map pretty quickly with a cold left open.
Naja first.
Pearl still an option here.
Ich denke, um den 8-Bit zu countern. Oder 8-Bit zu picken.
I'm scared.
There is a Charlie to deal with this. I want to believe that Humble will not
Totem ist raus.
into this trap. I think it is a trap that is set up there by Big. Tempted them
Geht
with
nicht
the
rüber.
ball and maybe come in with a
Wenn die ausfallen, sind sie raus.
last pick here to deal with it.
Mein Discord-Link.
Tick, though.
Ausrufezeichen Discord.
I wish Sven
So
was
geklappt.
here so that we could talk about how old this comp is for
Oder?
them. It still does work,
Ja.
but I think in the modern day,
Was ich checke, ist, warum mein Cousin immer gegen Jaspion so sehr benötigt. Wo lebt er denn? Aber es ist, I guess, lucky, unlucky, wie auch immer.
Got to be a Gene here for me, I think. That would be a nice way to round this off, to allow the Pearl and the Gene to get that poke damage, sit back, allow the Naja to try to connect those danger noodles.
Also ich erwarte jetzt einen Wallbreak.
I don't feel the bolt. It's an option. Like I said, I feel that Charlie is always that deterrent and keeping things smooth. Yeah, very similar to Gene in effect. It could be a Brawler which
Ich denke, die splitten sich. Einer rechts oder zwei rechts, einer links oder zwei links. Denke ich.
Eventuality that you're outnumbered, you can't really pull off kind of anything magical.
Der schlechten Brawler. Ich denke, da kommt gleich ein RT. So wie ich Arthur kenne. RT oder Meeple? Das sind so jetzt so Arthur-Brawler. Nee, Riven. 8-Bit. Das sind, oder 1-1, Fruchti. Lies es mir nach dem Stream, Meeple. Ah, danke dir. Sonst, wenn ich jetzt durchlese, verpasse ich die Hälfte.
2-3 picked the tick and allowed it to not get it completely hard counted here. It looks like Humble here are playing a little bit more modern.
Hast du es mit ChatGPT gemacht oder mit AI? Oder selber?
At the very least. This big roster, 2 anti-tanks covering the tick, very classic kind of control matchup, and they've got all to play for.
Ja, die splitten sich.
LCQ Dreams, World's Dreams, still alive, and it begins here in Goldam Gulch.
Okay, well, early scouting on that far right-hand side from Big, and both sides more or less.
Nö, passt, alles gut. Danke dir.
Semantic forced back now as the range of Salty does get a couple of taps. Does not want to overextend here. Allow Lukey to try to get some of his corner shots working more in his favor. As time goes on, I feel like it does tend to favor Humble in that regard, as the Pearl's going to be much more punishable in those later stages. Nelly got to be a bit cautious here, healing up accordingly. Semantic now.
Big geht auf Endgame. Haben die auch deutlich bessere Chancen.
Naja just feels like a better version of the tick.
Brock ist halt gebannt, Eis.
Peek over there, the constant aggression that's coming in there. Day on the other end on this tick, he's got this ticket online.
Semantic ist Endfire. Jetzt spielt Semantic wieder.
He will have problems confirming kills by himself here. He's gonna throw the head down there just for some little bit of pressure.
Ja, Nadia ist halt sehr, sehr gut gegen 8-Bit. Ihr seht das auch. Also 8-Bit macht nichts dagegen. Wir müssen die Lane switchen. Problem ist mit 8-Bit Lane zu switchen. Ne?
Confident opening for Humble. Boss still lurking his right-hand side. Still staying within the bush, but now has been spotted. Again, Luki can just sit back. He does not want to get to a position where he can be the first to fall on the side of Humble. Now the damage booster goes down, and Humble's really cautious here. Semantic is taking a lot of damage there from Melee. Now going to come back, heal up.
Ich finde das Turret zu defensiv. Humble wird das auch ablaufen lassen. Wir werden warten, bis das Gift kommt.
We don't have to play this game. We can just chill and wait for that late game. We've got the resources we were looking for. Luki's already got that Danger Noodle super online here. Could go to commit it there. He's trying to tap down. DD actually so low there on the top right
Luki spielt sehr gut.
Luki's just absolutely tapping here in this game.
I'm charge out for Day.
Stark von DD, bis auf die Ult.
Distracted immediately by this Danger Noodles, and that's a really bad outcome for him. He wants to go on the aggressive, gets a nice little tap there onto Luki, but Luki stays alive and might even come out on top. The trade is going to be enough in a 2v1.
Gefällt mir nicht.
Humble will still secure it and claim the first game.
So clean there from Humble.
Nein, Magnolia.
So locked in here on this Naja. This is really showing.
Man muss, I guess. Ja, aber die war nicht gut. Die war wasted.
Things like tick in the first phase and not expected to get maximum value here. I think the concept there between this 8-bit and the tick there, this is a lot of a harassment comp, but I just don't see a way for them to secure any kills.
Big are getting
Bonus Matchup. Ja.
It must be said, some value of the
Hallo
tick,
Bot.
but again, like if those tick heads are going to be
Elias nennen.
it's not really going to do much.
Versucht mir zu melden.
Defendable here from Humble already. Look at this. What a
Stark von Salty.
from Humble. Salty now in a really big
Stark und so. Digga, Salty!
To a really advantageous spot for Big. I mean, Humble should really have done better there. I mean, there was so many.
Er hat mit einer Bit Doppelkill gemacht. Gegen Humble.
Down on, but in the end, it's actually Big that came out on the numbers side. That was really not what I expected.
It was a mechanical gamble there made by Humble. The whole team made the call, run it in there, try to pick them off, but Melee, Dede, they were out in the open. Got into cover just in the nick of time there. And so, he was the lonesome target there, but he actually out DPS'd Boss. Getting that early trade there. It's an uncharacteristic mistake there from Humble. In theory, the play was fine, just the execution wasn't up to standard.
Okay, well, a chance to reset now.
Hier geht's immer weiter.
They could turn this into a potential game here. Cocoon is available, but it's missed. Oh, actually does connect. I stand corrected. Boss taps to get Semantic out there quickly with some speed. He's just about surviving as well. Now popping there, the Weekend Warrior. Semantic just about gets away with murder there. And they get a kill in the meantime. It's 2 versus 3. And now Big are up against the
Hat ja zu gut gegen 8-Bit.
That is so
It hat gar keine Value einfach. Mit der beste Brawler im Game hat 0 Value.
Should have 100% been able to confirm that kill there. That's why he's running for the smoke here. Not in shame, but just tactically, you know, not allowing any more supercharge to be given there over to Humble. You got a hypercharge on a line there from Day. That's going to be a massive resource. And left and right has been chosen. It's
Immer noch nichts. Nee, der Pick gefällt mir auch nicht von Charlie.
Big opting to play on the more aggressive lane here. Scouting things out earlier, they haven't found Semantic just yet, but that's going to yield this right lane to Luki, who's just, you know, providing so much pressure there.
Big being clustered.
Big muss sich irgendwie splitten. Die dürfen nicht zusammen gestackt sein. Das ist keine gute Value. Problem ist, wenn du 8-Bit alleine machst, ist Free Matchup für Nadia. Wenn du Charlie alleine machst, ist Free Matchup für Jae-Young. Tick alleine ist auch Free Matchup für Jae-Young. Welche 8-Bit-Hyper ist. Ich finde, das macht Big nicht gut. Draft und Gameplay gefällt mir gerade auch nicht so sehr. So nicht? Nee. Er sollte Jae-Young ulten, Meli. Over. Ich was sagen? From 8-Bit. Ding ist halt, wenn das 8-Bit-Turret mal steht, kannst du mir vorstellen, was da passiert mit einem Tick. Problem ist aber, Nadia countert 8-Bit so sehr, es hat halt gar keine Value. Nichts, Watching Seals. Oh, weil wir es angefangen haben. Ja, aber versuchen muss man es ja. Oder kann man ja. Ist ja machbar. Ich finde Charlie Pick nicht gut. Wieso spielt Arthur nicht? Weil Arthur spielt Challengers. Und laut Rulebook darf man nur eins von beiden spielen. Entweder über BSC, über die Punkte von den Monthlies, oder Challengers. Und Big hat sich gesplittet, damit sie beide spielen können. Totem ist raus, Levin.
He showed it off here. He's got the highest DPS on this map. He was tapping away, just really showing that Humble's got a guestie of their own in the form of this young prodigy. He is a world champion after
ich bleib dabei. Charlie, das Prinzip von Charlie ist kein guter Brawler. Sag ich. Bleib ich dabei. Was sind Challengers nochmal? Challengers ist eine Möglichkeit für ein bisschen schwächere Teams, um in LCQ reinzukommen. Das heißt, der Gewinner von Challengers kriegt einen Slot bei LCQ. Ja, Watching Seals. Weiß nicht, ob das verständlich erklärt war. Wer spielte das? Arthur spielt mit Unlucky und mit Dekai. Sollte ja auch noch eine Watchparty zu machen. Challengers wird sehr spannend, weil da kommt nur einer weiter. Bei Teams mit Big, mit Foot Academy, mit SK, mit Revenant, also mit Sergeant, mit Rejects, also das wird nicht ohne. Ja, Levi. Also SK ist da dabei, ja. Hallo, Shabby. Big First auf Kaboom.
Very highly contested. Things will
Colt ist noch offen. PC? Nee. Glaub nicht. Spiel Big mit, weil die sich entschieden haben zu splitten. Also das Main Roster ist ja Arthur, Melee, Salty. Dann ist Arthur zu Challengers und wurde ersetzt durch Dele.
Luki's specialty, and usually they pair this one up with the Brock, but it is banned out, so I'm very curious. Are they just leaning into a little bit of a foot comp here?
Bin nicht mutig, die Entscheidung. Weil jetzt haben die zwei schwächere Teams, anstatt ein starkes Team. Execute-Männern, das weiß ich nicht. Ich glaube, nur ein Problem.
Okay, Otis is definitely telling me a defensive measure, which I quite like here for Humble to have at this stage of the draft. You know, when we kind of see like Chucks or like kind of melodies coming forwards, having that mute, it's so essential to have. Or Ego, which is definitely a big threat, like you say, on this particular map here. Would like to see Max come forwards. We've not really seen EMEA kind of take a leaf out of the East Asian meta when it comes to Heist and that particular brawler.
Bei welchem Game, Shabby?
I really love it. I think the Sneaky Sneakers gadget can really elevate that particular brawler and get you.
Denkst du, Joker retired? Nee, denke ich nicht. Glowy!
As well, yeah, which is a bit worrying, honestly, because it means mid-control is what Big are trying to achieve here.
I think the Max is the pairing for sure. I mean,
gefällt mir.
Out there, Max is a fantastic shout, and Glowy is probably one of the best pairings. I mean,
jetzt noch eine Max? Maybe?
Other partner for Glowy that works really well. You can opt to take the speed loader instead.
Noch was Aggressives? Oder was mit Range, eine Piper.
It covers a lot of bases, but it does leave some weaknesses. And there's the Max. Yep.
Geiler Draft.
One of the match mix in heaven there for Kaboom Canyon, and you know, I think the coverage on their side is just excellent there.
Und Crows gewandt. Sehr geiler Draft. Wie? Das wäre ein V-Matchup. Tut ihm raus, die wurden noch drafted. Dreimal.
It's really hard to play into if you've just got a brawler which has got so much area spray, and with the grip already picked up, it kind of is one of those brawlers that could do quite well here, honestly, or something with even more additional range. Andrew's, yeah, exactly. Andrew's going to be good.
Haben die nicht Chuck? Nein. Base Race verlieren die. Big wird so spielen, dass sie full auf Tresor gehen. Mit Griff, Glowy. Full Tresor. Ich weiß nicht, ob ihr das Scrim gesehen habt. Mit Krona auf Nova und ich auf Glowy. Wo wir einfach durch sind. Die werden das gleiche machen. Es ist Game, das ist Humble gewonnen.
Love to see a bit of the old, a bit of the new, clash it out. Let's find out though to see if Humble are on their way to a 2-0 or will Big be able to tie up this series. Luki slides into the mid there while Melee breaks up the wall. Both teams have their own ways for contesting that mid control, but Humble, they're the ones most certainly tapping up a lot more here. You can see a big push there from Salty inside the mid, and this is the strength of the Glowy, just being able to force their way to the mid, but a nice poison tip arrow will secure one and another, and that's going to be Humble that
trifft zu viel.
On the safe.
Exactly what I wanted to see from Luki, because when the max speed comes in, it makes
und jetzt müssen die rein. DD Gadget und dann Ult. Die müssen.
They're really depending upon this Glowy, but look at that, another super for Luki, support from Semantic, everyone from Humble stays standing despite just a little shred of damage from Big, Salty staying alive as well, really nicely done.
Man, he's dead.
Trying to almost secure it on Semantic.
Digga, Salty!
That's fantastic, that's aggression, but that's the power of the ego.
Die spielen nicht gut.
Aber die kommt klappt.
Lukey, can you chill for 1 second? I mean, don't chill. You need to win this game. But oh my goodness, this guy is absolutely tapping. He hasn't missed, most of his shots here.
Boah, ich hätte das geholt, wäre ich die Idee. Boah. Und das ist Damage. Was sollte die Geister splitten für mehr Damage? Ult. Sehr gut. Und rein da. Die Idee gefällt mir aber nicht auf Glowy, muss ich sagen. Der Ult hat viel zu wenig. Er macht Try Not to Ult Challenge. Vor allem gegen den Angelo, während er seinen Schuss auflädt. Ult den.
From the spawn coming in, Salty is going to be able to defend this, but they may have dropped their guard a bit too much here. Semantic trying to get it done on his own. They get rid of him for now, but now so much pressure on the shoulders of Big. A Big super going out from melee. Looking at defense, now Big cannot afford
to break in the range, damit Glowy Matchup hat. Sehr stark. Und das haben die vor. Ja, genau das haben die vor. Die haben gewonnen. Das ist die Comp. Und er hat auch mehr geultet als Glowy. Das ist crazy, Junior. Ekelhaft. Ja. Ist halt die Taktik.
And Semantic almost was able to do it alone prior to that. I mean, but to hold their own, stand their ground and get 2 cracks back to back there, really commendable stuff. Nice tap slow straight again off the bat from Humble. You're gonna wonder as well, considering how strong their start was.
Die gehen auf den Glowy, das machen die sehr gut, Humble. Den Map-Pick weiß ich gar nicht. Schaut, die gehen gar nicht auf die Max. Die gehen wirklich nur auf den Glowy.
A little bit interesting gadget choice there to teleport across the wall. Kind of giving a freebie there to Humble. It's some breathing room for them and a total team wipe there secured by the Fat Splatter. Humble regain control inside the mid and a little bit more taps should secure the first crack on the save.
Right, getting Lukey. Does find the glory, that's really good for him as well. Now Salty's going to trickle down for the poison. Boss staying alive there by using the ego to tank. Now the big make he might go down, stays alive and 995 HP there.
Ulten, Dede, ulten!
Now the max speed is going to be a costly thing. Now, with a great move from Semantic though, they turn their tide.
Luke
is able to get more damage on the save. Poison trickle over time, and that might even avail to a crack if Salty doesn't defend. They're going to go for a big push on the right hand side, it seems for Big.
Lukey, you're going to be hanging back here. One more arrow will go to the other side, but they don't want to allow a complete push there from Big. Nice. They have shown the ability, the base race here, but they've lost their Cleric. The Glowy is gone here. Salty and Melee will not be getting any more support from his teammates. It is becoming forward here, trying to play aggressive there, but can't catch out a Lukey. He has to reset. With the max speed online, they will be looking to aggress back in the mid.
Nice Master Fletcher there from Lukey to be able to sever that bond between the Glowy. Now another adventurous push coming in from Big. Dede's got to heal up though himself. He can't just be solely responsible for the healing of Big. Melee low as well, and now Dede falls. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Salty to be able to do this in a 1v3 scenario in that mid. So now Humble going to recollect, slow the pace down slightly, heal up most importantly, and try to secure this high
Mini sollte mal die Lola ulten. Geist.
We know that the bush isn't really advantageous for them. You see the last push coming out. We've got 14 seconds left on the clock. Boss is on the safe. It's going to be a total base race here with 10 seconds left.
Ja, er wird halt stark rausgefokust. Aber er muss mehr ulten. Das ist unfassbar wichtig. Alapanda. Der ultet viel zu wenig.
I didn't really see a world in which, even if they were just entirely on the safe, that it was going to get shredded in time, especially when that safe crack happened. It went down to 24%, so you're already giving yourself a little bit of grace that if the other side does stop at 25, you've got that additional 1. So let's see an immediate break then on the side of Big, which might even just help Lukey, honestly, getting good taps from Salty. Sneaky Sneaker's going to be teleporting him back with help of Boss. He's already Humble defending pretty well so far.
Same situation as that game number 1, but we are seeing
Ja, das haben wir gut gespielt, obvious. Aber auch das wieder. Eine unfassbar dumme Aktion. Du bist der Support. Wo gehst du hin alleine? Unten, hier! Hier ist einer One-Hit, Jungs. Hier ist einer One-Hit. Dankeschön. Ulten, Dede! Es war wieder eine Ult.
Salty is being really annoying there, almost gets self-pinched there, goes back into Luki that gets tapped down. It's the first time that we've seen all set Humble being down by an entire layer of shielding, and I think Big, they
Das gewinnen die aber.
the speed is going to be going out there, but patience from them. Stun down to melee, but it's going to be enough.
Das werden die gewinnen.
You see the grip chains off there on the left side as
Ah, warte mal. Humble stark verteidigt.
Honestly, I'm so impressed with how Luki is still managing to hold himself strong in this
Oh,
situation.
schlechter Hyper.
Everything is speeding towards you. It's so essential to land these arrows, and he is doing so with the glowy heals. It's just really consistency that's keeping Humble still alive in this game. Now pitched as well. That's
Dieser tot.
beautiful for Boss. And a clean takedown. Semantic on the safe, getting maximum damage now. I don't think
Hello,
he'll
Panma.
quite get the crack, but Humble did very well in that situation. That could have really gone another way.
Impatience there from a Big will cost them here almost a second live, shielding on.
Weiß nicht, Timmacher. Wenn du im Game bist, siehst du vieles nicht. Deswegen ist eine Analyse ja immer besser. Ist mal abgesehen von Brawl Stars, im Fußball auch, im Basketball, in so, überall eigentlich. Von außen siehst du halt Sachen, die du von innen nicht siehst. Wenn du dabei bist, wenn du die POV hast, dann das siehst du halt nicht. Also Inso sollte ihm das schon sagen, dass er mehr ulten soll.
Keeping everyone alive again with the help of that glowy. Boss though is present, getting some good taps, but they're not able to get down Daily just yet. Salty knows the mid.
Nice. Und durch. Midi, das darf er nicht verteidigen. Lass ihn dran. Lass ihn dran und geh durch. 1-1. Ja, von ihm, wenn man im Game drin ist, Helios.
This glowy max absolutely paid off for them, and I love that they were able to pick themselves back up after that game number 1 against Humble.
Die Antwort ist 12. Wenn ihr auf der Webseite seid. Darf vor Ort sein. Denke nicht. Wenn dann im Call. Schaut, hier hat angefangen mehr zu ulten. Schaut, wie viel er ultet auf einmal. Und auf einmal klappt das so. Schaut, schaut! Vertraut mir! Ich kann der größte Keck sein. Ich bin. Wir können sagen, was ihr wollt. Aber Ahnung von Brawl Stars habe ich. Ob das was Positives ist? Weiß ich nicht. Nee, doch.
You just got so. I mean, look at the other side of Humble. I mean, that's a tremendous amount of kills. 34 in total and insane DPS for Luki. 408.
Schon positiv.
But again,
sagst du, es was Gutes im Leben? Im glaube ich vom Spiel. Nein, so allgemeines.
Keep the pressure on, and that's a great way to leaven out the playing field going into our third set. Then Hot Zone up next, Ring of Fire. And this again is going to be a tough situation for Big. This series in general is not going to be easy.
Da stehen die Frauen drauf. Achso. Mod sein Bild. Oh, sorry.
Spirits within the conversation. It's always good to feel confident. If there were 2 sets down at this point.
Ja, Luki ist unfassbar gut auf Snipern.
I'm glad that they're going into this
unfassbar gut.
With a good firm headspace.
And it's back on their familiar map as well. They selected Ring of Fire up against Humble. I have to always bring it back to the cheese discussion. We've seen a lot of gray on this map, and I'm sure that Humble will not allow it to slip through. Yeah.
Also nochmal, wenn Big eine Chance haben will auf die World Finals, müssen sie Humble besiegen. Wenn sie rausfliegen, ist Big raus.
With 2 very excellent, easy first picks that Humble could have gone for.
Griff here for me, I think, is the heaviest consideration. I mean, the bans are so targeted. I mean, Humble would have been so good with
Great ban.
Ruffs, Lumi, they're all kind of, you know, big.
Die bester Sniper-Spieler. Top 3 auf jeden Fall, ja. Bobby hat da was mitzusagen. Dann auch. Totem ist World Cup, ja. World Finals. Es ist nicht leichter als Challengers zu gewinnen. Das Ding ist Big-Szenario, ich kenne das nicht auswendig, aber es ist ein bisschen tricky. Big muss ins Finale kommen. Und sie müssen hoffen, dass entweder Navi Heretics raushaut oder dass Heretics Navi raushaut. Eins von beiden.
And for Griff, he's got that coin-style gadget now that he can just opt to chain towards, and you know, Piggybank is also decent.
Es ist beides schwer. Ich würde aber auch behaupten, es ist ein Stückchen leichter in den Monthlies.
But again, if they do go Pierce here, like it's going to outrange the Stu tremendously. Yeah. I mean, there's going to be obviously some speed zone gadgets potentially coming in, maybe some Gassy heal as well to dance around the shots. But I mean, with an 8-bit combined, it's definitely a concerning prospect that they might want to overthrow in the final hurdle. But with Max Ban already there, they can't really add something that can elevate this comp to kind of be able to juke around a lot of those shots. And it is going to be that. It's concerning to me. I would like to hope the Big were expecting that, because they had the opportunity to pick it up themselves, right? So let's hope that is
they
are making Humble kind of fall into their trap almost, but I'm definitely concerned.
I don't know how much of a trap it is to give Luki his favorite brawler in the game, if I'm gonna be honest, right? I mean, one of those surely you swap it out there for
Weiß ich nicht.
Respect the man himself. And instead of Humble, I think I love the fact that
Luki ist einweglich. Ja.
Showing the respect. They know that they don't want to basically run into similar
also no cap, das ist ein Ellie Game.
They immediately just make the correction, put their ego aside, say let's ban this out, let's not deal with it. They wrap it out with the Mina. I'm a big fan of the selection.
Ellie hat so krankes Matchup hier.
Some kind of early sustenance to break inside the mid, and you know, this is a brawler that Symantec really enjoys playing.
Ice of Fierce, Ellie Guide. Hätte ich vorgehabt, ja. KAP. Ja, aber da kannst du auch Heal Gadget spielen. Du bräuchtest. Oh! Gefällt mir nicht. Gefällt mir nicht. Ist jetzt noch gut? Wird immer gebannt, ja.
It's insanity.
No.
Gib mal Heal Gadget. Gegen Tanks, ja. Sonst nicht, nein. Gegen 8-Bit. Gut gegen das Turret. Aber nicht gegen 8-Bit. 8-Bit macht... Die machen sich beide das Turret weg die ganze Zeit.
Bring things back down to earth slightly. This is the same brawler which cost, you know, sort of KDS 2 sets and almost their qualification prospects going to the final monthly final in North America. I mean, with the speed zone, it can get some good maneuvers.
Digga, was ist Loki?
Go down, but it's got a small buff recently. It's not meta.
LC, F-tier brawler. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's listening. But so far it's been the Luki show. He's been tapping away inside the mid, but every time he misses a single shot, it's going to allow Big to maintain that permanence. It's really just been Luki in the mid, and the side lane is just really, really passive. Luki finally gets a single kill here. Boss should be going out here to Day on that right lane. It's pretty even so far.
Penny fühle ich mehr als Jesse, ja.
Yeah, so far Hummel struggling a little bit objectively. I liked it, honestly, when Salty was targeting the 8-bit, because that's going to be where he's going to get the most value. Nice team up there between Luke
and Hypercharge.
Pressure on now, Hypercharge coming in, and Boss going to be in a very nice spot, especially if they can find Daily on the right-hand side. Getting locked in there will definitely prove a troublesome thing for Salty, and ready to push into the mid. Nice dive, but it was heavily punished there by Luki and Symantec. But again, Big just finding themselves to get onto the zone, going to get that turret with not too much hassle.
Aber unfassbar schlechtes Turret bei aller Liebe. Hat nicht einen Hit gemacht. Hallo Jade.
Pretty well here inside the mid. Mele's been pinched out, though, just overextended there a little bit too much. Dede could be the next
die führen.
To run for the hills there.
Also die führen.
Maintain the permanence inside the mid. And interestingly, we're seeing Humble make the decision to put Luki here on the side lane, kind of give up the mid and go for this flanking play on the right. Wanted to allow Boss to get a slightly better lane here. They will take back mid just momentarily, but Big, they're the ones that maintain the control here, and they're the ones maintaining the lead.
Yeah, Big have been much better objectively speaking here, but now Humble are claiming back this deficit. There is time for one big push here from Big, but they've been taking a lot of damage. Nice swimble there from Boss to be able to deflate some of these shots. And a turret on the right-hand side, then force back Luke. He joins the mid. They're going to be punished heavily here by Boss, just a takedown as well. And now Humble approach 90%.
I'm just there for some antics and Big going in, committed infinite shots.
Schade. Big hat gut gespielt. Luke hat alleine gewonnen. Was sind Pre-Rolls, manchmal? Die 2 Hypers ist insane. Luki ist so krank.
You're such a hater. You're a hater of innovation.
It was terrible. You know, it did get some value, but I think realistically there for me, the reason it was so close.
Ich finde Mini gut, muss ich sagen. Also Salty ist für mich heute der beste Spieler. Okay, das ist stark. Okay, maybe ist es übertrieben mit Angel Boy, aber Salty überzeugt mich heute nochmal mehr.
That's a mechanical div there right in the mid with Luki just crushing here so far. He's getting so many.
Ich hab's auf 30 mal da.
He's practically playing 1 versus 2 by the way, because Symantec, he's aware that until he gets that beacon down, he doesn't ever want to show his face inside the mid and allow the Jesse to just get easy taps onto him. That's why we're seeing Salty already make the rotation on the left side. Want to get this turret out as soon as possible, but Symantec, yeah.
Ja, Mama, ich finde, Dieter spielt heute nicht so gut. Ich denke, er wird auch nervös sein. Sein erstes Monthly, glaube ich.
Gonna just rush up in the mid, synergize there. The whole of Humble just completely in the jaws and the clutches, tearing this Jesse to bits. And Big in a total spawn trap. This arc, I think, is what you were thinking would happen in game number 1.
Yeah, well, they've allowed Luke to control the mid. Semantics locked in the top left. This is exactly the layout that Humble were looking to try to achieve in the previous game, but just were floundering somewhat to do it. And now Boss thought it might have a bit of an impact here as Big will recollect themselves, but already, I mean, that's 92% to only 15. It's such a big lead for Humble that I'm sure that as soon as they can kind of lock in again to retake, they'll get this 8% easy breezy.
Indeed, it's probably going to happen. Boss there in the backline. It's going to be of all people. Symantec, sweet time. Strutting himself on the point. Gets there, poses for his team. Throws out some world champions. And Luki doesn't look impressed. Well of himself. I mean,
ich sag, der Fehler war, Pierce nicht zu bannen.
Disrespectful play here. You're going into the Lord and Savior of Pierce, the best Pierce in the world, touted by some. And your answer is the Jesse last pick?
It annoys me because in the previous set I was praising Big for really targeted bans. You know, it showed great awareness, and trying to shut Humble down that way is, in my opinion, the only way that you're going to be able to win this one. It's, you know, it's not a time for experimentation. Kind of what I was feeling when I was watching the North American qualifiers with KDS. You know, it was like, it's okay. It's nothing flashy. It's nothing special. I think in this current meta, despite global bans now being a thing, you know, there are still better options. Like, it's just one of those brawlers that, for me, it's so circumstantial to the comp that you're playing into. And when you're looking down the barrel of an 8-bit, a Mina, and a Pierce, it doesn't have a place. And I think it's deserving of 0 kills.
I'm sorry, Jesse. I'm sorry, Big. I mean, we don't want to dog on this pick too long. We're gonna bring it
Digga, schau auf die PS von Luki. Normalerweise aus dieser Stat als Tank-Counter gegen Tanks. Der hat einen Jesse-Turret und einen Stu-Turret gegen sich. Insane.
But this is a very, very, very stable comp. That's what I want to see from these world champions. Don't allow these upsets to happen. And going into Brawl Ball, this is back on their home territory. They could close this out 3-1 and shut Big out of the LCQ race.
And the issue here now is that Big are going in with no momentum. They got a set.
Adventure 3. Ja, aber die PS ist trotzdem insane.
You were gonna say it.
Mach das mal nach.
I know, but I need to see
In Leather.
Das
wirst du nicht hinbekommen.
Biggest threat, I think, and it's definitely one that kind of Brawl Ball and Damien, you know, for me, is a serious, serious threat. And we're seeing now a lot of players not banning Damien. They are going to ban Sirius. Actually, Humble are going to ban Sirius, which is really interesting. A Brawl which they had a 100% win rate on in scrims. So the 8-bit as well banned out here. The Surge, I like that Meg global ban. Still going to be very relevant here. But, you know, the Damien, it's definitely dangerous now. With the Sirius ban, it's definitely something which they could potentially have in the late stages of this draft. Brawlers like Stu here as well, definitely going to be interesting here for Humble.
It's a Goat. Ich meine, Goat ist ja eh eine Meinungssache.
Lots of pairings here to go with it as well.
Das wird ein Stu oder ein Leon. Auf Seiten von Humble. Einer von beiden.
Throw down the lollipop drop gives that invisibility, gives the speed to allow the M's to just run into the mid. Max is also still very much on the table. That could be the weapon of choice there for Big. Should be. I mean, that was what they used to great success here. And this is a map that, you know, that glowy Max pairing could indeed still be good. It does also work with the Damien as well. Yeah, Big.
Leon weggepickt.
They don't want to give a free pair here of that Leon M's to Humble here. Let's see if Damien is in the cards for them.
Great show with that, Leon.
Ist doch kein Damien in Ems rein. Wer hat das gesagt?
Unpredictable, I feel, here to be able to unhinge.
Wer war das?
So, Otis could be an option here as well if they want to just have something ready on the table for
Ja, es wird ein Stu.
turn that Humble are
Seiten
going to
Humbles.
shortly. I do worry a little bit again with some of these tankier brawlers and Damien and Griff going to have that ability to adapt with the gadget. You know,
Yeah,
it's something
Levin.
that I now see with Griff quite a lot. You've got the option in the final pick of your draft whether you want to open up or keep the map closed. Now going back over to Humble then, and I really suggest that they pick up this Max. I mean, Max and Ems is going to be such a troublesome thing to have to deal with. And I'm surprised, to be honest, that they didn't go for it. It's kind of
Das ist der freeste Stu, den ich in meinem Leben je gesehen habe. Mehr Stu geht gar nicht.
I think you can just kind of run this down and maybe just go Max and Damien and then leave them in front. And yeah, Max is going to come around straight away.
Ich wäre enttäuscht, wenn da kein Stu kommt. Ich wäre enttäuscht.
Yeah, it just
Und wer ist crashed? Meins?
Coming online for them. It was
Nee.
one of the most common pairings there between them and
Wow.
Ems. And I think they also would want to snatch that away from the side of Big. That is a pretty big weapon that both of these teams have shown in scrims that they picked up a fair bit here. With Sirius out of the equation,
Hello?
there's also
Stu?
no really clean counters there to Damien. I mean, there's a lot of DPS there, but the way that Damien now after the nerf no longer plays as a pure assassin. There's the Damien that's going to be coming in.
Wie ist das kein Stu?
The wall of sound here is going to be buying time for that M to just walk up inside the mid, take that early mid control, and then just play with your allies, play with your teammates, jump in, push your allies, push your enemies around there, and allow the M's to really shine here.
You know, as soon as you see the serious ban, you're thinking, well, they're doing that for a reason.
Oh, Gale gefällt mir. Gale gefällt mir sehr gut. Gale ist ein geiler Pick. Doch, Niklas, aber einen Damon willst du nicht anschießen eigentlich.
Because otherwise I kind of have some concerns there, because there's a lot of brawls which they maybe should have prioritized a bit heavier. But, you know, I think that it's not a bad comp. I can't not side with a Humble draft here, to be honest. But there's nothing that's going to be
bigger draft.
Here. It's actually okay. I don't mind it at all. It's got a chance. It's got legs.
Ich finde, Gale ist ein 10 von 10.
No, being behind against a team like Humble, it's not going to be easy.
But it's what they have to do if they still want a chance here to go to the last chance qualifiers. The donut is firmly in control.
Stimmt, Big muss jetzt auch gewinnen. Wenn die jetzt verlieren, sind sie raus.
Speed, it allows you to get inside the mid. It is Big in full control at the moment, but Humble, they're the ones, you know, just playing very patiently with these unbreakable walls. You don't have to really peek out so quickly here. Second lollipop drop is going to be going down, then Symantec is going to be the
Ah, Salty. Digga, Salty ist geisteskrank heute. Really?
Ja! That's a bit of a fumble massively, so you cannot make those mistakes. And now, Big are going to get punished. They're going to take down Luki back as well. And Big should have done better.
Oh no, it's gone so wrong for Big there. Massive fumble for them for sure. Just unable to play team play, unable to pass the ball between each other. They're gonna leave it in the past now as they have to defend this onslaught coming in from Humble. Semantics should be going in straight for melee of all targets. It will be a distraction play for Luke to go in.
Oh my god.
Block the shot. They're gonna run down the clock here a little bit here and secure this first goal.
I mean, at this stage, when there's so much at stake and on the line, those are the moments you've got to seize. For Big, they are now going to have to escape that moment from their minds and just...
Der Dele gefällt mir gar nicht.
Under pressure, Semantic diving in to helping hand things, and Boss is going to be pushing this left-hand side, speeding towards Dele, who might have, again, a twister, but it's not the end of the world for Humble, especially in this position. They're going to hold firm, slow down the pace, and slam a sound wall down for Semantic, going to buy his time. Dele going to blow back the whole swing of action. The Boss going to come in now as well, and it's going to be a really difficult decision. I mean, how can Big defend this? They're completely overrun, and it's going to be
ich finde
a match point for Humble.
das nicht gut von ihm.
It's spiraling out of control for Big.
leid's mir tut, aber alle 4 Sets.
At the very least, they want to go to set number 5 at least and keep their dreams for LCQ alive. You want for Humble though, it's just another monthly final for them. They want to be able to go all the way here. They want to meet their nemesis in foot. Can a Big pull this one back? Can they reset from what a massive, catastrophic fumble that we saw earlier?
Das schon wieder. Was macht Dede, Bro? Was ein Plan? Ich würde sagen, Big Up Matchup. Amalgi. Ans Finale heute. Ich denke gegen 18 Uhr. Sind raus, Big ist raus.
Humble can just sit back now and defend.
You just cornered the ball here or opt to play more aggressive. Both options are open, but this is a very good start there from the side of Big Melee. Hypercharge Super is completely nullified there by Boss's immunity frame. That was really, really well timed there for him.
Kann er nicht kacken, kann er nicht kacken, können die nicht kacken, können die nicht kacken, geht nicht. Geld ist da 0.
Coming now online. They still want to go for it though. Nice push there from Dede. It's going to be getting over the claim one, but Luki with the hypercharge super is going to be able to clear out with the ball. There was a temptation to even snatch and just run all the way. It's just these 2 star players from Humble there just running things over now, which is shit.
Nein.
Luki passes the ball over, but surely there should be enough. Passes it over to the boss there and gets the goal. That's going to be a 3-1 victory for Humble.
Humbles Jahr ist beendet. Und Salty war so gut. Salty war so gut. So gut. Doch, Mamara.
And they gave themselves some great prospects to be able to actually do so. I think that, you know, on a good day, with some better drafts and some higher considerations.
Salty Arthur hätte man nicht splitten dürfen. Bleibe ich immer noch damit. Voll demotiviert. Er war insane. Er war aktuell safe Top 2 in der Lobby. Safe. 100%. 100%. Der beste Luki, zweitbeste Salty. 100%. Humble, ja? Nein, von Big. Big is over. Was am Kochen? Bro, Salty war insane.
Big blunders in Brawl Ball. These are the moments that you really can't make slips like that, and certainly not against a team like Humble.
Jedes Cell, ja, in 4 Sets, Loki.
Who dared to let Bolt open. Starnova made it through the global bans. It's something that we see from Big very often. They sometimes let these huge.
Nicht noch Challengers? Doch, aber nicht für die 3. Challengers bei Big spielt Arthur, Unlucky und Dickey.
Truly felt like this could be Big's day. They needed to win this match to still have a chance at LCQ, and if they would have won the whole monthly final today, they could have gone to Worlds. So really heartbreaking for them. Their journey is cut short. Still, they can give themselves a pat on the back. They just won at least a set.
Fand ich nicht gut.
Like they could compete with Humble, maybe just not today.
That was so tense. It really was. At times, I thought that Big actually had an opportunity to win that, but Humble just do Humble things, don't they? Just like foot. Just
That's your
in the end.
quote of the day.
My quote of the day.
Foot things, Humble do Humble things.
There's some glimmer of hope in teams, right? Humble have shown a few frailties, but at the end of the day, they're just too much for Big, and especially because of the roster change, like you've alluded to. It just comes at unfortunate timing for Big, I believe. Like, if Arthur would have played instead, who knows what could have happened, right? But at the end of the day, at least Big have an opportunity with challenges.
They definitely showed some nerves in the set. I believe if they wanted to win it, they should have maybe followed up, and then Kaboom can take the momentum into Ring of Fire after they lost Hot Zone.
Jetzt spielt Navi gegen Heretics.
I'm proud of you, Melee. Anyways, we're heading over to our
Warte schon ab, du Scheiße, aber.
Navi versus Heretics, and it now comes down to these two.
Weil die sagen das bestimmt.
Claim the world final spot. Who is locked in for LCQ instead? The best possible outcome for them today, both Kuma and Big lost, so their postseason dreams are over, and very much alive for these two.
Ja, jetzt geht's nur noch darum, wer von beiden geht Worlds und wer geht LCQ.
but there's been
Was muss passieren noch mit Nova
both
Quartz?
rosters. We've seen roster changes throughout the year, right? We've seen Drage retiring, now we're coming in. You see Subame also retiring, then coming in as well. So since Team Heretics have grouped back together, a lot of people would have just presumed, right? Like they're just going to leave off where they left off, but they've got some questions to answer. But will they make all the critics disappear with this performance? We'll have to wait and see. As we've predicted, as we'll probably see again pretty soon, all of us have Na'Vi, so I was a little bit shocked because...
Okay, was hier passiert, ist egal. Novo hofft, dass Humble gewinnen wird gegen den Gewinner von hier. Dann ist Novo weiter.
But it's also the qualifiers and how that went, right? Like Na'Vi looked so convincing qualifying in the upper bracket this time around after failing to qualify last time. Na'Vi with that Polish energy could have the rest.
Ich will nicht lügen, die letzten 4-5 Jahre war iChaos immer 2-0 vorne am letzten Monthly Final, immer. Und dann wurden sie immer von den 3 Polen, oder wurde er immer von den 3 Polen reverse sweep. Warte, was? Heretics ist bei Chaos ist bei Heretics und Novigero sind bei Na'Vi. Und laut Geschichte sollte jetzt Heretics 2-0 in Führung gehen und danach 3-2 Na'Vi.
Sure, no doubt, cheering for his teammates from home because, effectively, this is a small, close-knit community. These are not guys that kind of like fall out and kind of hate watching in that regard. They are all still looking for the best for everyone's outcomes in that regard. I think, though, like, roster changes are littering this series for me. I think now he's had the really sore end of this stick, having bounced from SK Gaming to then Heretics, and I think Heretics, in my opinion, maybe would have been better off holding on to him, actually. I think their results have been progressively getting worse as they brought back, Sabine, who initially retired, and I think there's a reservation that I have there is that when someone retires, they do lose a little bit of their drive and their passion for the game, right? And I don't know whether that's the case or whether there's other reasons why they might be underperforming slightly, but Heretics have not looked the same since dropping Naui. That's just kind of how I've interpreted their performance.
For Drage comes in Noe now, as you just mentioned, and with him they now hope to lock in the World Final slot. Wide open, Kuma and Big have no more chances to get it. Novo isn't even here today, they're currently sitting in that slot. So they're hoping that both of these teams lose in the quarterfinals. It's not possible. They are against each other. One of them will take that slot out of their hands today. Na'Vi and Heretics still fighting.
Aber die kriegen doch nicht 50 Punkte.
We saw how many teams were still in contention for it at the beginning of the day.
Wird doch scheiße gelabert. Richtung?
These two now need to win the quarterfinals, win against Humble in the semis, take the grand finals and qualify for Worlds directly. If none of this is happening, by the way, they locked LCQ now with Big and Kuma out. So it's not the worst, but obviously you want to go to Tokyo directly.
This is not really the toughest path in the world, right? So
du möchtest gewinnen? Ach so, ja, okay. Ja, also Novo-Fans müssen hoffen, dass Humble den Winner von hier raushaut. Also die wollen, also Novo-Fans wollen Humble im Finale.
Been expecting and waiting for any upsets in the EMEA.
Japan,
this is
nie.
the time for it. So I'm giving that energy out there. But it's such a grueling process, as we know, and the way that Foot and Humble have been playing, I think that this is going to be arguably maybe one of the easier matches for them to be able to get through, honestly.
The maps that we're going to see those two played out, Kaboom Canyon for Heretics, Dry Season for Na'Vi, Ring of Fire, and Goldarm Gulch to close out, and Pinhole Punt is going to be a random decider. We saw that map quite often today. We actually get a couple of close matches, which
die Teams will die Maps, ja.
We want to see as much high quality brawl
seit letzten Monat, glaube ich, neu.
Now, Spen, as someone who actually has lifted the World Finals trophy, how are they feeling right now in that draft lobby? And season-ending pressure here, they want to go to Worlds and not just LCQ, of course.
Yeah, this is what makes or breaks good players, right? It's who can handle the pressure. We talk so much about preparation, draft, skill, but what I've always said, a player's mental is honestly one of the best things when you're competing, right? Like, there's no point having all the skill in the world if you're just going to crumble when it matters most, right? So, but the thing is, Na'Vi have 2 players now that have won the World Championship. We've also got Enraged, who is an up-and-coming talent. Well, not really up-and-coming anymore, but I think it's an underrated talent. On the other side of Team Heretics, veteran in iChaos. These guys have been there, done that before, but they've got to face off against each other now, and I don't envy their position. There's so much stress on their shoulder.
Global bans for the series are locked in as well. Bolt, Rico, Crow, and Ruffs, a couple of those we've seen all day long. Bolt, I don't know what to think of him at this point.
I do.
Because every single team so far have locked him, banned him out of the way already in the global ban stage, except Big and Humble, and it wasn't even picked once in the end.
I think it's a lot to do with the maps though as well, right? And when you can kind of see how things are developing in that regard, some maps are just catered better to Bolt. I think the Rico pick, also in the global bans, is totally targeted towards Chaos. I mean, the best Rico player in EMEA, in my opinion, now that Rico, to my surprise, actually has come really far forwards with the help of the buffies. It's now very much a threat. So I like that from Navi. They're thinking targeted, and that's the way you've got to be. 66% starting here with Team Heretics. So just the 34% starting here with Navi. Definitely a very strong community, no doubt about that on the side of Team Heretics.
Finde ich krass, weil Navi hat eine sehr große Fanbase.
Attributes there. I mean, you know, Gero and Navi coming back together means that the language barrier.
Heretics auch, aber Navi 30% nur.
Some of their old leanings and like being former teammates going to massively helping hand things, and I think that Navi have been looking better in their practices. They got some great results against teams like Foot and Humble in their scrims. To my surprise, they are really showing great signs of wanting this.
Kann sein, Niklas.
No, we might
Kann aber auch
actually
nach hinten losgehen, ne?
for them after all. We have the World Champions 2023 reunited with Gero and Novi previously playing together. They are now a good foundation for this team. I'm excited to see it here so far. The viewers are actually doing better in their predictions than we do. 49% at least voted that Talent Lab will make it through the quarterfinals, and now they're saying Heretics will win, whereas the casting desk are all thinking Navi.
Nee, beide Teams kann man nicht unterschätzen. Die haben beide einen Punkt Unterschied über 5 Monate hinweg. Das ist unfassbar stark auf Augenhöhe.
Inconsistencies, but overall are still standing in seed 5 and 6 right now.
Very strong. Shady, please stand up.
I mean,
it's a battle choice.
He's not even matching it with a Na'Vi jersey. Like he wants to be back on Supermassive by the looks of things. But one thing I also wanted to mention about these two teams. Each team have only won once in the monthly finals this year. For the caliber of players, 1 win each. And the Heretics beat out Na'Vi last time around. Of course, that was with Drage. And Na'Vi only beat out SK, I believe, before, which SK aren't looking in the best of spots either. So for these two rosters, they've got something to prove. And, you know, this is the perfect match for it, right? Yeah.
The battle for the World Finals tickets is starting now. Those two teams are the last two that can play Spoilsport for Novo, Heretics and Navi. We're starting out on a map we've seen once already, Kaboom Canyon. A very different approach on this map usually compared to a map like Pit Stop that we took apart earlier today, Sven. Less base racy, a bit more mid-control.
Oh, this 8-bit like Finks Lola ban.
Bands out. Those two are usually the choice when you just want to hold on to this mid as long as possible. Really for Heretics, their most
first.
Kaze comes in as first one. They usually like to pair it with something that is catered towards that mid-control, either the Otis or the Griff. Those are the ways, so let's see what they pair it with later. First up now, Navi with an
Ist doch noch genug Zeit nächste Woche.
Something they bring in here, they played it very often.
Kaze auf der Map.
I think a Meg into a Kaze defensively, right, as well.
Ich finde das auch mutig. Das Spielbar, ja, aber es ist mutig, dadurch, dass sie 3 Counterpicks hätten, potenziell. Da ist der erste.
It's great for a few reasons, good for damage, right? Also, the toolbox.
Dann hab ich dich nicht mehr gesehen.
They're looking to pair, I think, on the side there of Heretics.
Wie geht's dir?
Picked up, so it's a great shout from you there, Sven. Love that. Let's see as well. I think Colette is an option here for Navi.
Dredge retired, yeah.
Sometimes consider Carl is an interesting one that they do love to play here. I can understand why. It's a very aggressive brawler. It has sort of deviated away slightly in terms of the core meta, but it's definitely a good option.
Spielst du noch Brawl Stars Lex?
Wow. It's maybe not her best map though. It's very open, so they are running a slight risk, but it's more like the floaty time gadget here, where you can really elevate yourself forwards in the map. So Heretics
Search wäre auch noch offen.
do like a lot of melody and a lot of rush-based ideas.
Also ich denke, es wird ein Search.
Is probably the biggest threat that is left open as well.
Very true. Of course, they would have a lot of damage. Still, Melody that I mentioned earlier, also still left open, adds even more damage. What they don't have yet is some control and something to take care of that mech with Lumi gonna come in here. I was thinking about the Lu, I guess they kind of
Einloggen zu recallen, okay, ich check.
Just making sure they get some mid control again. Stream Cannon is not about the base race necessarily. You also want to
okay, Heretics geht unfassbar doll auf Base Race. Die haben so viel Damage. Lucky!
A lot of control on the left, but they're lacking some DPS.
They're lacking a base brawler, so that's going to be Melody, surely, right? Melody has the matchup into Kaze, pretty good into Lumi, and okay, this is Byron. This is a Jero special, but they're looking to play more of a pinch game, right? Byron's good matchup into
Colette
Lumi and
nicht
Cole,
gut.
but they're kind of lacking the
Byron ist aber mutig.
damage, but
Also ich sehe die Vision, aber ich find's mutig.
Team Heretics have.
Super defensive on the left here.
Kann der Match gehen full of control, was machbar ist. Und tappen, ja. Wir gehen full of control. Und auf der Map ist das möglich.
I prefer Navi's, I think. I prefer Navi's, yeah. Because you got a Star Nova gadget, give you control in the middle. Meg is such a great defensive brawler. And Byron has an insane matchup into Cole.
Sehr gut spielen. Ja, muss man fast perfekt unterspielen. Aber wenn's klappt, dann klappt's. Dann wird's auch nicht knapp aussehen, wenn's klappt. Aber mutig.
Marco's trying his hardest to get by, but Meg's just decimating him.
Good stun though, the left hand side there by Chaos. They have pretty decent matchup, but now the Byron swap lanes, that might change some things. Now he's able to basically juggle between two members of Heretics there as well. Marco onto the safe now as well is dangerous, and now he's not in mech, he can't really
No, ich spielt gut.
While to really whittle him down. He might even get a safe crack and does in the meanwhile.
Hätte ich nicht sagen sollen, wenn stirbt, aber
that was such a good opportunity there from Marco. Twice he just went in without value, but the third time Lucky
mech, Kaze.
without that mech punished him very well. Sabine getting pretty weak there, has to back up. Let's see if this
eine Antwort zu haben dagegen.
Byron is there to get down Marco. Now pops off.
Novo ist gut, also er spielt super gerade. Mit den Rage ghostet gerade ein bisschen.
Again, this is where the damage is kind of lacking. I thought that maybe in terms of composition wise that they'll be able to consistently.
Da muss jetzt Byron den Damage machen. Sonst gewinnen die nicht.
And they really need Star Nova to pop off over these walls onto the safe next.
Yeah, now on the safe with a pea shooter is not going to really do too much, is he? He needs to be a mech. I mean, this comes a very mid-base control idea that Navi are trying to implement, and maybe go for like a final.
Das sollte Navi gewinnen. Das wird sehr schwer für Heretics.
Trying to get towards that 75% mark now, popping some booster gadget there as well to get even more so, and does secure it. So that's quite key for Navi. Now they can go back to the control-based game, but the Heretics are going to up the gear and try to make a dive.
Now it looks a little bit more promising as Rage gets the kill onto Marco. Now we're back into mech as well. It's the perfect positioning for Jero as he manages to dwindle down a safe just about enough. 20 seconds left. Fanstorm's going to go down. Now he's going to pop Hypercharge. So now he is stunned out. Marco manages to get onto the safe.
Dark man raged. Digga, da habe ich mit sehr gut
even a mech shot without a mech is going to be enough. Now all Team Heretic members are down. There's surely no way, even with a Kaze,
also no way.
And now we just played their perfect
Insane.
game. They're a real patient team.
Was willst du haben, Redfix?
And even though early game Marco got onto the safe, he didn't get any more opportunities because of that mega. It's just
jetzt
so
Novo
hard.
Roster.
Yes, Kaze is such a great
Jus, Miau und
nowadays in the meta.
Yeah, it's my first pick Brawler Worthy all day long. I mean, but what I noticed from Marco is that he wasn't really landing many kind of like, you know, fan storms onto the safe. That's what you
Auch ein Italiener.
really.
Filippo.
Forwards and getting some damage, but I want to see the fan storms continuously being cycled and maybe running Fist of the Brawl Star a bit too much for me. Let's see though as well. Now, Duke around and Rage.
Mit Ausrufezeichen Red Fix oder was?
That's a fantastic start for Heretics. But we kind of saw that in the last game as well. They were not able to continue that same kind of dynamic moving forwards.
It was one of those moments for Enrage where with that gadget with Star Nova, most of the time it works out well, but he was just stuck in the air. Marco was like, bye-bye, I'll just get onto the safe. He's doing a much better job this time around. I mean, I don't envy his position. It is such a hard task to do, to play the Kaze into such a miserable matchup. It gets pinched out there, but again, as a Kaze, it's all about your positioning, getting aggression so your teammates can follow up with the kills. But Lumi and Colt are just so heavily outranged, it's hard for them to follow up any type of damage. Enrage manages to into his sword form and get
Nova offen lassen ist immer so ein Ding.
Finally, Na'Vi established
Match, Ghetto.
but we might just see the same story again.
Okay, now Fanstorm goes out into the mid. Push from the left-hand side. Marco is going to scale on through. Gets to the safe as well. Maximum damage inbound. Enraged, in pursuit. But Garo's focused in the top right-hand side here. Needs to maybe consider...
Nee, schlechter von Na'Vi die Runde.
Marco is still there. The damage is still raining.
Die haben die Kontrolle nicht halten können. Und das war jetzt zu viel Damage. Das aufzuholen wird... Ist möglich, aber... Naja.
That is a free crack lead so far. We've only 45 seconds left and not even a lot of damage on the side of Na'Vi. Their game plan is to just suffocate the opponents and eventually chip them down. It's going to take so long, and with such a big advantage, it's going to be so hard for Na'Vi to come back here.
They are just chasing time right now. I mean, even if they get onto the safe immediately, I just don't see how they're going to be able to do this. Oh, I have a charge from Chaos and a dirty one of that as well. Gary down to 10 HP and now he'll fall. Marco knows that he can just put the pressure on. Landing a Fanstorm onto the safe.
It's over. Es wird zeitlich nicht reichen. Ja, Niklas. Es ist sehr riskant. Aber wenn, dann klappt's.
That just gave me goosebumps because this is gonna go down to the wire. Surely, one thing I want to mention from that game, there was two moments where Enraged popped his gadget, it looked great, but Marco slipped through twice, and you can't afford for that to happen. Yes, Star Nova can't really dish out enough damage to take down the Kaze, but again, like now he's getting caught out a little bit, but it's just fair play to Marco. He plays these so incredibly well. And he is truly putting his team on his back here. Just so many situations where he's getting constantly pinched out. We see again Enraged. He's just loving life right now, flying around.
Well, it's all well and good flying around, but you do need to like kind of keep an eye on Marco, like you said, and he's escaped them through. They're not too worried about him. Now Garo and now they can just group together.
Das fand ich jetzt ein bisschen zu aggro von Heretics. Hätten sie da die Kontrolle gehalten? Es wäre schwer geworden für Na'Vi. Aber so ist es noch comebackable. I'm fine, Donata. How are you? Nicht mal Crack? Nee, das war zu viel. Die wollten zu viel. Na, schlecht von Enraged. Ah, ist okay.
I don't think it realistically needed to use it in that situation. But hey, it's just 25%, and as long as they keep Heretics back, for, for a full 1 minute 30, they've got to do so. Eventually, they'll get the percentage back.
I just don't think now
get all damage.
Garo to keep getting the safe whip down in such a slow process. I think that they're getting Navi closer, going more on the aggressive. Just keep Navi on the Kaze for sure, but like I feel like there's such slow amounts of damage.
In this matchup, Renata, I feel like if Navi now plays safe, they will win. If they get too greedy, they will lose.
They are going to give up a little bit of mid-control by doing so. That's the concern here. And Gary going to pop his hypercharge now. Not really going to be utilizing it too much.
Schlecht abgesprochen.
Well by Mark, who evades it. And that's going to set up Heretics nicely in this mid.
It's looking great for Heretics. Fanstorm on the safe as well. Marco's going to delete Howie. A good pinch in from Enraged as well. but their whole
Brauchen langsam
down
Damage.
and then some as well. I kind of get the feeling that they should have made some mid-set adjustments. Maybe put Jero on the Lumi instead, so Enraged can juke his way onto the safe against the Colt. But it's too late for that now. With 25 seconds
Wird
left,
nix.
the beam's finally going to work.
Enraged muss rein.
Close towards the safe. Now he says no for now. Toolbox going to go out. They're going to confirm the kill.
Raged.
But time is running out.
Gary is tapping. Now he's in this spot, we can see some real damage go forwards, but we've got to get a safe crack here as well. That's the thing. to
Muss
consider.
rein,
That's gonna
Kollege.
take time to reset. Now it should pop, but they got all this time to waste. And the meanwhile, Enraged can't get quite close enough to the safe, killing it damage. He's actually still in range.
Zu spät.
1% left, and they can't get it done in time. Team
Zu
Heretics
spät.
will still get the set by 1%.
1%! I didn't even see that situation arising, and even with Star Nova's hypercharge where you tank so much damage, the Lumi super was so clutch. One shot, I think even a Meg small shot would have been enough.
Und Gero hätte mehr auf Tresor schießen müssen,
An amazing series here.
als sie Control hatten.
Again, like the strategy with the Byron, it was good in terms of kills, but maybe...
Auch da, ich glaube, jemand hat das gesagt, aber ich weiß nicht mehr wer.
A better loss, but just a little bit more damage, that might have been all they needed.
Now times that now he's on the safe.
Der hat gemisst. Hätte er von da überhaupt treffen können?
I like the Meg idea
Weiß
and
nicht.
the control, but I think you've got to find that balance in your comp really. And like in my opinion, just like Karze's just got the fuller kit. You know, like there is the ability to
Miss
obviously
Gero.
cycle your super onto the safe, go and try and make a dive to
Was
get
it
directly
possible
onto
to
the
hit?
safe. And I think that Navi, for the most part, despite even having one of the strongest brawlers in the meta, should have done a bit better. This is the final moments, and again, good body blocking there.
Nein, der war hier in der Wand.
As well.
Der
That
hätte
was
nicht hitten können.
very well communicated
Der
there
war
by
hinter der Wand.
The
Geht gar nicht.
hypercharge roll from Chaos that stopped the Star Nova just inches before reaching the save as well. Really well played by them. And yes, Kaze was actually the first pick. Look at how much damage she managed to do, even though she was addressed very well by that mech on the left-hand side. And now we spend here, I think last pick maybe something that gave them a bit more damage on the save instead of complete mid-control would have been better. Despite all that, though,
Ja, war ein knappes Game. Aber das habe ich auch erwartet.
Preferred Navi's comp in that one. So
Stark auf Augenhöhe.
but they still lost.
By 1% though.
Und?
I mean, can't grovel too much.
Wie ich schon gesagt habe, Team Heretics wird 2 Sets in Führung gehen und Navi wird Reverse sweepen.
So well, but I think in that gadget,
Vertraut mir.
the timing a few times, it was a little bit unfortunate on the side of Na'Vi. But again, I probably would have preferred even
Ich
better
denke eine
Melody.
Mischung,
I'm not a
Redfix.
pro, but a Melody would have felt a little bit better.
Mortis
But
first.
pick
Digga, die gehen Karte first und danach Mortis first.
That is bold, but
Boah.
it's dry season. Just get the blue star and sit back, right?
I actually had a question prepared for this one today. I wanted to ask Sven, in our day and age when we used to play, it was always just Mortis for Blue Star in Bounty. As soon as Blue Star was a thing, it used to be not Mortis or Kaze just to get Blue Star out of the way. Is that still a thing today? And I have my answer right there. So I guess now the question is
I
kind
mean, it depends,
of
Renato.
necessary.
Yeah, and now we see my favorite brawler, Gene.
How much you play, you know?
Gene is a great brawler in terms of
It's a great
looking to
start,
get
yeah.
the game back in your favor, right? You've got the
So Martin, tut mir leid, wie kann man freiwillig in Chaos spielen?
which is either going to shoot around walls, destroy
Nö.
walls. Gene's
Die sind ja
close to
freiwillig
the
zu Chaos.
But I don't know, I've seen it a little bit
Die waren
less
ja
in this
mit
meta. I think they're going to address the elephant in the
Filippo,
room in Mortis a
glaub
little
ich.
bit later on in the draft, right? They've got
Das sind die zwei geliefert, Filippo ist Novo geblieben.
to the blue star. We're going to go with the Max Gene synergy. Talking about the good old days, Gene and Max together is one of the most perfect synergies you can have. You give Gene the speed. It's just so much easier to connect. But Heretics have 2 picks here that can counter the Gene.
I feel like, to be honest, the Mortis pick is primarily to take it off the hands of Enraged, who's
Also ich sehe eine Bell.
real with this particular brawler. Just kind of unusual to not kind of just ban it out instead, though, in my opinion. But I mean, it can just be shut down very, very quickly, very easily. The Max will be able to evade
Wobei,
back from the Gene, but they've
dann geht
third and final
Navi
pick.
Brock.
Really shut things down.
Ja, Byron.
Going to come through as well now for Heretics. Brock's still
Bin mir
over
nicht
here
sicher,
as well, which is a
Mika.
nice one for
Ich
me.
glaube, das
Let's
Team
see as
bekommt
well, like,
15.000.
to even
Aber ich bin mir nicht
Pearl.
sicher.
I think that would be a good way to shut down the Mortis again.
Eine
even
Pearl?
for Navi,
Ja,
but
check ich.
If Heretics want to consider that,
Ja, ist gut
it's
erkannt.
not a bad shout for Charlie going to come forwards. That's probably
Ihr kennt meine Meinung zu Charlie.
on the other side of the field when Navi take their 6th and final pick.
I would have liked to see a Pierce come out of Navi now with the Charlie Loss pick. She's really good into him thanks to the gadget. Byron, Mortis really good as a combo.
Ruffs ist gebannt.
We have that Max Gene comp, so we have a lot of
Ja, ich habe mir auch überlegt, die wollen Blue Star holen und dann hinten chillen. Und dieses Comeback-Potenzial vom Gene Pull wollen die unterbrechen mit dem Charlie-Spin, dadurch, dass Ruffs gebannt ist. Aber... weiß nicht. Mina ist fein. Bin Navi hat Matchup. Team braucht halt Ult. Das könnte eklig werden, je nachdem wie Heretic spielen wird. Mag Mina nicht, die brauchen halt was Aggressives. Weil Blue Star wird auf Seiten Heretic sein. Dementsprechend muss Navi reinpushen. Und dann wird die Mina entweder von hier rein oder von hier rein. Je nachdem. In der Zeit holt sich Maxi Ult und Gene. Und Heretics versucht so wenig wie möglich zu dienen.
Where Heretics lie is entirely up to them and more in their control. Spiderlings going out, not going to be too hard for Gareth to take care of on his own, and now he's seeing Enraged, but he's
Enraged.
Now with the windmill gadget used, if he's tapped up by Chaos, which he is, he's going to get out on top somehow. Getting out alive, there is another story altogether.
Ja, das war sehr schlecht von Heretics. Also Enraged hat einen Fehler gemacht. Heretics hat versucht, das zu bestrafen, aber er hat dabei gekackt. Guter Pull. Okay, das ist unlucky von Navi. Hallo, Leute.
Both assassins on either side barely surviving that interaction.
Very clutch windmill there from Enraged. Very clutch.
Seht ihr, wieso ich immer sauer bin auf die Randoms, wenn die auf dieser Map aggressiv gehen? Schaut mal, wie Heretics spielt. Die überqueren diese Linie hier nicht. Die bleiben dahinter. Jetzt kommt es auf den Pull drauf an. So wie ich Gero kenne, trifft er ihn. So spielt man die Map.
What are we witnessing right now? You've got the highest game with 1%. You've got the 1 second interaction and where
no cap, das ist gerade Peak Erklärung dieser Map. Dann Theorie. Ich sag's euch, der Heretics geht 2-0 in Führung, danach gewinnt Navi 3-2. Ich sag's euch.
Especially when you've been in a bit of rut. Team Heretics are a great team, but there's no denying they've been needing some of this. Maybe this might be the momentum that they need leading on in the rest of this series. So I'm looking for a little bit. I know there's so much on the line, but there needs to be a bit more aggression.
Warten zu lange.
Ja.
Das ist gut, Hiller, ja. Okay, Gero nicht. Doch. Eigentlich ein sehr, sehr konstanter Spieler. Guter Ult von Superman. Hat ein bisschen Control zurückgeholt.
But for me, yeah, I just question why Gero took so long to get into the map, honestly.
It's a tough situation to be in, especially pushing up against these walls. Chaos has been playing so well so far, tapping on the Lumi, tapping on the Byron so far, and he's got a little bit of defense with the super, but if Enraged can build up that super as well, there's not much a Byron can realistically do to survive that. He throws the super out, another Charlie Cocoon.
Ja, Niklas. Gero, Noe und Miau.
But here comes the max speed. Can they capitalize on this?
Das ist halt die Map-Hagelmacher.
When he goes for this next one, he's really got
Booster holen und danach campen. Da hat mir der Block gefehlt, aber seit Navis. Weil dann können die hier öffnen. Dann wird die nicht so reingedrückt. Und das darf nicht passieren seit der Heretics. Weil jetzt müssen sie pushen. Also die
Super's going to go down onto Marco. He's surely going to fall. 2 seconds left. There's just not enough utility for Team Heretics to pinch the lead back. And Na'Vi looking much better. Honestly, throughout that game, I was starting to fear for them a little bit. Going 2 sets down obviously isn't that great. But in such a high-stakes game, it couldn't be as close as this. But I'm still not convinced by Na'Vi so far. Let's see how they fare off in this one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm still worried for Na'Vi, honestly. Survival shovel from Marco. Very aggressive start there from Na'Vi. Much quicker off the mark and did punish Marco, which they should have been doing, really, in my opinion, in the previous 2 games. But again, I'm worried because Heretics hold all the high ground, you know? I mean, Na'Vi are kind of like one mistake away, one push that wasn't quite calculated, away from being heavily punished. That's a better start. Nice bench and a better position for Na'Vi to find themselves in with a lead early on in this match.
The problem is Na'Vi's comp isn't the most
Das ist gefloat.
in the world, right? You've got Max, who's a little bit awkward on this map and can get pressured quite easily. You've got Gene that can hit some pools, but he's just nowhere near to it right now.
Die Maxes habe ich nicht verstanden.
Spiders. Marco's gonna go in, build up a lot of supercharge. He's gonna pop the gadget to get out and Rage
Stark von Marco. Sehr stark von Marco.
Alive. Marco, extremely clutch. Time and time again, it feels like the interactions are going his way. Hypercharge soon for Na'Vi. That's going to allow him Rage to get more supercharge as well. Jero's already got his available. Let's see.
Ja.
We're going to group up together. Team Heretics probably need to run out a little bit here, but at the same
Ich würde gerne beide sehen an den World Finals.
I need to see Gero hit a call realistically here for me. I think that Na'Vi do need to extend their lead.
Beide recht gleich sympathisch für mich.
Super dangerous with the helping hand of this Byron.
Boah, das wäre ein Pull gewesen für mich von Gero.
Those clutch heals are really quite clutch here today. I'm not sure why Marco's thinking
Aber ich glaube, er will den Byron haben.
Gadget things, but Chaos targeting Gero. That's a great play from him. I don't want to see a Gene Hypercharge that pulls 2 players and gets punished for it, even from Na'Vi. So they're going to have to hold the might of this defense the next 15 seconds.
Here we go, it's now or never for Heretics. They need to pull back this lead. Charlie has the super available. They're going to wait
Pressure Welten kann auch sein, ja.
Hypercharge isn't going to matter too much, but pull is inevitable here. Marco times his gadget correctly. A pull comes in on Sabim. Marco goes in, but he has no super available. And Na'Vi, boy, did they needed that, because in the first game, they seem to be struggling, but we have ourselves a game here. Wow, Na'Vi, they really clutched up when it mattered most. The problem was, again, with this Blue Star Brawler, we've seen it's a very popular thing in EMEA, but then you kind of just sit and duck with it, right? With the Mortis, you have no super available. His whole job is just to literally get the Blue Star, try and catch somebody off guard. But Na'Vi are very wise. They didn't let him build up any supercharge.
A must-win set, really, for Na'Vi. I mean, really was. Especially for me, looking ahead at Ring of Fire, it's a map that Na'Vi scrimmed once. Okay, they got a 100% win rate, but it's one that Heretics scrimmed 13 times. So had they been 2 sets down, that's going to be looking like a set which could very well be one that, you know, Heretics proved to be more polished on. But I want to commend this defense from Na'Vi. This was really, for me, the turning point here to see whether they would be able to hold their own. Like the first time that we've seen Na'Vi in that position for that entire set as well. So I think that was some really good decision making there. Having that max speed to hand, having the Gero land that pull on the perfect person to do so. And there's crazy stats, honestly, for what was looking like a quite convincing set for Heretics.
I just noticed on the replay there, one thing that might have screwed them over a little bit was the Cocoon went down, but that didn't allow Marco to charge up his super. I think he would have preferred to get some supercharge from Enrage there and maybe start chaining. These small things are so hard in the moment. It wasn't really a mistake, right? Because you wouldn't think like a Charlie Cocoon, you're supposed to hit it. It's just these small interactions.
Sobald man im Team spielen kann, über Master.
Now, the tiniest of margins have mattered.
It's beautiful to see how close these matches are. This is only a quarterfinal too. I can't wait what the semis have to show us later on. Na'Vi versus Heretics, a very close match. Despite most of the viewers going with Heretics here, I feel like it is pretty even. Ring of Fire is our next map. Now in this one, we see a lot of Lu and Lumi in this day and age. We used to see a lot of Finks here. You feel like it's gonna have a showing here against them.
Levin, wie sieht's aus mit Marcelino?
Yeah, Finks is pretty strong brawler on this map. I think the thing about Finks, obviously he's got his super right, but it's also just his movement speed. You're able to juke in and out and stay on the hot zone for such a long time. One brawler that I just always think of when it's Jero, because he's had my number in ranked over the past few months.
Und wann wisst ihr, ob ihr drin seid?
No matter what on Ring of Fire. It just annoys me so much, and they've not banned it out, so I won't be surprised here because Na'Vi have a last pick.
Grey open.
Around for me. It's going to open the doors potentially here to Chloe.
Hallo Jonas. Ja, wie kommen wir rein?
I think for me as well, the fact that Pearson banned could be really quite troublesome. It's kind of like a first pick worthy brawler here for me. Definitely, there's
Hallo Felix.
some cheese here as well. Grey is there. Max first pick from Heretics. It's hard not to love it, quite honestly. But these are where the bans are going to be quite brutal here for Navi. Again, a map which they may have intentionally not scrimmed to not give any much data over realistically here to Team Heretics to have a bit more of an open slate. But, you know, definitely brawlers like Meg here as well. Definitely going to have a very, very good time on maps like this. So there's still options for sure for Navi.
Wie geht's dir, Jonas? Ja, das ist ein Nachteil hier da, ja. Discord wäre schon wichtig bei sowas. Max, du! Mach es!
One of them is picked up now. I do like a Meg on Ring of Fire. It used to be really strong when she first came out. She had a couple of changes to her kit since then. Now with the buffies once more, still good. Probably with a healer here, with a Byron or something, you just make sure she never pops out of mecha unwanted. Now with the gadget of course, she can always just try to jump ship and gets the mecha back within a couple of seconds. So she's even better than before.
Oh, Surge open. Okay, next up.
They still have a last pick here too, so Surge comes in to defend, and we do have an iteration here of the feared comp Grey M's together with that Max. It's a comp so cheesy, banned out very often whenever we see Hot Zone, but still so strong.
I feel like a Glowy could be pretty good into this. I think you just need something to sustain.
Ich glaube ja, Shadow.
You need something that doesn't feed the Grey, but it's pretty hard when there's a Max constantly speeding up the Grey. So do we go with a range to stop it?
Oder Anmeldung.
Something because survivability in the middle. You know, my first actual line of thought was actually
Kenji?
because of the M's and the Grey.
Finde ich nicht gut.
It's gonna get your pressure, but it's also gonna feed a lot of Grey.
Nee, Kenji fühle ich nicht.
Surge just feels a little bit lopsided. Yes, he's very strong, but I think in terms of the objective of the game mode, you would favor Team Heretics here.
It's a tough one. Do you really want to shut this down and ideally get very swift kills? I'm not really sure that this comp has that ability, to be quite honest. It's going to be very, very difficult here for Navi to be able to keep, you know, on pace.
Schreib mal Victor. Play.
Inevitably,
Fortsetter.
setup. It's just the question.
Ping ihn mal auf Discord.
And whether it's like early or later in the round, you know, it's. I rarely kind of see teams that don't go cheese comp kind of come out alive.
Mit dem Modelo gemacht und dann wieder plus 100, als ich kurz auf PG2 gedacht bin, Masse 2 oder den Kampf. So gut. Der Plus.
Anyone can do it on Kenji, it's got to be now, right? But the pushback from M's is going to be even harsher since the bookies came in. You can push people further away. Great is
also Na'Vi
up here, but Na'Vi, surely they've got an answer to this, right? You'd think that the strategy may be leaving.
Hat echt ein Talent, Gates zu Pro, ne?
But most of the time, you just can't beat it no matter what. It's nearly unstoppable once Grey gets set.
Ja, Kamera. Also, ich finde den Kenji-Pick schwach. Und davon abgesehen hatten die bei 10% schon Great TP. Das ist viel zu früh. Und verloren. Dann gibt es nicht so viel Minus, oder? Also, ich würde sagen, das ist over für Na'Vi, das Game jetzt zumindest. Kennt viele nur? Ja! Finde ich auch schlecht.
To deprive Heretics of 7%. They might even be in a good position to do it. Let's see now.
Stark von der Chaos.
Oh, so close in the
Alter, Chaos gut gemacht.
For a second, but that was quite smart there from Team Heretics. So just healing up, waiting for the respawn of their teammates. And it's just time and time again. I tried to
Gadget extrem. Ich glaube, ohne das Gadget hätten wir verloren sogar.
Grey M's We've known this for months, right? But it seems even more prevalent now.
Ich bin nie auf YouTube,
There's
Peter.
hardly any counters out there, realistically. I think the only true counter is to stop feeding the Grey. Kenji, I can see the idea maybe with the Kenji. When they teleport in, you might want to use his super then, because then he can stop the interaction of the M's and the invulnerability you get with the star power buffy, right? But yeah, Max is just as good as a synergy as you're going to get with a brawler like Grey. Yeah, you're going to struggle to hit shots with Grey. Here's a Max speed, run into their face and get the super.
I would argue that the only way to counter it is to ban it, actually.
Ein Grey DP. Voll war der doppelte Schalter.
Good tricks from Enrage so far. Depriving Marco is about as good as they're going to get so far. I think that they know themselves that they're in pretty deep water, trying to tread their way through this game. Now he's going to go on the aggressive, but again, it pops.
Jetzt ist er da. Boah, bei 50% der Gegner ist schon spät. Ne, ich bin nie auf YouTube, Peter. Bei niemandem.
As the cycles keep on happening, it's going to be hard for Na'Vi to do much. Jero's popping off right now on the surge. He's trying to disrupt this constant cycling in. Enrage pops back into mech just in the nick of time here. The double jump in here. Jero gets the double knockback as well, but he doesn't have enough ammo to kill them all. The hypercharge as well. He's going to take down one. He's surely going to take down two. Is he going to get the triple as well?
Grey hat zu lange gebraucht.
Halber
bedeutet Glatze. Irgendwie so, Shadow. Wegen seinem Haus.
Finally figured out how to counter it, right? Because like you said, normally for most teams, you just have to ban Grey on Ems or else you can't stop it. But they've clearly left it open for a reason here. Maybe Kenji's the answer. I don't think I would be able to perform the way they are with Kenji.
Das ist crazy, Mama.
These are the pros and they're making it work right now.
I don't think Garrett's even trying to land the shot on the TP. I think he was just looking for the bush, and it just happened to be good timing to get Marco there. But what an amazing turnaround from Navi there, displaying some good promise and confidence. Now he's doing a fantastic job.
Hat gesagt, wieso? Irgendwo Gadget. Bro.
Make it much more challenging for him to push forwards now that Enrage falls. He's kind of like the anchor in this comp as well, which is going to give Team Heretics a whole lot of time.
Great DP bei 9% der Gegner.
So much better TP already, and he's already working so much towards his hypercharge.
I guess that's the overwation.
And you could just see here, they don't care about their statistic, guys. I know you guys do it in ranked, but these pros, they just
ja, der Stun, normaler, glaube ich.
The hypercharge already available. Surely Grey's going to get set up with the TP already, and after all of this, fully set up. Na'Vi are still in this game.
Enrage couldn't get back in back there in time. And it meant that it gave even more.
Ja, es wird der Heretics gewinnen. Kann ich mir nicht vorstellen, dass sie das doch schon.
Again now behind 45%. The Heretics are still in the zone there with Marco, and the more that they can cycle in, they're just giving themselves little percentile.
Oh, Superman.
Chaos going on the aggressive there with hypercharge as well, and he's getting a lot of value here.
Ja, okay, Chaos spielt insane. Bei aller Liebe.
Can't contest the zone, and I think this is escaping away from Navi. They just did not approach this game in the right mentality.
Unfassbar das Game von Chaos.
Now 2-1. Navi dropped the ball.
It's just back and forth, back and forth. I'm nearly out of breath already. This game is delivering so far. Unfair play to Team Heretics there. I think it was all in the first interaction, right? It always isn't a great composition, but he just got right into Meg's face. He got one super, he nearly got a second hypercharge super straight away, and Jero just wasn't able to replicate what he did in the second game, right? Like, it's incredibly hard. He had to get a triple kill to force out the win. So Heretics looking in a great position so far, but do not count Na'Vi out.
Even though Na'Vi looked like they had it on the controlling game too, in the end, that Grey M's comp still a ban-worthy one, just so strong you can't really do anything against it. We had a couple of questions with their draft as well for Na'Vi. That surge came out very early on.
Ja, ich edge über Kanalpunkte jeder.
Wenn
du weiterhin so aktiv bleibst, dann ist es schneller. Auf YouTube ist das echt nicht so teuer.
It was alright, but I don't know, the surge nerfs didn't really do a whole lot, but it just feels like...
Was im Rank passiert, früher habe ich Masters und Probleme geschafft, ich schaffe Random Sales zu Frauen. Inflation, mythisch ist zu einfach. Jeder kommt Legi. Jeder.
The kills are always going to be in the favor of the team that are against the Grey cheese combination, but it's all about the zone time.
Yeah, for me, I just felt like as soon as the Grey showed its face, I'm thinking, I really hope that Navi have a plan for this. It's again like kind of similar to like the Chuck in Heist, right?
When you
see it, you know
ja,
what's going to happen.
Finde ich auch.
It's inevitable.
Mythisch sollte schwerer sein zu erreichen.
You can be the best Duker in the world, But eventually, Gray is going to get that
Oder
down, and it's just a matter of
dieser
time.
Step-Up mythisch sollte schwerer sein. Sollten mehr Leute Stack auf mythisch sein. Es sind zu wenige. Kommt Ranked Update, hoffentlich bald. Ja, das schätze ich jeder.
But I feel like you've got to have a faster ability to take down your opposition, and you know that's the only way that you can keep your time on the objective. Because
ja, Watching Steals, aber es sind zu wenige.
Gradual increase of percentages by like 5, 10 at a time, but it's consistent, and that makes it problematic.
Just to put it into context as well, Ems and Gray has been the most picked up duo on any hot zone map, and whenever we see it on a monthly final, we see it win usually. Yeah, that's why we also feel like it's so strong. In scrims in the last 2 weeks, it only has a 45% win rate actually. So Heretics, they still feel like it's a super strong comp, and it obviously was right now, but Navi saw that number probably and felt like, hey, it is somehow beatable. We need to figure out how. The Kenji was a really good strategy. I felt he did an amazing job, but it just wasn't enough. We're now heading over to Knockout. I'm excited for this one. Do we get to see some G's again? I would like to see a Kid, a Ben, a Doc. Also not a favorite to see on this one. What Navi really likes to play here actually is GG, and I know Sven loves this brawler.
Oh, me and GG get on just fine. Just fine. It's so fine that I need to, on my tier list, put a separate tier for her in the G tier below the F. But honestly, this is the one map where it can work, right? It can work in some situations. The problem is in pro players, you're learning
Ruby, bist du da?
too often, because normally there needs to be multiple brawlers, but that's a good start. Max is a brawler that GG's pretty good into. But there needs to be another one for me. What do Na'Vi respond with here? They need something slow, passive. What's good into the Max? Well, you've got Pearl as always, a staple to the knockout meta. She's starting to appear in other game modes as well, but can never go wrong with a Pearl here. I think Buster is one brawler I always think of when it's Na'Vi playing, well, especially Naui. It's always this just constant mentality of grouping together, wait until late game, and then you can provide a lot of value. So Pearl is picked up here. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Buster as well.
Nice first pick there from Navi. I mean, I'm just kind of questioning why they picked this map though, because it was their pick.
Ruby ist nicht da, oder?
Scripted it 6 times, won it once. Like, it really didn't work out very well. They just maybe look on paper to be a bit underprepared, but it comes down to the draft ultimately for me, and I'm liking where we're starting. I think as well. I wouldn't mind seeing Mina. Something aggressive. The problem now is against Max. A lot of these sharpshooters
wie lange noch?
are going to be much harder to land those shots. So they kind of
Weil Barca spielt gegen Basel.
That aggression towards them. They're going to come in again, going to be a good brawler to
Shadow!
have defensive measures, but you don't have to
Was ist die Wahrscheinlichkeit, dass du für ein Wochenende in die Schweiz kommst?
You've got to stand your ground.
Für ein Barca-Spiel?
You don't want to be constantly having to play the whole game on the back foot.
Max was a first pick of Heretics today a couple of times. I already mentioned before, the best counters against her are Pearl and Meg, and they both have them now on the side of Navi. Brawlers like, the Doc would still be left open. Kit is banned out, so we're probably not going to see any cheese, even with that Max on the right-hand side. They really like to play Rico usually. Unfortunately, Navi knows Chaos is on that roster. Global Bandit already. Decide to go with
Brock gefällt mir.
now. They have the Max. Is that the wisest?
Brock Max finde ich ein bisschen unpassend.
Pretty good, because Meg and Pearl, the problem with them, they're both got into Max. Sometimes doubling down on the counter is a little bit risky, even though Pearl and Meg are very, very strong. Brock counters both of them, opening up the map. Now what do they pair that with? They need something that has a bit of health that can survive the late game. They go with Charlie instead, which was a little bit surprising. I mean, Charlie is good, right? But this leaves an opportunity now for Na'Vi with the last selection. I'm smelling maybe a Piper. You've got Byron that you can use with the other star power that would really synergize well. And we've got the man himself. I'm here in the studio and in game as well.
That's what I want to see, honestly, like just to have like dual vision. I think that Charlie was a bit of a countermeasure for the potential Edgar, maybe. I think
Jetzt spielen ja alle Charlie, Bro.
Pocket, because they could get overrun potentially by a third and final pick. But I quite like it. It's going to give more mobility to the Pearl.
We're heading into the potentially last map here. Is this the draft that will give Heretics that 3-1 and send them off to their way to the World Finals then?
Potentially. A Brock and a Max together is a scary prospect. Both, it's neck and neck, right? Because you got Naui, Jaeyoung has a great matchup into the Charlie, right? We don't see too much of it too often. Jaeyoung has also a good matchup into the Brock because of the speed. But it comes down to the late game, right? In most of these situations, Team Heretics are going to just try and pinch the enemy team to death, and Na'Vi are really going to try and put their foot on the gas. And Rage already opting to use his toolbox gadget. All of them are pinned into the corner. This is perfect so far from Na'Vi. They need to keep up this pressure, because pressure wins the games in knockout.
Okay, I'm still lurking though in that mid, and that Rocket Rain is activate, so Navi can't be overly conscious. Nice sneaky sneakers there from Marco, but it's still going to be Heretics that are going to be playing a bit of defense here. There's the Rocket Rain, going to break some bush as well. Garrett almost caught off guard, but I think Kess going to pop there as well, so it's a 3 versus 2.
Oh my god. That was so close from Jera. I thought this is a little bit risky, but it just pays off. Sometimes you've just got to go with your intuition here, and Na'Vi managed to clutch this one up. What an important kill there. I think Chaos did the right thing, but Jera just banked on it. Banked on just one extra super not connecting onto him. Chaos having to opt to use the jump to get out here, but Rocket Rain coming in with the hypercharge as well. That Buffy as well can be devastating. It's literally a think shot that can snipe people across the map. Now he already has his hypercharge available. They're going to be pinned down quite well, but at the same time, not really using the best situation here, because Team Heretics have control.
Speed Korean from Navi. Yeah, we're going to be cautious here as well, low HP. And now he's running speed, so he can't be there to heal himself up. And there's the beam, placing a cocoon. And that's going to be a good swift takedown in Rage. Going to get that second life, though, out of mech, but not out of the game. Chaos coming back there as well, so the hypercharge to hand. Sneaky Stick is activated there by Marco, going to be TPing back, but not enough damage there for Navi to secure his demise on the way back. Chaos from the hypercharge as well, in Rage, going to go down here, surely.
Der Mech hat Hyper bekommen. Das sollte ein Win sein in der dritten Runde. Nicht so deep. Navi sollte das gewinnen. Kommt drauf an, ob Brock noch Hyper bekommt. Ich denke aber nicht.
How has Chaos got a second Brock hypercharge? He's tapping right now. He's the man for the hour when it comes down to the carry pick brawlers. He's been doing
Jetzt Mech Hyper rein. Mit Speed von Jaeyoung. Free Triple Kill, wenn hier hinkommt.
But now both teams have a game.
Jaeyoung muss nur die Mech supporten.
They're in a great position. Na'Vi
Oh.
gonna get pinched down here in Rage, falls out of mech. He's got his hypercharge available though. Once he hits one more shot, he's got to be careful though.
Ja, das gewinnen die. Das können die nicht verlieren. Oh, Brock Hyper.
Goes into damage form as well. But the pressure is all Na'Vi's.
Rage has hypercharge, going to use it now as well. It requires a sneaky
Whoa.
Cocoon, though, is going to be in a parallel spot coming out. Oh, just about surviving on. Didn't require the shield, but did probably need it. There's some heals coming in, much needed as well.
Schlechte Brock Hyper.
Somehow Heretics got out of that sticky situation.
Ih.
He has to come in and should be able to heal.
Was das denn?
Against the wall.
Chaos.
Being dealt by now in the right hand side. The weakened warrior gadget getting all its worth. Marco though dodging himself as well. The hypercharge coming in.
Boah, bin ich von beiden enttäuschend.
Heretics going to be applying the pressure, and that cocoon will be the final.
Von Mech und von Brock.
Immediately so.
Beides enttäuschend.
Heretics as they start to extend this lead.
That was insane, spine-tingling stuff here. Heretics just seem to have the ice when it matters most. Again, Chaos getting a third hypercharge, by the way, is helpful.
Hier ist ein Gott, aber schlecht gespielt auf Brock. Also die Hyper war schlecht, sagen wir so.
The thing that decided the most was Enraged. He couldn't get his mech back in time. I think maybe if he could have got it back in time, it might have been a different story.
Ja, warte mal.
But hey, that's the
Noch ist
risky
winnable.
run with mech, right? If you don't connect those toolboxes, or if Chaos just taps you with a super every single time, what realistically can you do? But I still think the composition looks pretty good for Na'Vi. Again, Jaeyoung has triple matchup here. The problem is Jaeyoung isn't the strongest brawler in the meta, so they need to really put some power in this position here with Na'Vi.
I just can't believe how many times Navi have been able to get Heretics against that back wall, and every single time Heretics get out of position.
Was straight, gequittet.
Can't quite see whether he landed too many of the rockets, but he's going to get a lot of that push.
No, we angesprungen.
Forcing Garrett to then take the mid and join his teammates. A lot of those rockets probably did make connections there as well. Mark going to be wicked wearing this top right hand side, being tapped up by Enraged. Throws out the mech as well. Marcus going to survive there as well. And then P-Shooter will barely have to burn down Sabine. But again, it's Chaos who is the man that's bringing in the good for his team. Enraged versus Chaos. It's Navi versus Heretics in the 1v1. And it's going to be
Brock hat mal wieder gefroht.
But lots of work still to be done here for Navi.
Schneller holen. Zweite Brock-Hyper gefroht. Spät in der Season. Ja, denke ich auch nicht. Ich glaube, sein YouTube läuft halt gerade so gut, dass er jetzt durchstarten kann. Das ist jetzt meine Vermutung.
Na'Vi keep pushing them back. Heretics keep responding. But let's see what Na'Vi have in the tank now.
Wenn du es mir auf Discord schickst, kann ich kommentieren, Evan.
To keep everyone standing and keeping enraged in the mech is going to be key here. But Hypercharge, Sabine and Marco coming in now. Marco's going to pop his prematurely, trying to get some taps onto now. He's been playing a super which gives over. Now this Rocket Rain is going to be disastrous if Chaos can connect it now. The Hypercharge ball tapping enraged down. Out of mech, but not out of the game. Another one coming in though. He's got to evade it. That shield came in clutch. But look, Heretics are not done yet. Hypercharge popped the Sabine and the pressure now rolling in.
Der kranke Set. Heretics gewinnt. Wo war? No way.
Shooter survives it. And Na'Vi get a game. They're not out of the woods yet. But it's getting better.
Enraged twice! I wanted to scream so loud. That was insane. Twice when it mattered at the end. Such a good decision. He needed to make that second decision to get his teammate out of a Charlie cocoon. And then he laid down so much damage. This is why Meg is so good in the meta right now, specifically in a game mode where it's all about survivability, right? Meg has 2 lives consistently, and now with the recent buff feed, she can constantly play around that, right? Marco's gonna get
das müssen die ausnutzen, jetzt müssen die rein.
We see the same situation play out where the early pressure
und jetzt Control halten, auf der Höhe.
Now Nawi looking to pop into his speed form here. Jaeyoung likes to sing his little song. Chaos looking for a few taps. It's starting to quiet down a little bit, but because it's quiet in game, all of these players' hearts are going to be pounded.
Heretics being separated out here as well is quite worrying a little bit here. Chaos taking a lot of damage. Enraged could be looking down his left-hand side, not really giving Marco an inch here. So even has Cocoon going to miss it there as well. That could be pivotal. This doesn't really provide much of a saving grace for Heretics to get out of this stick situation here. Sneaky sneakers from Marco, Speed coming in for Sabine, but now Navi might be on the back foot. Enraged being in mech has got to be quite an important thing to get out of mech. He's going to connect with Sabine, but Sabine was not finding the gas enough.
Hello, Maxi.
Navi going to be on a really difficult position to be able to 2v1 this 2v2 now though. Enraged still staying in. The Hypercharge of Chaos really walks into the gas.
Digga, ich will nicht übertreiben. Ist das die 6. Hyper von Brock? Kann das sein? Chat? Wie viele Hypercharge hat der?
I've got goosebumps already and it's still not over. I just don't even know what goes on in his last interactions, these small moments, and Enraged still just finds it every single time. Now he's gonna get overextended here and
ja, Levin, aber dadurch, dass es so viele hat, Bro, ist es wie wenn der Ult wastest. Das war ja nicht so deep. So viel Hype, was?
Heretics should be able to close off this round.
Krass. Ehrlich krass.
At the same time, he doesn't want to feed too much to the enemy team here. And now there's so much at stake. Heretics are on game point, set point, match point.
The problem there is that there's no gas to go into, and that could be really quite bad news for Navi here, who again have got to survive this round. And immediately off the mark with that helping hand speed from Marco. Chaos not really got anything in terms of utility, but the Hypercharge of Sabine here is where I'm most.
Das müssen die jetzt ausnutzen. Die sind im 2 gegen 3. Ich weiß nicht, was Gero da unten macht, aber der hat sich komplett abgekoppelt. Die spielen gerade 2 gegen 3. Also das ist 2 gegen 3, Bro. Ist immer noch abgekoppelt.
Super's gonna rain down. He needs to group up back with his teammates. The Cocoon's coming down here. Heretics should be able to confirm the kill, but no, it's Enraged with a second life. The heal's coming in from it now.
Digga, die nächste Brock-Hyper.
Enraged needs to pop in back into mech. Jero falls down. Enraged needs to find a kill ASAP.
Die ult nicht. Oh mein Gott, Mech-Hyper Pro.
Sneaky Sneakers pop to give him a little bit of extra life.
Oh mein Gott.
Now it's Enraged versus 3. He's surely gonna get taken down here. And the Heretics an insane statement there. They knock out Na'Vi after.
Jetzt bin ich sehr auf die PS von Brock gespannt. Sehr.
Really ripping into Heretics, but when it matters most, they shut the haters up. Unfortunate for Na'Vi here. They still get last chance qualifiers though. It was such a close game, but I just think in those defining moments towards the end, they just isolated Jera in that moment. And again, chaos on that Brock was just absolutely insane.
Heretics will see a semi-finals for the first time since March. Since March, that's how long it's been.
Ja, die Mag-Hype am Ende war schlecht. Das stimmt.
I think it was Navi that was missing a few shots from that Jae-Young in those final moments, but I think
Die hat mir auch gar nicht gefallen.
being a man down was already going to be a really tough scenario to get themselves out of there. But
Hier, hätte die hier aufbewahrt, das wäre ein Win.
I mean, it could have very easily gone to a fifth and final set. I think that first game mentality that Navi went in, they just needed to have a better start. I mean, Enraged being left alone for so long as well was just feeding over more utility for Heretics to be using against them.
Das ist geil von Heretics.
What an amazing round for him.
Digga, schaut euch mal der Chaos an. 370 DPS. Luki hatte gegen Jesse als Pierce 470. Luki hatte 100 mehr. Das ist so krank.
Kind of shaky because they know that LCQ could be taken off of.
LCQ ist fresh, Redfix. Achte ich dann recht drauf.
Big fall in the quarterfinals, so LCQ is locked for both. Navi came in with just 1 point less
LCQ für die?
today. They could have very well
doch.
pulled ahead here.
Navi ist 100% LCQ. Jesse, ja, Jesse wird gepickt und direkt verloren. Und Big. Navi ist LCQ. Heretics muss Humble besiegen für Worlds. Wenn sie verlieren, gehen sie auch LCQ. Wenn sie gewinnen, fliegt Novo in LCQ.
I kind of favored, weirdly enough, either team that would go through to the semifinal.
Zum Beispiel bei Chaos noch E-Sport. Wann er spielt? Seit
It's just there's so much on the line for these two teams.
2019.
I know it's
Seit immer.
such a juggernaut, but they've
Kennst du
been
noch?
screaming for their lives for this. And all we need to do is win this one.
Raceplay und Dr. Lobster, ja. Gold gepickt. Gold wird immer gebannt, Pogen, immer Global Ban, immer. Außer bei Big Humble, da wurde er nicht mal gepickt. Da wurde er nie gebannt und nie gepickt. Also man hat ihn noch gar nicht gesehen. In Asien wurde er aber gespielt.
Of Team Heretics, and what a poetic way, you know, to get through this. Na'Vi making big gambles.
Ich weiß nicht, Mamada.
Bringing back former world champions.
Verlassen ihn, ja.
And IKEOS leads two rookies to just completely.
Aber es ist gut, dass du ihn kannst. Ich freue mich.
It's so deserved that they made it here.
Congrats to the teams who made it into top 4, but I want to commend our viewers because in terms of predictions, they've been doing a lot better than us today. 49% of you out there voted for Talent Lab to win final number 2.
Mutels Halbfinale.
Also sided with Team Heretics to win it, whereas the entire casting desk got a bit mixed
gegen
up.
Gesti.
3 out of 4 wrong. How are you feeling today?
Let's make that 7. Let's make that 6 out of 7 wrong here. I'm very happy for that to happen. Come on, Sven, put that down. Put that. We don't want to talk about that anymore. But only Humble getting it correct here, and even
eingesprungen
I think the
für Agachi.
wasn't really the cleanest.
Spielen bei Talent Lab. Hier, der hier.
I am going for the plot line here. I need both Foot and Humble to be out so that Heretics can make the grand finals and you know, lock in their spot. They are also still in contention to even leapfrog and take over.
Gesti auf die 1. Gesti ist schon insane.
If they win it all.
Or we're gonna find out soon who will actually be the winner of the last monthly final, not only of the summer split, but of the entire season. First up, semifinal number 1.
Welche Fucking Food Academy Finale?
Talent Lab.
Die haben sich immer wieder gefaced.
I mean,
aber Runde 1 immer.
To introduce them at this point, they made every single grand final this year. How crazy is that? Did we ever have a year like that, Sven?
I'm trying to think back to my days. Probably maybe like probably SK? SK back in like 2021. That was probably about it. And again,
Sven sagt das auch. SK 2021.
The only thing I could find was in monthly qualifiers. A few times they went down to the low bracket, but it didn't matter anyway because they're still qualified. And again, whenever they seem to lose, even monthly qualifiers, monthly finals, it's in like a 3-2 fashion every single time. So it's like
SK spielt nicht mit, weil die Challengers spielen.
Every single time. Oh.
The only thing that you can say about them is
Ja, ist ja auch Mattis. Der ist völlig daneben. Im Pop.
We saw them at World Cup, but
Völlig im Arsch.
jumped in there. World Finals, the biggest tournament of the year, is actually the first time those three are going to be standing
Toxic,
next to each
nein,
other
das
on a stage. That is
also,
the only thing that you
da
can
ist
say
nichts im Kopf.
about them. Why maybe another team would look better at World Finals. Otherwise, will they walk through World Finals as they do all over EMEA, Spoof?
I'm with you. I think, you know, it's no secret. We've all been.
Wie viel hatten die mit in 21? Weißt du das? Ich hatte vorhin die Diskussion, ob dieses Foot das dominanteste EMEA-Team jemals ist. Weil da könnte man SK 21 dazu nehmen oder Humble 24. Der ganze Chat, alle sagen Foot. Foot jetzt, alle. Aber ich sage, SK kann da mithalten im Verhältnis. Gyrix, Zeta und Symantec.
Is this Spoof saying if you're still a doubter, whereas you have picked Talent Lab to win the semi-finals?
Du hast jetzt beide Teams mitbekommen. Was sagst du?
About Guesty, Nob and Angel Boy
For the win? Yeah, hopefully, bro.
In the Brawl Cup without him. So I do think that whole roster is super strong. Not an easy task.
Humble 24, Foot 23 stehen dann gar nicht zur Debatte. Doch, Humble 24 auch. Foot 23 nicht, nee. Wer war Foot 23 überhaupt? War das nicht Lenane, Drage, Symantec? Nein.
Knockout Seed 3 in all of EMEA. Totem already locked in for the World Finals, but falter against this Talent Lab. Also, Talent Lab is playing with this up.
It would be the miracle runs of miracle runs, probably since the substitution with Lana. But yeah, I mean, at this point, right, you beat Totem, it's like it's going to be such a tough game already. You're up against Foot.
War das die Zeta?
Really have to lose.
Ist noch 23?
You're up against
Ja, aber
Foot,
Zeta,
you're
nicht Foot.
expected to lose, right? Like, I mean,
Foot 23 war Lenane, Symantec.
But you've just beat Totem, use that as a stepping stone. We've got the map selection right here. We go with Pit Stop. Normally, again, this is a good map against a good team, but I think Foot purposely prepare for bad maps and situations for this exact reason. They're giving Foot their best map. So I'm not sure about that.
One of Foot's most scrims maps is
Heretics weiter.
And they got it both in the quarterfinals and now also in the semis, and both times it's picked by their opponents.
Nee, Zeta 23 finde ich nicht auf dem Level wie SK 21 oder Foot 26. Ich sag, die zwei besten Teams EMEA sind, wie du gesagt hast, SK und Foot 21, 26.
A similar scenario that we've seen today. Looks like EMEA are starting to loosen their grip there on this cosplayer. They've realized
Sag, Top 5 Teams all time sind Foot 26, SK 21. Dann Zeta
I mean, that is a massive statement to take and a massive undertaking Talent Lab are trying to do here.
What the region has learned after last month, ban out that demon dog, as Paul likes to call him. They like to
Crazy Raccoon
in every single round, no matter the map or the mode.
Sagt die Crazy Raccoon 25?
So strong because he just gives a free hypercharge to that other very strong brawler in your roster. Now,
was ist da? Mojai,
12% still for
Moja,
Lab.
Moja Goku,
I don't know if they bribed people.
Tensai,
Honestly,
Recreo?
this is not as close as other matchups we had today. Closer than other matchups we had today, yesterday as well. Fennel with 2%. What was it? Big with like 3%. This is insane. 12% still for Talent Lab. For them, I hope Talent Lab actually wins.
war das?
I hope you get those points.
Zeta 21?
There's a pin at the end that you definitely want. Now, I think
Ich
we're all
hoffe
ready.
mit.
I'm excited for this one. Foot Esports versus Talent Lab. Can somebody best the beast?
Den Grinsen gesehen? Nee.
Foot, they're just inevitable. Made it into every single grand final.
Mythe Rumäne geworden.
5 out of 6 so far. They won every single one except one.
Bin ich gespannt, wie die Drafts werden gegen Foot. Weil Talent Lab hat wahrscheinlich mit den besten Drafter der Welt. Weil Talent Lab, der Drafter, ich glaube, der ist Lotus. Bin mir nicht sicher. Der hat bei AQL auch gedraftet, in Brawl Ball League. Und da wurden die auch Top 3, glaube ich, Top 2? Ein TW-Team. Jetzt wieder TW-Team. Also die Drafts von diesem Typen sind also insane.
So if you don't beat them, you just join them, right? But that will force the beast to adapt. This is not, yeah. I say adapt, but they're still gonna go back for the kit. They understand that the Shade kit is just too much of a weapon, and you know they invented it. They
Was meinst du von Talent Lab?
Themselves to make sure that Talent Lab, also known as the fake foot, doesn't have it.
And it's hard as well, right? Because you've got Shade. They know how to counter it best, right? They play that brawler so much, and this is how you counter it, guys, if you're wondering. Griff and Kit, because Kit can just jump onto Shade, and then Shade can no longer go through walls. Griff is going to open up the map, make it harder for the Shade to gain supers. What do they go for now? So
Rico finde ich mutig bei Griff.
The good thing is about Rico nowadays is that he's got so much power with Robo Retreat, is that even into your counters, you can still do pretty well. So now you've got Rico. He's an okay defensive brawler, but he's more of a, I would say, a flex brawler, I like to call it, on a heist, where he can defend a little bit, he can deal some damage as well. He's mainly there to keep you some control. But now they need some good defense. Really
Whoa!
Okay, I like it from Talent Labs. They are really giving it to Foot with this draft.
I went the same way as your thought process went as well.
Was würdet ihr da reinpicken? Gegen Games House, 3-0 Foot gegen Kuma, 3-2 Talent Lab gegen Totem, 3-1 Humble gegen Big und 3-1 Heretics gegen Navi. Miepel? Bibi geil!
Bibi, a brawler they also played fairly well, and
Bibi finde ich super!
have a 100% win rate with, so let's see how that goes down. Now, if we
Doch, finde ich gut.
the teams, just look at the draft here. Which one do you prefer, guys?
Absolutely Foots. It's not because Foot are playing it, but I just love this BB matchup. This is the one match
Ich hoffe,
where,
Niklas.
you know, when she first came out, her buffies were really, really strong, but this is such a good BB matchup. You can constantly knock away the Shade, you can pressure. I know as a Rico main, one brawler I used to hate facing off against, and still to this day, is BB. She can just apply so much pressure over so many walls. This is a fantastic BB game.
Let's see if you're right, Spen. The kit BB has emerged. It's going to be Foot and the fake Foot, as I like to call it. Talent Lab's going to copy their drafts here, their strategies here. And they've already gotten half of their strategy across. That's going to be Guesty on the point. And Angel Boy has taken down the Shade. That will allow Sandfire on the save there. But Angel Boy on this kid is just an absolute menace, taking down 2. It's a pure base race, typical pit stop styles. Keep your eyes crossed, folks. Currently,
Stark von Guesty.
It's just, what do we have to defend this BB? Angel Boy jumps over the Shade onto the heist safe, and now that's a 40% lead. Even with Samfire doing so good on every aggressive brawler I've watched today, he's been excelling every single time. But BB on pit stop is still amazing. You get that BB bubble, you're able to line it up with the safe and do some insane damage. Good synergy with the kit here.
Stark von Angel Boy. Digga, Foot ist krank.
And now all 3 members onto the heist safe. Just a Rico on defense, but BB says bye-bye, slaps him to the face, and Foot wins so dominantly.
You might just be right, Spen. You might just be right. This BB might have just been too much there. Or maybe it's really just the Foot effect, right? Whenever they go in with any comp, it always feels like they have the better comp. But that's because you're piloting it to just such an insanely high degree. I mean, I don't even see a single mistake there from Angel Boy. He just absolutely crushed every lane that he's gone on, and he got value in every single interaction.
They just can't kill this BB. They eventually do now, but just look at the amount of pressure that he got every single life. He's just going to run into a straight line, and the second that Griff can get onto the safe, or even a BB herself, they're going to be dealing so much damage. Angel Boy again getting the kill onto Rico. Yes, I like Rico, but he's very vulnerable on a map like this with so much aggression, so much base race brawlers. He really struggles to defend so well. Griff,
yeah, Mitski.
Safe as well. Talent Labs are doing their magic as well.
Oder?
I'd like to see a little bit more of Shade onto the high save. I feel like they've just got to, especially on pit stop, it's just rotate. I know they haven't got the best brawlers to rotate and get kills, but Shade can rotate and get kills on defense. It's just the cars they really.
Half decent start there. Both teams just going blow for blow, but it's Foot that's going to claim that second layer of shielding. And now Angel Boy swapping over to the thrower form on this kit. He is standing on Knob though. It's not the best of pairings here, but the hypercharge going to be shredding through. And it's the same as game number 1. The whole of Foot just collapsed onto Talent Labs. And what's that? A paper safe? It's gone.
This is hilarious. Every time we've spoken
Wie alt
about
ist Gesti?
pit stops, the pros
16?
hate it. But the best team pretty much in the world right now, they love it. They love the cheese, and that's what makes such a great
Ja?
team. They just decimated them with Totem against
Kann man den bannen?
Labs. It was very neck and neck. It was
Bro,
so
E-Sports wird
tense.
langweilig für die
Not for a
nächsten
second did I not believe that Foot would go in and
9 Jahre.
Angel Boy there on the kit. There was 2 moments where he just completely popped off and countered the enemy team. And this is why Griff is such a strong brawler in the right hands as well. Not only does he have great utility with his gadget, but since that buffy came into play, the additional salvo has just made Griff such a good.
Ja, jetzt fix E-Sports wird langweilig.
Well, like you cannot ignore
Da
this.
muss gebannt
brawler. You can't
werden.
ignore any of the brawlers that Foot went with. And would you look at that? They just
Nee, ist
confirmed
Deutsch, Malte.
so many
Anzeigefehler.
more kills. I feel like this is the one map you would want to avoid if you face Foot, to be honest. Now moving on to Pinhole Punt as well. This is a Foot that a map that
Ja,
Foot
ehrlich
picked,
so.
sorry. And again, this is just going to favor them so much because it's an aggressive playstyle. They're like the Kenjis, the Minas, but they're going to push into the grass. Let's see what Talent Labs have up their sleeves got.
Ja, 100%
This
Kuna.
is a map that they have already
Die
played
dann
today
Deutscher.
as well. They did
An
go
sich
up
ist sie ja
against
Rumäne.
Poland. They lost on this map actually, and maybe that's what Foot were targeting here.
Rico
We're
first.
seeing very different drafts already come out here. The bans
Oh.
being taken out of the Picture Star, Nova being banned out. These are the 2 tops sort of.
Fühl ich
brawlers that
aber.
you expect to just run it down in
Über die Lane.
mid. And Rico slips through the pool. This is a Foot esports. It's very, very stable type of brawler. There's 2 ways you can play about it. Nowadays, Robo Retreat with the Buffy having
Ja, der wird eh seine Mates flamen, macht
extra
das.
move speed. We've seen it in East Asia.
Sobald die rausfliegen,
To a
100%.
disgusting level, and I'm excited to see what Foot will do with it.
Hat er immer gemacht.
Of a Stu here, potentially. Yeah, the Stu's being picked up by Talent Labs. I was thinking of it for Foot maybe, but they snatch it away from them. Stu into a Griff is just fantastic.
Ich will
And
mit
now
Pro gehen
Stu,
jetzt.
I don't know whether it's intentional or not, but he's got that extra bit of speed. It's going to allow you with the speed zone to get into the bushes. Stu also, he used to really hard counter Rico back.
Ja,
before the
Redfix
buff.
macht das seit
Actually
Jahren.
Now with Rico, you can use the multiple launcher gadget and can actually tank quite a few shots with this Stu, so it's not as great as a matchup as it used
Doch,
to
doch,
be.
Glatto.
Also, Gessi is literally the
Doch,
reason
doch, Blatt. Er macht
in the Rico
seit Jahren macht er das immer. Egal, auf jeden. Egal wer sein Mate. Er flamet immer. Immer.
Chester,
Er hat immer was
look
zu
at the
meckern.
Data. He's in literally like the bottom 10% in terms of brawler picks, weirdly enough.
Where's he in your tier list?
About B, C tier? And I probably would have if I updated it. Maybe would have put him down to the D tier instead. But they doubled down.
Otis Chester? Sind wir in der Meta vor 2 Monaten?
Last meta, it was just constant Chester, Otis, Chester, Otis, Chester, Otis. But quite clearly they've got a strategy right here. They're afraid of probably the Edgar into the Rico, right?
Yeah, and the Damon is still very much still open for the side of Talent Labs. They're not gonna opt to
Ellie.
go for it, but they will still go for an aggressive selection. Oh, you don't like it?
I don't know, into
Gefällt mir nicht, aber-
Chester is like...
I mean, Mewtwo Ali, right? Surely, surely.
Maybe he's got us, maybe he doesn't, I don't know. I mean, Ali's actually not bad into Otis because he can free tap Otis in the right situation, but this is Foot you're talking about here. You're talking about free tapping one of these members. I don't know whether that's realistically going to happen. I'm scared of this Rico pick.
I am as well. It was the first pick coming in, and there was no real direct answer that could emerge there from
Nimmt mal jemand den Mewtwo ernst, wenn also Chris Monty ist, dann nimmt er keiner ernst, wenn Monty so. Nee. Der ist sehr unbeliebt in der Szene. Der bekommt auch deswegen nie mehr Skillmacher. Er ist gut in dem Game. Aber dadurch, dass er so tickt, wie er tickt, findet er kein Team, keine Ort, kein Nix. Keiner will ihn. Ja, er wird immer gekickt. Sobald es jemand versucht, der wird direkt gekickt. soziales Leben bei ihm ist im Minusbereich. Er draftet aber nicht mal bis.
A little bit better from Talent Labs. Now we're trying to regain a bit of control, but Ali's just getting pinched out time and time again. Mewtwo's just trying to get
red fix.
out of the area of Foot, but it just feels inevitable at this moment.
Well, what can Talent Labs even do? It's really just... It's death by 1,000 cuts here, and Foot are really, truly just being so patient. It's the easiest goal of them.
Foot ist so krank.
A lesser team that might have tried to
Bin gespannt, wie Foot gegen... Wobei, warte mal.
Just honestly, just grind the Talent Labs out. The team wiped them 3 times.
Ja, er liegt so immer. Ich wollte gerade sagen, ich bin gespannt, wie Foot gegen Zeta Crazy Raccoon spielt. Aber sie haben die doch 3-0 im World Cup besiegt, oder?
In that first interaction there, the speed zone came in and Ali just flied out of the gates. It's like she just
Kann das sein? Ja? Ja, okay. Ja, Gassi muss gebannt werden aus den Spots. Das geht nicht. Er ist zu gut. Das war mit Linane. Ja, Gassi muss gebannt werden. Geht nicht.
Ali's just gonna get deleted by Guesty. We talk about chaos on the Rico, but we've got a young player here. Guesty looks to close the gap in this position. Rico's looking beautiful. He can bounce the shots around the wall. Not with him. Well, I mean, clearly Chester's a little bit underrated into this meta, and Foot are pulling all the cards out literally with Chester.
Insult to injury, rolls the perfect stun right where he needs it, and it really might just be a speedrun. Not now heals up with Sapphire, wanted to go for Pink there. This is, oh man, Spen, I have to feel for you here. This really
im Blatt, da muss Enjoy und Guesty und Nob, alle 3 brauchen einen schlechten Tag, damit das passiert. Nicht nur einer, alle 3 einfach. Chest Cyber nach einer Minute.
Plays you make inside of traps. You pick these brawlers that have the hypercharge potential to score your goal. That's the name of the game, right? But people overlook it quite consistently. Nob gets another hypercharge to break open the map, and Guesty's just gonna easily slot that one in. Again, it just didn't.
Wenn die ernst nehmen, da werden die so viel drauf. Scrum.
I mean, they are up against Foot. I wouldn't even say they're playing that bad, honestly. You would think it's the scoreline. I don't think it's Talent Labs playing that bad. Foot make players look worse than they are. They're just so good at this game. And I'd be the same. I'd be demoralized at this point. 2-0 versus Foot, they don't even give you a sniff.
If you're Sandfire now, you're either thinking to yourself,
it's a gaming.
Yeah. Suggesting this Rico thing. Maybe it wasn't a idea to begin with, but Spen, your face is an accurate picture of how things certainly
went. Weiter. Foot, Humble, Totem. Da sind die Top 3. Dann Navi ist LCQ. Und jetzt geht es nur noch darum, ob Heretics oder Novo, Worlds oder LCQ geht. Einer geht Worlds, der andere geht LCQ.
That Griff pick, it haunts me a little bit as well. We spoke about the Ali. It's a risky pick, but I think they needed something to make some aggressive plays. But Griff's a weird one for me. Like, I'll watch it work, and then it doesn't work. I watch it work, and then it doesn't work. It's a little bit of a weird one because with Piggy Bank, that's normally the strategy you rely on, right? Like, you want to open up the map, but you just...
Nein, Blatt, das war doch Skyrix. Skyrix, Sandfire und...
Or you go something aggressive because he's quite squishy. Both things they tried to counter Rico with, considering it was first pick, couldn't counter him that well. So, I think in general, the majority of the community are really underrating Rico right now. He's just so powerful in the right hands. And here we are into the next map, a first pick Crow on Crystal Arcade. I think Foot are they just have a one-up on the meta on everybody in terms of draft.
I want to call out, Bolt isn't banned. It's wide open, and Foot for sure, surely this is all planned by them, right? Opening up with this Crow as the first pick, what signals this to me is this is one of the safest gem carriers in the game presently. You know, I mean, second to Janet, right? I mean, there's really not that many gem carriers on Crystal Arcade to go for. And in something that I think mainland China did a lot was this Pearl plus the Bolt combination.
Kann ich mir auch vorstellen, Mitski. Die spielen das Länder.
Will Foot proactively deal with the Bolt, or will they just pick it up themselves?
Der Bolt ist offen. Boah, ich sag, Talent Lab wird Bolt gehen. Auch für diesen Randomness-Faktor. Kann ich mir vorstellen.
Griff is a great counter. Again, I learned from Angel Boy himself. He helped me with a video on how to counter the meta. And he gave me Griff as the first one because you got pure damage. But it's also the piggy bank, not even just open up the map because that actually favors Bolt. It's just the interruption. So I think they are drafting with that in mind. So they've got the Griff, they've got the Crow. It's hard to go anything aggressive into this Stu.
Bolt und der Griff schon schwer, wegen Slow.
I guess is they're gonna go with something again pretty control-based.
Oh, it's gonna be the Rico just leaning back into Guesty's
Weiß ich nicht, Niklas.
It is dominant on the side lane as well. And if you pick up the slow, it's a pretty good match.
Keine Ahnung. Das musst du wissen, Bro.
Additional HP you can play around with, as pointed out there by Spen. Now, big question on my mind is still there. Talent Lab's gonna just roll with the Bolt here, despite the fact that it is so obvious that Foot are just dying. You know, they're just really reeling. Like, please try and pick Bolt into this. Please, no, they're not gonna fall for it. They're gonna lean back, go for a bit of a old school classic that we saw earlier this year, the Mo. And I think this is still pretty bold by them. I mean, side lanes don't look the best for him. I mean, he can't really lane into the Rico here.
Doch, finde die Ult gut. Die Mo finde ich gut.
What's the idea behind this rat?
I think the idea is...
Nein, musst du nicht, Niklas.
...is when you switch the style with Mo, you
ja,
get
okay.
additional range. So in the lane, Mo can actually outrange
Wie viel Rentengeld?
But Mo doesn't have many other good matchups, so it's a little bit of a difficult one. Crystal Arcade is a weird one. Normally in Gem Grab, you always have these aggressive ideas. You're near enough guaranteed to get one assassin. Mo can turn into an assassin once he gets his hypercharge available. So again, a great counter to Crow is this Pearl in the mid. I'm one of these people that just hate on the Crow so much. He's so annoying to deal with. Pearl is probably the answer here. Honestly, Talent Labs have a good draft on paper, but it's against Foot.
It always is. It always ends with that one little modifier. You're against Foot. You got a good draft, but you're against Foot. And so far, they seem to be doing okay. Finally dropping a single kill there on the left. Guesty.
MSE Niklas hat erneut für einen Monat auf Stufe 1 abonniert und abonniert jetzt schon 4 Monate, vor 10 Tagen.
Will go down there to the pinch from Yeye on the right, but just looking at the gems alone, they've lost a lot of time. 5 gems to Foot, and Talent Labs only with 3.
Right, Yeye needs to be a bit more aggressive onto Angel Boy here. He needs to collect those gems. Pearl has a good matchup here.
Es gibt einen, Malte. Jubiläe. Wobei, mythisch? Ne, das ist Legi. Ach, keine Ahnung. Sind Delay? Weiß ich nicht. Kommt auf die Seite an. Von mir hast du ungefähr 2 Sekunden. 1,5 bis 2 Sekunden Delay.
But as I said before, multiple launcher can now save you against that Stu matchup. 1 versus 1. Foot are just going to establish control, and the problem is for Crow. Yes, he can get countered a little bit here. Sunfire's going to get the kill onto Nob though, but he's still got to jump to get away, whereas Pearl has no ability like that.
And with Guesty just breathing down your neck at the back there with the hyper touch, rebalancing it, you know, kind of across the map, gets a little bit of harassment damage, hits Sandfire, clips him a little bit, allows Nob to win his matchup, but is out of time. For esports, they didn't even need to play flashy this game. They really just held control of the side lanes, traded evenly, and now at 10 gems, and just 0 counterplay. Absolutely no counterplay or compensation from the side of Talent Labs. It's such a clean game for Foot once again.
Ninja Boy's just rubbing his eyes. He's tired right now.
He looks bored.
He needs a challenge at this point in time. I think honestly, I'm impressed
Sollte eilig zu gewinnen.
On that Mo. He's done a great job into Griff. Mewtwo was extremely struggling here. I mean, in the matchup, like honestly, Rico doesn't counter. I mean, you can see they're switching the matchups here. Mewtwo is not happy because he was getting absolutely bodied by Guesty. I mean, it is Guesty in the day, one of the best players in the world. But boy, look at this gadget placement.
Hat lane geswitcht.
All the way into spawn. And again, what Talent Lab needed perhaps...
Am Spot? Ehrlich?
It's just it's one of those lanes that
Okay, sehr geil, Jungs. Wenn ihr Hilfe braucht, sagt Bescheid.
the other lane because he's not winning that one.
They do manage to burn down Angel Boy here. He will tick down there to the Pearl. And it's going to allow a little bit of breathing room there for Mewtwo. Yeah, he's going to sneak up all the way in front of Gesty there. There's the 2v1 teams that you talked about, but Mewtwo is indeed...
Ich hab mit Stream-Spot bekommen, ja. Jetzt komm, wenn du willst. Ja, Collins ist ein bisschen kacke mit Stream und Monthlies. Ja, spielt euch ein, Jungs. Front das nicht.
The cycle has begun. It's a cycle of death that Foot are bringing.
He's going to get the kill onto Griff, and that's the matchup we're talking about. I think it's okay sometimes to lose your lane as long as the other lane is winning. And Mo, most of the time, was doing just that. Angel Boy sweeps up with the kill roll. Insane jump onto Mo there to confirm the kill. Even as the gem carrier going aggressive to what Angel Boy feels. Now the hype charge being popped by both members of Foot. And Gesty is going to burn them down. Now with only one gem left, surely it's in Foot's favor.
Einfach Machino. Tier D Machino, unter Master 2 Peak, 70.000 Mindestpokale, also nicht mal Smurfs dabei. Das einzige wäre Account Sharing.
Not even necessary, just for celebration in the end. That's gonna be Foot punching their way. I mean, expectedly so, but yet to another Grand Finals. That's 6 for 6 Grand Finals here in the EMEA.
Wir müssen das holen, Jungs, ne?
Untouchable, unfazed by whatever goes their way. And you could sing the praises about all three members of Foot, right? Every single player you was looking at was doing an exceptional job, but in particular in that round, it has to be Gesty. I mean, commiserations to Talent Labs, right? They already exceeded expectations with the majority of the people on paper would not have even predicted them to beat Reply Totem or maybe even take a set in some instances. They beat them. And they still, it was a decent showing. That last set was a little bit tough.
Shadow Levin Endry.
But all in all, it looks good for the future. Looks good for that team.
I think as long as they fix how they do with Rico in the future, 2 sets lost to that brawler. It was on Gesty, as you pointed out, and I mean he's the one that's really convincing the world now that this brawler still is has a place inside this meta. Foot, they definitely deserve this grand final going forward here. 6 for 6, Sunny. I don't know if any team has looked this dominant ever in this region.
I honestly don't think so. Even SK Gaming that you pointed out earlier, 2021, that was, I think they missed 1 grand final. So they could now make the unthinkable happen and win 5 out of 6 grand finals too. The only time they lost was when both themselves grand finals, which only happened once. After that, every single time those 2 teams were fated to meet in the semis already.
You too? That's crazy.
Here, one of the first times we have them on either side of the bracket once again. So Humble now has the chance to go up against Foot Esports again. They were the only ones who managed to best them in that grand final in March, I believe that was. So now they could do it again. First up, they have to beat Heretics, though, a team who wants to lock in World Finals. Novo isn't here today, so if Heretics make it to the grand finals, they have the chance to get that themselves.
Alex said, to put it into perspective, you know, just touching on still on Foot, the fact that, you know, going back to that March monthly final, they lost to 3 stars in Bounty. It was a double match point. If they win today, I'll counter that and say it's the best run in BSC history. Like, the very fact that they would have done 6 for 6 had it not been for 3 stars and a final 5-second push in Bounty when Humble had their backs against the wall. Absolutely insane. I would love to see that as a grand final today, but I think the Heretics could do something here. I think they're cooking. I think they're certainly getting out of that quarterfinals. Now is going to be giving them a massive lift going into the semifinals.
An immense story for Foot Esports. Both splits so far in the spring and summer split, they have been dominating. And yes, they almost looked bored in their matchup now against Talent Lab, a team that notably still swept Novo in the qualifiers, beat Heretics as well. And then today we saw them best even Totem 3-2 in the end. Moving on into our semi-final number 2. Right now, it's Humble versus Team Heretics, a team that is already locked in SC2 for Worlds. The ticket is claimed as well. On the side of Team Heretics, they locked in for LCQ today.
So
already. They could have even lost that spot today, Spoo, but now they want more.
Oh yeah. And Humble are the ultimate gatekeepers. They've already ended the dreams of Big earlier in the quarterfinals. Here in the semifinals, they could end Team Heretics' dreams of a World Finals as well. Okay, I mean,
Chaos
looking at the
Heretics,
match
ja.
against Na'Vi, I hope that they didn't put all of their eggs in one basket and just over-prepared for Na'Vi and then hit into this one again.
Sagt seine Meinung, Malte, ja. Hat sein gewisses Ego und sagt seine Meinung, ja.
This is the team that I think they're gonna struggle a little bit more against.
We have 4 spots for the World Finals here in EMEA. Novo is currently sitting in that 4th spot, and they're just watching from the sidelines. They're hoping for Heretics to not make it into the Grand Finals today.
Yeah, for Heretics, they've got a lot to do. But
Temperament, genau, Südländer, sagen wir so.
Had some really great drafts, and I think that's been a lot of the reason why they were able to kind of get through this so convincingly so against Na'Vi. You know, Caster's back in camp, and I think that that's a great person to have behind the helm of those drafts and the analytical side of this roster. And you know,
Rico von Chaos gelernt.
had such a kind of troublesome performance, I would say, getting to this stage and this monthly final. Like I said, you know, getting to the semi-finals for the first time since March.
Südländer?
March was a long time away. Quarterfinals exits in July and April.
Finnland,
Didn't qualify
Norwegen,
in June.
Schweden.
So you know, this has been really for them a turning point, I feel, here today, and they're looking to continue that on.
The tweet shows Novo. They're again hoping for Heretics to drop out at this stage. They're rooting for Humble at this point because that would mean they're locked in for the World Finals.
Ehrlich, Blatt?
Would they deserve it when they don't even qualify? What's the chance?
Oh man.
Look, I'm gonna be real. I don't want to talk about whether they deserve it or not because obviously every team at this point, if you have the points, you've earned it, right? It's not because you got lucky with brackets. You had to slog your way through 5 entire seasons to get here. Every single one of these teams, except obviously a Foot and a Humble, did miss a qualifier at some point. Now, looking back at Team Heretics, what they did today, I think it was a drafting masterclass. They relied a lot on this max selection. It was a comfort pick for them. And something that Humble is extremely good at doing is identifying what are the comfort picks of the other team.
Bitte mach.
Kind of adapting their global bans, their bans.
Mach es für Henry, für Levin, für Shadow.
They're already preparing.
Sei ein Mann, Blatt. Weil die ist Däne. Sind Dänemark Skandinavien?
You could see here again, just ban out the comfort picks from your opponents, and Rico with Chaos
Nee, oder?
definitely makes sense there. He also popped up with Brock.
Mach nicht mit, Malte, ne? Ja.
This is
Ja,
once
okay.
again what we showed you
Slow?
earlier, the
Keine Ahnung.
graph, how
Skandinavien werden die 3 Dinger da oben, Island von mir aus noch.
Honestly, I mean, we talk about Novo Esports and like, are there any believers in chat? They didn't qualify in February. They
Das ist so cringe, Malte.
and they didn't now qualify in August.
Genau, Watching Skills, ja. Spanier, Portugiesen, Griechen, sowas.
Heretics, in my opinion,
Bei Griechenland,
like,
ja.
started to turn things around.
Ja.
If they can get away
Sowas.
against Humble, I think they've earned the spot. I think there's no denying that. But I
Ja,
don't know
so.
what you're saying. The sentiment is there.
Sehr gut.
Nova did some early groundwork, which they've got to be credited for, right? But I feel like you've got to be able to be at least present in a monthly final. I mean, consistency is key, and you know, they had the opportunity to
Wie viel niemand Sinn machen?
themselves. Now they've got to watch from the sidelines.
Nee, über,
Everyone wants to
Malte.
be in that
Yeah.
spot.
Über.
But that's the reality of the situation.
Das heißt, Zweitaccounts können nicht mitmachen. Digga, wärmt ihr euch gerade mit der Byron 1v1 auf?
You have to pray that Heretics falls here. That's not a nice feeling to qualify, and I feel that way, right? But look at
Das ist der einfachste
background.
Sniper.
Team Heretics doing what they did earlier. Ring of Fire was a map that they won on. They pick it yet again, going into Humble.
Genau, nur über 70.000 Pokale, um Zweitaccounts zu verhindern.
You know, Na'Vi allowed it. Humble will not allow it. They banned it before previously. They know that this is a weakness of theirs, and I expect that going into this, they should be prepared.
Wenn unter 70k ist nicht, ne?
Ich
hat mich auch angemeldet.
We talked a lot about Heretics now. On the other side, again, Humble, they are your world champions 24, the runner-ups last year.
Ich hätte nicht gedacht, dass Leute reinkommen.
Best of runs this year, just looking at monthly finals alone. Then they come out at LAN events though, they win the Brawl Cup, and they still locked second seed despite only winning a single monthly final this year.
Muss Kurven noch den Pinnen holen.
Redeem themselves and show everyone out there that yes, we can indeed beat
Hold open.
First up Heretics, but then also Foot Esports in the finals. Meg, Rico, Crow, and Ruffs are going to be banned out. So yes, the Rico is out of the way once again. That's Humble banning the comfort picks of their opponents.
Or both these teams just watched what Rico could do by Foot, and they're both
Das sollte er bei der Anmeldung
already. I don't know.
reingemacht haben.
The poll coming in. Oh man. if you're a Team Heretics fan, where are you guys? Why are you not supporting them? I mean, they've got such a great
91%.
storyline.
Ich meine, Humble war überzeugend. Heretics hat schon gut gespielt, aber ein bisschen geschwächelt.
I mean, for me, Humble haven't been at their finest in the summer split. They haven't. They haven't seen the grand finals. I mean, like the previous split was definitely more fruitful. Brawl Cup, of course, was very good for them. But they haven't been looking on top recently. I can see Heretics causing an upset.
They lost a foot. I mean, that to me doesn't look shabby at all. It's just kryptonite, really.
We want to head into semifinal number 2. Right now, Humble versus Heretics. Both teams want to face off against Fruit Esports. For Heretics, it would also mean a World Finals ticket.
Wie fandest du, Malte?
Ring of Fire is gonna be the first
Very
map
good.
of this one, I hope. A match that's closer.
Pierce Doppelbann.
Even matchup.
Humble bannt Pierce?
From the fact that Heretics didn't make a semi since March. Ark mentioned that earlier. Let's see if they can do it again. Back then they got stopped by Foot. Now it's Humble they need to go up against. Ems is banned out, so we're not gonna see a grey Ems comp this time around. Humble themselves, they really love Lumi on a map like this one. Surge as well. Pierce, of course, with Luki on their roster. They're gonna go with Star Nova instead. A brawler we didn't get to see very often today.
We saw it against Na'Vi and Team Heretics. I mean, that the goal, right? Just leave it open and now do it again against former world champions here in the.
Also das ist unfassbar Pre-Crow, oder nicht?
I like that they're leaning into other types of cheese. There's
Ja,
one flavor.
Ja, das weiß ich gut.
Glowy is a little bit more acceptable to me. It takes a lot more skill.
Crow?
I say acceptable as if I wrote the script. But Love is here coming in. Very confident there from Team Heretics.
Okay, well, Star Nova is definitely still very, very strong. There's no denying that. But it's definitely not really straightforward now since the nerves going forwards. I'd like to kind of see Meg finally considered here. No forwards here for Humble. Definitely a brawler which is, I think, still very, very viable, but starting to show itself a little bit more than it ever used to here, so don't necessarily mind it.
Ist du zu wenig Damage?
Yeah, at the moment, I think, though, the third and final pick.
Ach, Global Ban.
Sharpshooter wouldn't be the worst of
Global Bans waren falsch.
They do like to bring in a lot of Surge here. It's not really my favorite kind of brawler pick, but it's certainly one that's still an aggressor.
On the other side, they have the two brawlers that they play so often already. Heretics feels comfortable with this Finks.
Global.
Usually paired with
Leute, die Glowy gerne spielen.
Out, so we're gonna see an all brand new pick from their side. Series coming in here first for Humble. A draft that we have never seen from them in scrims, really. An exciting one at that. 3 brawlers that we don't get to see very often today overall. Lola didn't have showings in a long time, I feel, if then only as a mech counter. Series coming in, he's really good. Whenever you have that one target on the other side, you want to farm your shadows off, and Glowy is one of those shadows that brings so much value to your roster. He can heal your teammates and also dish out some damage.
Finde ich sehr cool.
Slides through. And this is the first drawing we get to see.
Glowy Finks in der Mitte und dann fährt da eine Kugel herum durch die Map. Die nur Leute abfragt.
I love it. I love seeing new brawlers, and I love it when they slip through the global bans and you get to see them go head to head, right? 3 of the newest brawlers are, making an appearance here. Now, let's be real, Ark. Is the ball actually good here?
It's viable, but I don't share your sentiment for the enthusiasm, I'll be completely honest. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I was going to comment on it. The thing was,
Na'Vi Humble hat nie gespielt.
There's ambiguity there, so to ensure that it was open. We didn't discuss it coming in. I didn't think these maps are necessarily all kind of bolt maps as well, so I don't necessarily mind it not being globally banned. So far, Humble not really being too deterred by Eve for the most part. Objectively pretty close together here in that regard, as they are now on 25% to 18 of Team Heretics.
Yeah, eyes on both playmakers of the team. Luki was immediately answered and
Bro, was ist bold? Was ich meine? Entweder Heretics Na'Vi oder Big Humble. Ich weiß nicht, was du meinst, nee.
Small lead for them. Subim continues to be oppressive here, but with Semantic popping the hypercharge, that should be more than the damage to bring him down.
Going in and immediately going down there. A nice glowy impact there from iChaos. Marco as well on the zone. Now the Time Wolf will be going down.
Heretics Navi, sehr auf Augenhöhe. Also wirklich sehr. War komplett close alles. Digga, Bolt ist wirklich nur da, um die abzulenken. Was? Wer macht denn nicht?
They finally recollected their efforts, sending all 3 members inside the mid, but there's only 5% arc. This Bolt just needs to roll across it a few times, and Lukey, he's on the point, he's aware of this. He wants to get a full team wipe once, twice, thrice. Humble, are they running out of time?
At this present moment, if Lukey can stay locked in here, they can keep Marco back as well. The boss is going to have to do a lot of work to be able to do so. Oh, Lukey falls. The hypercharge to Star Nova is such a powerful thing, but you don't get one more than once a game. And if they have it again,
nee.
I think
Bei
they could have been able to do it.
7% fehlend bei einem Bolt, Glowy.
But Heretics are able to prevail.
Hab ich auch kurz gedacht, aber
da
macht's nicht viel.
I say it like it's an easy thing to do, but it makes swifter takedowns of this bolt. It will definitely give them a helping hand here, but I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult with the way that Chaos and Marco are working so harmoniously well together in the middle.
Indeed. This Glowy plus the Finks is another iteration there. Without the Max, still a fantastic pairing there. The Bolt is continuing to just do what he does best. Just get that harassment damage in and just go in. Okay, Luke.
Guck mal, Chaos. So spielt man Glowy. Schön aggressiver Ult. Das hat mir bei DD gefehlt.
He's gonna be rolling back on the right side and then okay, take a break, come back to the other side. Look for a better entry point.
Tunnel goes down again, Luke gets a good damage, but again, it's like Chaos with the story pick that gets the takedown. Nice roll there onto Semantics, roll's going to burn down, probably on the right-hand side, leaving Boss all alone. Heretics now 65% and continuing to close this gap.
Hast du schon Antwort bekommen, Blatt?
On the time for Humble on that zone. They've got to do better. This set is spiraling out of control. Marco and Chaos have been there for the entire time, only just now being separated. But Sabeem's going to be continuing to cause chaos. Gets one and going to be spiraling back around. Plenty of time for Heretics to continue on.
Hey, Shadow!
Just needs to play cool, calm and collected here. 5% more for Heretics to claim. This one in Humble, they just don't have the damage. The fear goes out and the set will go to Team Heretics off the backs of a beautiful Bolt last pick and great baiting of that Star Nova. This is the Team Heretics that I think coming in to the semi-final, they're so pumped, they're so prepared. And Humble, they look vulnerable here.
I guess you can not leave this bowler open.
Ist von Fenris nicht.
Just a bit too strong. That's why he's global banned very often. Heretics, one of the only teams who let him slide through right now. We're hoping to get a hold on it. And we talked about it earlier. Whenever it was open in those foot matches, we said, let's see if their opponents roll into that trap. Humble didn't really set up a trap. They had nothing to control the ball too much.
I was definitely looking for the Bolt, but I'm looking more towards the 5th set for Hard Rock Mine, where it could just be banned out. I think for me, Pinball Dreams out in the open safe zone, not necessarily going to cater towards Bolt, so I think that might be the first and maybe last instance of it. Luki did so well in that game, honestly, especially in that first game when he went to town and almost salvaged that first one. But I think Chaos is not the playmaker, he's the person who was keeping everyone alive, and specifically Marco on that zone with those hills coming forwards. That was the pairing which Humble was unable to break, and the distraction of the Bolt. I mean, there was just like so little room for maneuvering that Humble could really get, objectively speaking. A lot of the time was just being distracted by the Bolt, unfortunately for them, and I think it's a worthy ban here. If you're not going to global ban it, you've definitely got to consider it as an option that you've got to either heavily counter or try to shut down more efficiently.
Bolt as a brawler is catered towards distracting your opponents, and if you looked at the DPS there in the stats from the side of Humble, they dished out a lot more damage than their opponents, but they were just trying to get rid of that Bolt in their backlines, and as soon as he was finally taken out, he was back within just a couple of seconds because this brawler is just unstoppable. Really well played here by the side of Team Heretics. They kind of won that one in the draft already. I still feel like, yeah, it's a very even matchup here, so I do not think we're gonna see a 3-0 of these two.
A free set though, given over, and this is not the first time that Humble have played victim to drafting errors this year. This is something that, happened to them in April as well, up against, the former VGT as well. That's how they lost. They lost set 1 because they were just playing a bit outdatedly in the drafts. I remember Lola was also being overly prioritized, and it just seems to be a curse there for Humble. Now this is a more familiar map to them, and yeah, they're gonna immediately snag up this Max. It's a comfort pick for Luki, but
Max ist gut.
Also something that Heretics have been picking a lot today.
Serious ban on both sides might mean that Damien could be on the cards here, but I think Pierce not unbanned here. And it wasn't the first pick from Humble, but it could certainly be a second or a third, to be quite honest.
Ja, ich schaue schon da.
8-bit banned out here, good stuff to see. M's definitely still going to be a threat to consider here, and Griff can just open up this map so quickly, or Coin Shower, and keep those walls up. You've got a lot of options in that regard there as well. So Griff going to come through for the first pick, like that. Stu for the second. I'm looking out for Willow here as well. Sometimes that will be a brawler which will come through in late stages of this round.
Both of these teams are very used to play this map at this point. I mentioned it earlier, we have a small little tournament going on in EMEA at the moment. It's 7 match days in Brawl Ball League. Both of these teams are playing. Heretics hasn't won a single match so far in the Brawl Ball League. This is not their best mode whatsoever, so let's see what they can do today. Already great draft though, they can open up the map now. You mentioned Willow. In general, throwers are really good on a map like this one. With that Griff early pick, they now have it in their hands though. Could break it open the map fairly quickly, so on the side of Humble, they can't really risk picking up the thrower. Aside from something that can also work out in the open, maybe that Barry could still have a showing for them. They really like to play it, but I do
Voll die viele Lurker. Alles
like
Bots.
to see a bit more range.
Sind keine Lurker.
People and Max now, probably not a third range brawler though. Pierce, not really that great when you already have 2 brawlers that want to play mid.
I think they have to just hunker down and just go straight
Really?
for an aggressive selection here. Second Star Nova selection coming out here from Humble. There's some pseudo, like, not wall break, but wall walking potential with the gadget there that will kind of deter a little bit of that Willow. But I really think this is just handing Team Heretics a perfect last pick on a silver platter. As you mentioned, they've got so much versatility now. They've already got 2 wall breakers on the line.
Ja, in manchen Finals lurken sehr viele immer.
They're gonna go with the Ash though. Wow. Okay, I don't know
Wieso,
if I'm expecting that one.
Interesting. I mean, it's definitely very avant-garde. I mean, it's going to lack the
Wieder Nova
of the Ashes, where building that up is going to provide a lot of push power for Heretics here. But I think there's not much to love on. There's a lot to love rather on the side of this Humble comp. I think that the Max will help the Star Nova close the gap a lot, and Lukey, as we know, is so dangerous. And if I hope it's him on it, I'm
Weggebrochen. Lief nicht gut.
I was laughing because interesting usually code for I kind of disagree with that pick. So Ark doesn't love the Ash. I have to go with you there. Let's see how good the Ash can actually do. The Rats, of course, gonna do well into Maple. Other than that, I fear for Subime.
Coin Shower is going to be deployed there by Chaos. We now know which gadget he will go for. And I do believe it's going to be a, keeping this map closed up is the answer for them. They want to enable this Ash as much as possible. The speeds are going out there against Subime, going out there. Shots there to and both teams playing really passively there. Lukey immediately pops out a quick gadget, and Subime's going to get pinched out here on the left there.
Well, Humble doing a very solid and clean job so far. Pushing the ball forwards, giving the utility in check. Boss waiting to get everyone hunkered down. Now going to go in for potential push here as the Coin Shower will fall down. Robotic Rats out as well. But nothing that Humble are too strenuous over so far. Speed Soda is giving a lot more maneuvering power for Heretics. Marco boxed in now as well, but again, waiting for Boss to rekindle that Let's Go star power is really where things are at now. And so far, Heretics doing a pretty decent job of defense as well.
They're both just waiting for hyper charge to come
Team, they're losing streak. Aye.
Stalling their time at the moment. It's a very tense game so far. Marco fell low there. Could have gone down with Semantic, and Lukey now. He's popped the hyper. It's going there with the super. Then the backline there. Almost gets the slice through there. The Meeple will block out the ball momentarily. But surely it's going to be a goal. It's not that single Stu will be able to do there. Humble were patient here, and they finally got the goal in.
Well, they've got some good shots in though. It could have gone a different way, but Humble made that look relatively clean for the most part. Hypercharge in now as a chance to punish the action, but Boss going to take a chance here to go in on the sneaky sneakers back though, and just provide a little bit of cushioning for his teammates to respawn back in. Chaos, very healthy here, going to keep the pressure onto Luke.
Oder meinst du wegen dem
Now going to have to heal up, but Heretics being behind now is not where they want to be. Not with 35 seconds on the clock and not now boxed off the mid. Going to be able to get a good, clean run towards this goal here, and this could be the chance for it. Robotic Rats out, left-hand side aggression from Chaos and Marco, but this ball's going to find its way over the line in 20 seconds.
Lukey there going there straight onto Subime, that slashes him out there, now chains over inside the mid. They have ball control momentarily. Marco tries to force the issue, but there's just too much defense coming here from the side of Humble. It's just so much DPS.
Gut gemacht von Humble.
Really deal with here. counting down the seconds here as they take this first game. It's so clean from Humble here. The Star Nova is just bringing the whole comp alive.
Yeah, coming out of that first set, I could see some signs in the Humble camp that they were frustrated, surely, and I could definitely tell that on Luki's face, considering that he got like the best statistics on that Star Nova pick.
So viel besser. Ja, sind die auch.
So coming in now, I think this is where we're seeing Humble kind of get back to business, really. And
Hudson war drafted.
Yet again, they're going to be kicking themselves for dropping this set, but so far, they've not really been tested that well in that respect from Heretics, and Heretics got to display a bit more worth of this comp so far. Now in a better spot, getting themselves hunkered down. If IKS can get some more sort of supers in and some coin showers,
Equal Match.
pressure on.
Ja, aber es ist ein Caster, er muss ja neutral bleiben.
Now Luke is going to fall as well.
I guess.
Now falls shortly after Semantic. Oh, going to box just a little bit late. This will still be walked in surely, and it will with the beam.
Könnt ihr Leute in-game zuschauen? Ich komme in Shadows Match nicht rein. Ich will ja was schreiben können, falls er irgendwie Lane switchen muss oder so. Ich komme da nicht rein. Kannst nicht zuschauen.
Can't do anything here, and Humble even in that 1-to-1.
And if you're Heretics now, you're thinking, like, what do we have to do? Because ultimately, we had ourselves a moment, we were able to secure it, and as quickly as that, we dropped the ball yet again. Hypercharge, Robotic Rats out now on the right-hand side. Luki going to take the skies, goes down very swiftly. Fox trying to do his best now with the Sticky Stickers can come back and heal up, but look at this. Oh, Fox from Semantic. Will it be enough, though? They are getting taps, and the Heretics all will fall. Now a counter push. Luki just beaming down the middle of this map, and he should be able to walk in before the rest of them even spawn in. And Humble as quickly as that. Claim is set. So never bumping the road for Humble, tying this one up in the semi-finals.
Woo. Now 1-to-1. Team Heretics punished for their hubris there. Allows Star Nova once. That's fine. We had a bolt to counter it. This time, none for you. The Ash was insufficient. Star Nova Luki will get to perform here. And oh my, I mean, we've got ourselves a series to watch.
You really can't underestimate the speed.
Wann kann ich denn zuschauen, Blatt?
Super. We saw Luki just rush across the whole map.
Oder wie? Kann ich das umgehen?
Now twice already, it was some of these very new brawlers that enabled the team to win. It might have also been a couple of drafting mistakes here from the side of Team
Weiß nicht, Malte.
The draft was fine up until the Ash.
Ich kann schauen, aber ich denke gleich. Gar nicht hin, Mann, please. Ich kann aber vorhin kurz zuschauen im 1v1. Wann für Zuschauer? Auch das Spiel? Ja, 10 mehr. Alter, ich denke die 10 kommen aber aus dem Stream.
On the side of Humble's comp with that Star Nova, with the Max. I mean, you can see how well that synergized. But I think Semantic honestly deserves a lot of credit in that game. Those walls were responsible for so many turnarounds. There's only one that was a pixel out, and it was forgivable because they were able to respond so quickly off the back of that error and correct it.
Ja, Malte hätte ich auch vorgestellt.
Despite being on the back foot, they're coming back with a fresh draft in a mode that they know that they are going to be stronger in, and now they're back in the game.
Off the backs of Semantic, I agree with you 100% that he's the hidden MVP over there. We're all looking at the flashy Luki, goes to the stars, comes back down, makes plays there. But Semantic's meatball opened up 2 goals and saved the last goal for them as well. They have to turn their sides here though to out in the open. Is this the only knockout map that we've seen today? No, we've seen Gold on Gulch as well, but this seems to be a very popular one amongst the strongest teams in EMEA.
We've seen it quite often. What you can see here now as well, Bolt and Star Nova both fanned out. They both learned their lessons, I guess. We have first pick here for the side of Heretics.
Ja, ja.
Again, I always like a wall break, Brock out of the way, but
Ein
there's so many
schnelles, schmerzloses 3-0. Also wirklich schnell. Also wirklich schnell.
Dean as first pick, I don't know. I would say interesting again. The keyword for we haven't seen it in a while, and that's probably for a good reason. He's fine in scouting out your opponents. I don't know. I don't know if he's first pick worthy. I do think he is in a solid state on knockout overall.
Hat die gerade gesagt, die weiß nicht, ob Jean first pick worth ist?
So many different various options that, you know, opening up with a Jean always seems to like add weaknesses to your draft rather than like add to any synergy. And Humble are quick to punish that. Ark's favorite brawler has shown up. It's the Piper. They see the Jean and they're just convinced. They're like, yep, that's enough for me to lock this one in. What do you think about that?
Das soll ein bisschen insane.
Away with like just the most ridiculous amount of DPS. What's not to love? And there it is. Like, I mean, this is going to be so disgusting. I think the Naja ban as well, there's kind of little that's going to be able to outrange this Piper too, so I really love it for that reason. I think Pearl would be still a good shout for
Heretics. They
play it a lot, and I'm surprised it wasn't their first pick. I don't mind the Gene though. I mean, often just kind of banned out because it's one of those that can just chip away over time, and then you know, you're going to be quite susceptible to a magic hand, but that just displays the confidence that Humble have of 8-bit here, because that's a brawler which is going to be, okay, able to outrange, but also going to be very susceptible when that super is available to the Team Heretics.
Energy! I'd like to see some speed from the side of Heretics, otherwise this Gene is not going to have any way to play
Aber wieso Blatt?
against this Max.
Was wollen die von ihm?
Das
war nix.
Max or Jae Young would have been what I would have crossed in here just to help the Gene out. Again, him as a first pick, I'm just not convinced. Charlie coming in now, decent against any sniper because of the spiderlings, but as soon as you have used up that gadget, also not the best. They just miss a bit of range on the side of Heretics. So I do prefer Humble's comp. I like that the Gene with the Max combination can work out a bit better now, and it's a combination that is as old as Brawl Stars itself.
I don't know. They're just missing something to do. Spiderlings, Jae Young is out in the open. Carl would be a little bit of an interesting one, but now we're gonna pick Penalty instead here as the final selection there for Humble. It's just really very cookie cutter coming out here.
Digga, könnt ihr aufhören mit Charlie? Bitte! Zweimal gepickt, zweimal auf Schnauze bekommen, nicht mal knapp gewesen. Jetzt wieder eine Charlie. Die wird wieder auf Schnauze bekommen. Hört auf mit Charlie!
Well, I don't mind it. I think it was kind of more of like a countermeasure when they saw the Max and they got like, you know, 8-bit again, thinking we have to have something to be able to better avoid these aggressive motions with the magic hand and such. But definitely not a bad ball at all. I'm looking primarily to how Luki is going to set things out to start. And Samantha needs to get set up also, I would imagine as well, running their star power to be able to connect a lot of those shots already. The Marcus goes back and forth, and also extended down to 461 HP. The extra credits from Samantha will get in this value. Look at this, targeting him massively. Kills popped out from Boss. It's going to force Humble back, and Heretics will take that mid-ground position.
Luki's tapped so much this game, but that magic puck is keeping.
Ne, ich bin Fan von Charlie Redfix, aber aktuell ist sie tot Arsch.
Playing with fire here. This Piper does have an insane amount of burst damage here, and he is tapping. Luki here has got his eyesight out now with this boost. The beacon out there, it could be a 2-tap for him. He's targeting the Gene down at the moment, but no connections just yet.
As the ammo supply is dropped down as well, Luke is going to be getting so much more value again, probably running the star power too to really add to that pressure. Now the gas coming in, that damage booster will go down inevitably as a Mike has immediately so as well.
Der Pulver nicht mal knapp.
Just be able to swipe that slate clean, ridiculous stuff. And those are utilities that, you know, Heretics can't afford to waste. An immediate break of the mid.
Schlechter Break von Luki. Sollte er wissen. Ja, Marki.
Now Subim tries to go in there for Luki. The infinite ammo from the Max will be able to overwhelm him. They should be able to clean up.
Ja, hat er echt gut gemacht. Digga, direkt wieder Gene-Pull. Doch, jetzt hier alleine wegen dem... Hier, schau. Du tschüss hier. Haha, ist das kacke. Schieß hier, kannst schießen, deckst den ganzen Busch auf.
Boss staying low, because ultimately by not healing up, there's nothing that Heretics can glean off him to be able to then utilize off the back of it. So, like, that's why he's shooting, that's why Heretics are leaving him. They just know that, like, well, we just kind of want to get something off you, but you're not going to give us anything to go on either. I think that's kind of exactly how I expected it to play out.
Not opting to wait for that hypercharge.
Oh, warte mal! Warte mal, ich glaube, absichtlich so geöffnet, um hier das Turret zu machen. Ich glaube, das war Absicht. Gut, wir gewinnen. Ja, ja, Paul, die sind, also, Put ist so dominant heute. Irgendwie nicht dort. Doch, ich glaube, es war Absicht. Weil den Break muss man machen. Weil wohl extra. Fürs Turret, ja, die Hypercharge denke ich, dass er noch jemand haben wollte. Aber Turret kann man rückpullen, das ist kein Problem. Das ist eine Ult für eine Ult. Und ein Turret ist unfassbar viel Value. Also, passt, ja.
Beautiful pull when he needed it. Chaos, despite missing in round 1, missing in round number 2, and pulling a turret in round number 3. When his team needed him most, he got the pull onto the 8-bit. That opened up the pathway for them in that end game. Beautifully executed that from Team Heretics.
Naja, Paul, stimmt.
It's not like Humble are out just yet. They're super strong inside this early game. They tapped so much, and I think that they just need to respect that timing. They can't afford to wait for the map to close in.
Much better start. Marco has got tapped up there. Severe as well, still behind this wall and can't really go back in that position, but Luki will also be able to tap him up. Again, another homemade recipe missed there. It connects with Barrel. But they can't really cook this comp until Semantic has that.
Ich sehe die Struktur in Humbles Comp nicht, solange der Break nicht da ist. Irgendwie ist der 8-Bit hier unten mit Kack Matchup. Der Junge ist hier oben, obwohl Charlie links. Ich sehe da keine Struktur. Hat nichts geändert. Viel besser. Ja, klappt dann direkt. Viel besser.
That's going to be one kill there. And
Ja, schau mal an.
second there. IKS should be the third to fall. You got full hypercharge at the ready from Luki. He's opting to save it for now. Just use the break to tear open that bush from the side of Team Heretics. That's gonna be a very good start there for Humble.
Well, interesting strategy here from Heretics.
Was haben die versucht, Bro? Alter! Ah, TP.
Great TP back from Semantic, and I'm honestly really confused by what Heretics were looking to earn out of that. Got to mention the breakthrough from Luki in that last round was perfect. I mean, kept
Max
all the
Hyper.
walls intact, got rid of all the bush, and nothing else but or less.
Ach so, warte.
Severe here really is going to be drawing.
Stimmt ja nächste Runde.
Can't do anything about this situation whatsoever. It will be a game going the way.
Okay, dann egal.
It was a gamble, you know. They were looking to try to take Humble by surprise. It didn't work out. Humble was far too savvy for it, and it just backfired immediately.
It was cheeky, right? It was absolutely cheeky. And Samantha, you just saw the way that the turret was used.
Heiligang.
He just committed it immediately. As soon as he saw it, I was like,
Hello,
guys,
Darkness.
we've got 3 kills coming in there. They gotta put it in the past. Going into the third game here. 1-for-1 for both sides. Whoever wins this will take the lead in the sad, and Boss almost goes down there to aggressive plays there by Marco, but no connections from either side. It's Semantic that's gonna actually be isolated out there, but the heals keep him at 148 health. The entirety of Team Heretics barreling in there. They smell bloody. They should be able to at least get somebody here. Luki is low.
Bro.
He's being kept alive there by
Bro.
I don't believe it. Humble make it out of there.
Okay, Humble ist gerade sehr lucky.
Ridiculous backpack. It has put Humble now in the spawn side. They got the health to get out though. The body blocker was honestly just unreal. Every single time that a player was about to go down, another member of Humble took the helm. But now they are still not.
Ja, ehrlich, Paul. Ich hab langsam auch keinen Bock mehr. Sollen jetzt aber schnell gewinnen.
Oh my word, how did he survive that? The way
Alles
he break
kalkuliert.
coming in from bottom,
Naja.
But now Humble are back. They're still in this game. They're staying on their feet. Hypercharge from Sabine. Humble still in it, but that magic hand might change the tide. 3 versus 2 now. Bot slow. This could be a tough one for Humble to continue to survive on. There's going to be some speed coming in. This is quick as that. Heretics will seal it regardless.
Okay.
The survivability of Humble there.
Ich hab kein Gamble, Pengu.
Absolutely insane.
It wasn't enough though in the end. Team Heretics, just Marco just completely popping off there on the max here.
Also wenn Heretics gewinnen sollte,
So well here. Humble not holding back though. Luki does have a hypercharge online. That's just so many taps to his name.
dann sind sie gequalt für World Finals in Japan.
It's gonna be Semantic. Pulls the turret again instead. Barely be able to block himself there.
Massively quick fingers. And they're still Humble in this, but Heretics are 1 round away.
Nehme ich zurück.
Being 2 sets to 1. Up against the wall in terms of pressure. They need this round. Heretics now waiting ready for IKaos to be able to earn their magic hand or speed from Marco to keep the pressure on. Big tap there from Luke, but not much of a follow-up as the speed coming in from Boss. Semantic needs that damage booster down now as the gas will not be far away.
He's still holding on to this hypercharge here, and that overtime will be so useful. The speed that's going to be popping out there. Who is going to be the target? Is he speed popping? That gadget running in there. The target appears to be Luki. Cocoons up Symantec and takes him out of the equation, and then gets Luki in the
Wenn sie nicht wieder das neue Qualt. Nee, dann ist Novo Qualt. Navi ist 100% LCQ. Egal was hier noch passiert, Navi LCQ. Ich kann nicht zuschauen, Redpix. Das geht nicht.
A must-win round for Humble, and one to follow on from it. They are now behind, and as we know in the BSC, getting that advantage can mean everything for a squad.
Wie steht es? Zweites Halbfinale 1-1, 1-1. Nee. Wer hat gewonnen? Heretics hat gewonnen. 2-1 Heretics. Ich finde, ein Chaos spielt heute echt gut, bis auf Brock.
Both of the teams have so far won their own map.
Ja, da muss Humble gewinnen, Paul.
Moving over to safe zone now, their own map pick, they can win it and even up the score, move on into set 5. We're all for it. At the same time though, maybe motivation makes a huge difference here. Heretics is playing for World Finals right now. One
das ist Stream? Nein, das sollte ich
and they
fokussen.
get the World Finals ticket
Doch,
snatched out of the cold hands of a dead Novo, not even playing in the monthly finals. And Humble, their second seed no matter what happens today. So what are they playing for? Some pride. Yes, they can still prove to us that they can beat Foot Esports in the finals again.
Main character energy has to be with Team Heretics right now. And looking at the entire roster, they are playing like one.
Chino. Nee, aber die Chance ist hoch, dass sie gewinnen. Und wenn die kurz meine Hilfe brauchen, dann join ich kurz Call zu denen. Helft ihnen kurz. Gut, Hunger, Margi. Und viel Spaß dir. Danke dir, Bro.
For me here, Humble have got to learn from these mistakes. I mean, you can see there in the team houses, like there's just energy there for Heretics and misery there for Humble. That's got to change. The communication has got to come forward. I want to see bannings of Max here from Humble. That's really been their kryptonite so far, and it's definitely a top pick here for Heretics. Heretics have got to highly consider the Pierce ban because of Luki. And at the moment, Luki is doing such a great job of pulling his weight, but there's got to be a team support there. There's got to be a network that is currently lacking. The bans are in, and they are pretty much along those lines too, which is good to see. Colt going to be open. That's definitely going to be a dangerous one that's going to be highly considered here. Griff 2 as well. Definitely some oddballs here. Penny going to be quite a dangerous prospect to be left open here as well. There are some oddballs here though. Daryl, Bonnie. These are ideas that Heretics sometimes bring in here that might explain why it's maybe not their best map and mode.
I'm excited because the only map in the map pool that we haven't seen yet in Heist today is safe. Finally we get to see that map. I absolutely love it. You want to have something with a bit of range in the mid lane and then something with a lot of damage on the sides. Penny has been a mainstay in safe zone. Put her turrets in behind the wall on the left and you're gonna dish out so much damage over time.
Penny finde ich gut, aber ich würde Miko noch dazu bauen.
Really counter it. It's unbreakable
walls,
so you need to play either a thrower or something like a Carl to kind of shoot around the corner there. Carl is banned out here, so that's not going to be an option. Heretics now comes in with another answer with a lot of damage. Colt is there to just dish out as much damage as possible, even from afar. And then Glowy?
Colt?
I did not see coming whatsoever, honestly. They never played it in scrims, not even once. And I think this is the first time we see a Glowy on Heist in a couple of months.
Ich denke, der Colt wird Range Support spielen und sich dann rechts verkämpfen mit dem Glowy. Nur Damage machen. Denke ich. Aber Glowy into the Penny und 2 Picks. Bin ich mutig. Iron ist gut für Anti-Heal. Shots mit Colt zu hitten. Ja. Im Pro-Play ja. Aber ich denke, er wird mit dem Glowy halt auf dem High-Safe gehen. Ein Random Matcherino, PC. Also der heißt Random Matcherino. Maximal machst du 2 Peaks und hier den. Bro, low-key, Chat? Grom? Ein Werfer? Allgemein? Also deswegen Grom.
I don't mind the penny, but it is all dependent upon control. And Heretics so far have displayed so many signs of aggression.
Oder Sprout.
That's worrying me. It's clearly worrying Humble with the way that
Nee,
they're
Barry
reacting
nicht.
to this. And like, you can
Nova.
see that Heretics are hungry. Third and final pick soon to come in. And I wouldn't mind seeing a dive type brawl.
Ellie.
It could have been Daryl, but Ali is still quite interesting, especially with the glowy support.
Ellie gefällt mir.
They have something now definitely to take out that
Nee, du brauchst was
turret,
gegen das
go
Turret,
Water,
Maurice.
easy for
Irgendwas
Ali.
gegen's Turret.
Really good also into that Byron.
Keiner wenig
The
Range.
only brawler she's gonna have some struggle with is the
Einer nicht
Otis,
gut.
who's just there to defend. So Humble playing a quite defensive
Auch Okto,
combat,
aber
where
keiner
they're
spielt
just
die.
betting on that
Ich weiß
turret
nicht.
to survive.
They're really betting on a lot. They're betting on the mechanical skills, but they need to land so many taps this game. This Byron on the Malays has to
But they're humble.
absolutely carry. Yeah, they're gonna be humble about it. Luki has got an absolute game on his back here on this Byron. He's gonna be the one to watch it. He has to land every single shot here to keep Humble's dreams alive. Meanwhile, for Team Heretics, this just could be the set that sends them to the World Finals.
I mean, even then, he was tapping every single shot, and it still wasn't enough realistically there. 11% damage for Team Heretics so far early on. But let's see though what happens if Boss can get the value that he
Die zweite Ellie heute, kann das sein? Oder dritte sogar schon?
Ali's the kind of perfect water to be able to kind of escape on.
Ja, die ist eklig von Byron.
Quick and swift takedown.
Ellie gefällt mir aber bis jetzt noch nicht.
Here is now Luke's tapping the right hand side, keeping his poison trickling in. They finally get the glowy down.
The Ali just leaning over to the left there, wants to go for that cannon there, but with Symantec literally just protecting.
Ne, gab noch eine Red Fix, oder?
Guardian is standing there like, oh, you want to come in? I'm going to protect it, and meanwhile we'll just hold the status quo in the mid. I am seeing Humble practically play perfectly here, and they've yet to do much damage to the save. That is the
Nicht gut von Marco. Nicht gut von Marco. Oh, Bro, das sieht man noch vor 10 Minuten.
Luki eviscerates Marco with that hypercharge, and the cannonballs are raining in.
This is the confidence that I've been looking for from Humble. I love that strategy from Symantec there, just guarding it for everything it's worth now.
Ich check, was du meinst, Pelikan.
In return, and poison damage that is only just about cancelled out by this glowy pick. Hypercharge for Symantec as well, as we know that mute is disgusting when you've got it. And if Boss can get a hypercharge too, there's only going to be so long in which the alley can just try to distract the turret away from the safe.
Marco's going in there, he's gonna get one there, now potentially getting Luki as
Der hat doch bestimmt noch eine Muni gehabt, den Heiß Save. Egal, passt.
Quickly, Team Heretics clap back with damage of their own.
Ja, Paul.
Back to a tie game, equalized 1-1 in that shielding.
Hat schon viel Value.
Hypercharge going out will secure the cult, but Marco is going so on the aggressive.
Marco?
here, and Luca's got to tap
Marco?
every single one of these shots. Just about gets that splash to heal himself, but now the hypercharge turret on the safe. This is what Boss has been set up the entire match to do, and that damage is going to be burning things down. It's going to be surely a safe crack at 50% at this rate.
Oh, Marco got baited by the turret there. Symantec was ready with the mute there, completely taken down. Well played, absolutely
Marco's nicht
calculated here, coming out here from Humble. And there's only 20 seconds left for Team Heretics to try and pull this one back. Subim's gonna make an effort here with that hypercharge, but no connection.
Ist over.
Finally gets one there on
Hat mir nicht gefallen, die Runde von Ellie. So als selbsternannter beste Ellie der Welt, so, ne?
24% left on Team Heretics. It's
Nervig.
insurmountable for them.
Ja, aber deswegen hätte ich einen Werfer gut gefunden. Nur fürs Turret.
Good stuff. The work still to be done. I feel like Heretics got a very good draft. I think for me, Heretics drafts today have arguably been the best they've been all year. And I think it does say a lot about that team support and the organization really being elevated by Caster in my
Marco macht Ellie Geld. Ich fand den nicht so gut. Aber ich finde die Map auch nicht so gut für Ellie, muss ich sagen. Hätte ich Miko mehr gefühlt. Auch wenn es nur ein Miko ohne Damage Star Power ist. Also Miko mit Munition Clown Star Power. Selbst das hatte ich mehr gefühlt als eine Ellie.
Feels like an inevitability.
Schau, das ist...
Will indeed get that more. He's got it online now. He's going to place it defensively here. Not where he really wants it to be, but it is useful there to deter them. Marco will get another kill there, and Luki, he's just doing so much. You're to bring down Marco
Weiß nicht.
here, but Subim is starting to do a little bit of trickle damage inside the mid.
Yeah, Luke's been exceptional today so far. Let's see how Humble can continue on this defense. They do need to get a good one in. Oh, Marco again being so dangerous. Boss gonna struggle on his own here. Needs the helping hand.
Was ist das? Bro.
A lot of cult taps on this save. No crack just yet, though, just shy. 3% needed to be able to do so. It's going to allow a little bit of a repositioning here for Humble to get.
Ich meine, ich find's gut, wenn Humble gewinnt, so. Wenn, dann bin ich für Humble.
Being protected for everything they possibly can.
Aber da wird er mir ein bisschen das Elliot. Das macht zu wenig. Ja. Was ist das? Und Penetrate das dran. Schild weg. Turn an. Was ist das? Ellie-Verbot.
That's will do it. There it is coming out as well. So that's great stuff from Humble. Heretics have still yet to get the first crack. And that's a great double there from Humble as well, leaving Marco all alone. And the hypercharged turret locking onto that safe yet again. Approaching that 25% mark. And Heretics may have bitten off more than they can chew. It looks like
ja, aber das war ein Last Pick, Paul. Wenn du einen Last Pick machst, das ist der Pick, der dich carried. Dieser letzte Pick, wo du einen gewissen Plan hast, du siehst die Gegner, du hast was vor. Und wenn dein letzter Pick nicht aufgeht, dann hast du massiv gekackt im Draft oder in der Umsetzung. Der Last Pick muss kochen. Anti-Carry-Pick, ja, das war nicht gut.
We saw Humble falter to it in the first set. I really hope they've learned their lesson.
Boss like a mother protecting his child. Insane how he protected that turret. It went down once, that hypercharged turret, and it just stood there.
On-set, ja, Shit bei 2.
Heretics tried everything to get rid of it, but in the end that was
ja, ist immer so, Felix.
Heretics, on paper, for me, have the better comp. We didn't see Penny in a long time. They have so much damage with that cold, basically unkillable with the glowy. Luke is just tapping away, otherwise that Byron would have never worked out in defense. Semantic doing an incredible job as defending as well.
Soll ich mal den Damage zu safe machen von Penny?
As we see, the only damage
80-90% war Turret.
Sent Marco off to save because he was busy trying to take out that Penny turret.
I think they were caught between two places. They needed to take out the turret, but they were also like, yeah, but we need to kill Lukey. And then they kept telling Marco to do both, but he can't split himself in half. And most certainly, with Colt running, you know, the move speed on the star power, he was outranged by Lukey the entire game then. You know, Lukey, as you mentioned, masterclass.
Ja, verstehe ich, Felix. Wirklich voll. Aber du darfst nicht vergessen, dass du das Spiel aus Spaß spielst.
Also.
Das darfst du nicht vergessen. Welches Redfix? Nicht mehr. Wofür dann?
Heretics chose into it and it just didn't work out.
Sprout wird passt. Ja, Sprout oder Grom, sage ich auch. Bin ich auch der Meinung.
Such an important one here for Heretics. I mean, this is one set away from the World Finals. There couldn't be higher stakes here. For Humble, they've been in semifinals so many times this season, all year long. It just would be fitting for them to seal the nail to the
Chat auch, welches hasse, wenn man dumm ist, Otto.
I mean, this could be a serious difference maker.
Ich bin allergisch gegen dumm sein. Wie kann man nicht überlegen, Bro? Überleg doch einfach. Das kann nicht. Bro, du hast Gehirn. Überleg. Das nervt mich. Wofür hast du Kopf?
This map usually screams Rico and Moss.
Nova und Search offen. Auf Hard Rock Mine. Und beide werden nicht gepickt.
He's an incredible mid-pick if you want to make him the gem carrier thanks to his speed turret, or you can also
sehr gute Frage, Opto.
Quite a versatile brawler. On the right side,
hab Ende August einen PC, da wird den Minecraft Melo gegrindet. Da gehe ich quit. Musst du entscheiden. Search ban.
Not too many good gem carries left open actually. Crow was one that I
da waren noch andere Bands. Nicht du?
It also banned out Max too. What do you still have for gem carrier?
Justice time. that might be not the gem carrier. Starnova here was left open for sure there. But if you're thinking about gem carriers on this map, I still think Max is half decent, but it is banned out though.
Exactly.
Everything is kind of
banned
out.
out.
You know what? Just pull a trick out of my book or Tribe's book. Just don't pick a gem carrier. I mean, if you're gonna open it up with Starnova, you're playing for the World Finals. You could just bait and switch this. The problem with Stu as a gem carrier in general, I mean, yes, it's elusive, but it's not unkillable. You can run this thing down, and I think Team Heretics today, that's what they seem to feel. They seem to do very well with these comps. They just run at them.
Weil ich habe auch
They're
überlegt.
gonna lean back, and as you said, they're gonna go for the literal last option there in this Pearl.
Yeah, Pearl, Ems, Damien, Kit, these are all really dangerous prospects for me, and I think that having Starnova is a very, very good thing to have, but if you want to open up the map, it will be a little bit anti-productive for all the Stu that's going to have lacking in that range, really, but can dash...
Ich weiß nicht, ob ein Bass jetzt geil wäre.
But I think at the same time, though, Starnova's biggest weakness is being outranged, and it wouldn't be the worst idea here for Humble. They're bringing a Griff, bringing a Pierce, really go back to their winning ways. But Lumi going to come in, and they're very
Lumi sehe ich.
will thrive with the cover, but also without it as well.
Und jetzt ein Bass.
To consider there too. So I quite like how Humble.
Ist das kacke? Ich habe mal noch einen Pick.
The Pearl though is super dangerous. It kind of cancels that any potential we're here for assassination type based brawlers. It's going to be something of a consideration to maybe just double.
Ja, verstehe ich, Felix. Ich meine, das ist ja dir überlassen, wie du das Spiel spielst und wie oft. Ja, nicht Bull. In eine Lumi rein. Echt, sehe ich nicht.
This is an Edgar game that's coming in here for Team Heretics.
First aid theory! Not so sure about the
That's the
Edgar.
boss.
I like the boss better actually. Into the Ashe, super tanky. Against Lumi, fine too. He's gonna feed some supers though, and Lumi with super is where she's at her most dangerous. I really like the Pearl pick here. A decent answer into that on the left hand side. We don't really have a gem carrier on the side.
Ich würde sagen, Heretics hat Draft.
It's probably going to be the Pearl, but she as well, super versatile, can also just open up the lanes for her team. Now, with Starnova on the side of Heretics, did Humble make the mistake again, not banning out this new...
Nee, Ashe gefällt mir auch nicht.
I'm not necessarily convinced. I think that it's still going to have a lot of good attributes on this map. I don't necessarily know whether it's the best brawler in the game.
Und Chaos hat mir heute schon sehr, sehr gut gefallen, in jedem Set. Gegen Navi, bis auf Brock und jetzt auch gegen Humble. Also ich sag, Luki wird ein hartes Leben haben. Hier hast du Mitte. Ja, könnte man auch auf Basslane spielen. Aber ich denke, die wollen Ashe auf Bass machen.
Trade the Team Heretics had to go for here. The Milan Marco inside the back is getting a good stun there onto Semantic. Chains off for a second, should be able to get this pick off here, but no! Semantic heals there with the Rage Pill at the last second and gets that kill in return. It did buy space there. The Team Heretics to kind of close the gem gap a little bit here, but no lane swaps made by either. It's just 1 versus 1 on all 3 different lanes here. Semantic gets another stun
Stark
to his face
von Marco.
and another stun to his face.
Sehr stark von ihm.
This time Marco wins the matchup.
Und jetzt haben die ein Problem. Schlechte Hyper. Wobei? Ja, aber okay. Aber ich sag, normale Ult hätte es auch gemacht. Stark von Superman. Und jetzt hat Humble ein Problem. Okay, der nächste Spawn und der hat ihn gebraucht. Aber jetzt kann... Boah, jetzt wird okay, jetzt wird eklig. Boah. Normale Ult hat es auch gemacht, jetzt sie. Digga, Boss ist eine Macht. Donner ist Luki? Nein, gar nicht. 0. Die Dip. Das war jetzt schon Boss Carry. auf Lumi.
It's going to be a more control-based game and adapting. Humble at the moment, for the most part, I would say in that game, we're in control. There was one moment where
Redet er nicht? Ja, oder? War wieder nicht Boss. Also ich fand, der Chaos hat die Luki Lane gewonnen. Overall. Am Ende ja. Und darum kommt es ja drauf an, den Gem. Man denkt nicht aufs Du. Wahrscheinlich wollte Luki Ash nicht haben. Könnte das unter Luki? Maybe nicht. Hello, yep. Ist aber wie im Fußball. Wenn die ganze Mannschaft scheiße spielt, machst du auch kein Tor. Aber schlussendlich kommt es darauf an, wer das Tor macht, um zu gewinnen. Wenn der Mittelfeld brutal spielt, dein Schimmer spielt brutal, deine Defense spielt brutal, aber keiner macht das Tor, gewinnst du auch nicht.
Back to 6 right now, but Luki will be looking for it. Subim gets caught there by Bot, but got the capture to bail him out. Smantek though in the backlines with that hypercharge.
Stark von Smantek.
Marco misses that super, they can't even clean up Smantek here with Luki and the pinch there. And it's on.
Jetzt haben wir ein Problem, Heretics.
Time is running out. Humble will pocket that 9
Bruder, hallo Chevy.
is about to come in. Beam staying far back here as the Lumi shots are going to be quite hard to juke around this. Be able to close the gap now as close to time as well. Get some shots on the boss, but then shut down. More gems dropped.
Novo geht an die Worlds.
Final ditch attempt to do so. Shut down immediately and Humble turn around. They crush
Nova Worlds, Heretics und Navi gehen in die LCQ.
They can rekindle, but that was their best opportunity. Stop to the helm, Humble, remain firm, and we'll see yet another grand finals here today.
Novo fans rejoice. You guys are still going to the World Finals directly. You got Humble to thank for that in the final hour. They managed to bring down Team Heretics. But what a performance from them.
You suck at the game and you need 125k points switch to add you in FL. But if I suck, why do you want my friend list, bro?
Humble made it to the grand finals only twice so far. Both of these
You can
teams
have
have
a
in the spring split once they managed to win against Foot. Now they can get revenge, as in the summer split so far their record is 3-0 twice versus Foot Esports. Just looking at that last map again, Humble didn't look as dominant as they used to in the past.
Sehr sympathisch,
Heretics
Tizi.
had a very good chance at actually clutching
Wir haben
this one.
haben wir Finale
And I
gespielt.
am heartbroken for Heretics at this point. They were just one game away to clutching World Finals arc.
Viermal?
Yeah,
Fünfmal?
I mean, definitely massive commiseration.
Nee, 6-mal nicht. Es gibt nur 6 Monthlies und einmal ist Humble gegen Kuma raus. Sonst immer, also 5 oder lower.
Stars really did align in their favor as well. I think that was the best platform for them to have today. I mean, pretty much every other eventuality worked out in their favor. And to get like 2 games away from being able to lock it in, I mean, no one wants to go through LCQ, especially not this year.
Digga, Foot hat noch kein Set verloren.
So much can go against you in that regard. And that may
Foot ist so
be,
krank.
like, the one thing that they look back on and live to regret.
EMA truly delivered today. We had a couple of 3-2s, many 3-1s as well, close matches all across the board.
Dank zu massiv, ja, oder?
We now have a Foot versus Humble in the finals. Foot didn't show any weaknesses so far. They had 2-3
Challengers
in their semis and quarterfinals. And now on the side of Humble, personally I felt like the biggest weakness probably draft. More often than not, I sided with Heretics draft in this one. How are you feeling about that, Sven?
I'm sharing the same opinion as you guys as well. I'm just trying to think back to Humble's path towards this final. Like, they've just gone through so much diversity, right? Was it like with so much on the line with them? You also had Heretics as well.
Foot jetzt 2-0, ja, ich hoffe, ich habe langsam echt keinen Bock mehr.
Too much of a walk in the park. I think in previous monthly finals, you say, okay, I'll maybe actually favor Humble because, you know, I don't know what the saying that Bobby used to say, but the toughest soldiers
get the hardest battles.
That's it, exactly. Yep. And it would work in Humble's favor and other sports as well. That's normally how the cookie crumbles, but Foot just... Not even, like,
wieso nicht mitski? Der Fluchti! Wie war dein Zapaton? Grüß euch, alle Jahrlinge. Alles Farito. Ich vermute, ihr habt Ranked weitergespielt? Wie lief die Challenge? Gut, macht jetzt ein... Achso. Dang. Yeah. Keine Ahnung.
This is the best run that I've seen
across any region. Power-ups. Okay.
I don't say that lightly. That's a massive statement.
Das
When
ist
you
dumm.
look back on things,
Ich find's geil. Vor allem den Power-up finde ich geil, weil da wird keine Meta gespielt. Das ist so angenehm.
One instance that they did not win the grand finals was separated in the final 5 or 10 seconds of battle by 3 stars. That's the only thing that prevented them from having an entire clean sheet.
So gehört er sich ja auch als Streamer, gecarried werden. Das ist ja die Aufgabe des Streamers.
About Brawl Cup there, Humble is still a different beast when it comes down to LAN events. Even in the year they won the World Finals, they didn't have the most monthly final wins. Did they even have any, actually? Maybe one, exactly. So I still feel like even if the Humble that we see in the recent months is a bit weaker than what we saw at the beginning of the year, they can very well still win even against Foot Esports. Where we're gonna find out very soon. Because Humble just has a marathon behind them, they just come out of that match. We're gonna give them some time to prepare for the grand finals. So we're gonna be back in a couple minutes.
Oh, that was bad.
Oh, nicht das schon wieder.
Don't do this at home.
Sorry, I can't hear you from the bottom of the leaderboard. What'd you say?
Jetzt geht gut in die Küche, Sekunde.
I had a vision.
What's up, guys? The monthly finals are back, and it's time for summer split. So of course we have a lot of stuff to split. Your job is to split the object as evenly as possible in 2 halves. Are you guys ready?
Absolutely. I'm a little bit scared how close Ark's proximity is to a knife and me, but...
You didn't hear what you said off camera before we started.
Safety first, put on some gloves. The first object is strawberries. Ark, you are the first one to go.
Is there any strat? Like, is a big one better than a small one? I'm gonna go for this one.
So serious.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at the technique.
I love this.
He just kind of attacked. It's on release.
22.
Okay. I've never seen this game played before, so that seemed impressive.
Can I make sure to clean the lingering juice so that it doesn't alter my score?
Kenny, you're up next.
I mean, we're looking at these, right? This is clearly what I should do.
So I get left with the...
Correct, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm just gonna take a quick glance at her.
Oh, at her? It's a her? It's a she?
I beg to differ.
I have no idea.
Oh, that was...
I think left
look how hollow that one is, though.
Oh,
that is true. That is true. Yeah, that is true.
That can't be on me. That can't be on me. Ooh. Oh, it's not even. Oh, it's 0.3 off. That's criminal.
Look at this one. That's horrible.
Oh, dude, this should be super easy.
I'm gonna do a little diag. I feel like I'm gonna do a little
just so you know,
diagonal.
there's a crater on the inside. It's gonna be hollow, and that's
going that's horrible. That's actually.
Oh,
what are you doing, boy?
Because it was so misshapen.
Oh no!
And how many times do you watch TikTok every day? You've seen this stuff.
Oh, that's
your short form content rate should be nailing this.
It's gonna be like 10 grams off.
This is disaster. Oh my god! 29, 22.
You can just hang
out. Round 2, we got crackers, and you have to use your hand muscles, okay?
I don't have those.
You got this, okay?
Why do I get to go first on the one?
You get to pick anyone you want.
Yeah, but like, it's a cracker.
There's a lot of complaining going on here.
I was gonna say, this is a lot of excuse making here. This is
I don't know which way to go.
No,
I'm just gonna go for it. I'm just gonna go for it.
As your opponent, I think so. Oh, I think you're doing the other way.
Yeah, that's 2 halves.
I mean, you saw that too, right? Like, this guy just says, some people have it, some people don't.
8 and...
Okay,
Oh, 7.
Oh,
No.
7
and 10.
Lingering on 10.
Next up. Okay, Kenny, let's go. You got this, okay?
It's a little misshapen. We're gonna go for a rough chop here. Here we go.
I like this. I like this.
I don't know.
Maybe 1 gram more on the right. I like this.
Right mental, wrong technique.
7
right
left.
mental, wrong
7 right as well.
Woo! Okay, Trev, this is not looking good for you.
This is a 2-man. I didn't realize there were 2 people playing this game.
Okay, Ark.
I'm going to win. Oh, this is a...
Oh, yeah, I had to adjust for this.
Yeah, I have to adjust this. I'm not going diagonal. It's not what I'm doing. I'll tell you that.
Come on.
This could be bad.
Can't even break it.
we went.
I think that's pretty good.
I think we got a chance here. This looks solid.
We're saying 8.
That seems about right.
No! I'll take it, Joel.
That's very solid.
I'll take it.
Very solid.
I'll take it.
Round 3, we got frikadeller. Danish meatballs.
Oh,
and this time you'll get another weapon. No, the scissor.
Why do I feel like I've thrown the easiest 2 rounds now?
They don't smell good.
It's your lunch, by the way. Kenny, you go first.
Can I go with this guy? So
Yeah,
I use the
I
scissors.
picked the smallest scissor I could find.
I can even fit my fingers through it. I'm thinking right there-ish. Just gonna eyeball it a little bit.
I'm liking this.
Oh, so supportive, guys.
Well, 40.
Oh, it's not close. Oh, that was bad.
It is a big object, though.
53 and
This is a
46.
toughie.
Big object.
You know, that wasn't my best work.
Dude, I don't think that's going to be
I'm
too bad.
surprised. I think it's pretty good.
I don't know if it's good or bad.
Next up is Ark.
I'm nervous in this one, genuinely.
And you're
And
left-handed.
they're all shaping differently.
They are. I'm going to go for this one, which might be a bad shout, to be fair, but it's flatter. I'm going to go with that. And maybe like a little bit more to the right.
He's turning.
Whoa, little right turn.
Okay, let's see. And what about the right-hand side being less,
That
to be
feels
honest?
good. Oh!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That is ridiculous.
Hey! No pressure, Trav. No pressure.
The list of my skills is endless.
He laughed before it even started. You really
Yeah,
need to
you
win
need
here.
a
Let's
point.
reevaluate
You
the
need-
situation.
He's already halfway through cutting it, and he's
It's falling apart.
ooh, a little right. Oh, there's.
No,
This
it
guy
fell-
looks a
it
little
fell-
weightier.
it
He looks a
fell-
little weightier on
It
this
just
side.
fell apart a little, Kenny. That wasn't my fault, I don't
No,
think.
but he looks like he's got a little gut to him.
No, the other side's way, way
No, 57 and 44.
It was an attempt.
Great attempts there by our casting colleagues. Spen, I think that's the first time you saw this one. Any comments towards your fellow casters?
I mean, he actually did all right on the last one. I mean, the other ones were questionable, but it's mainly Trav. That diagonal, like we were talking about, I don't know what math classes he was in before, but he does not know ball.
British ones. That's the thing.
British ones, mate. I tell you what, he complained a lot. Even when the fruit was apparently hollow, and that was the reason why I went like, it's full of excuses.
Now we want to head towards a bit more important things here. The grand finals of the EMEA monthly finals, the last ever we get to see in 2026. Foot Esports versus Humble. And it's like it was meant to be. Seed 1 and 2 in the finals. Again, a little bit of a flashback here. Yesterday we said already, how poetic is it that the top 2 teams finally face up against each other again. And those two have faced in the summer split so far every single time in the semis because Foot somehow qualified through the lower bracket. That was the reason why, by the way. Now finally on opposite ends of the bracket again, they meet in the grand finals. In the past, it was Humble win one grand final over Foot, Foot win one grand final over Humble. Who is gonna take it today? What's your thoughts here?
My thoughts here are that Foot Esports have dropped 3 sets in monthly finals since April. 3 sets.
Oh my God.
You know? Like, I mean, that is ridiculous. I mean, for any team in any region. But then you add to the fact that they've only lost 1 grand finals this season on top of that, and that was a double match point against Humble. I think it's very fitting that we find ourselves here. This is, for me, what has made EMEA so enjoyable this year, and it's kind of like the inevitable, right? But for esports, I mean, I've never seen a run quite like it. I really have not. And Humble have been throwing everything at them to try to topple them, and sometimes yes, sometimes no. I just don't know whether today I feel like Humble will be able to do it. They seem like they're just a bit deflated. I'm hoping this is a close battle. I would love to end this season in EMEA on a 5-setter, but the way that with the way that Foot performed earlier, like you said, Spen, like were they just that dominant, or were they just not tested heavily enough?
Well, on the flip side with Humble, they have been tested a lot and they seem to be persevering right now. Although some people might question it and say, okay, well, 3-2 versus Heretics, in theory, this should be performing a little bit better. But when you have something to play for, and especially Team Heretics had so much on the line, the preparation is just a lot more for your team. There's just so much focus on trying to win. But Humble, again, like, it's a little bit disappointing, right? 3-0, 3-0 is not what they would have wanted. And honestly, I can't put my finger on it too much because one monthly final, draft did seem a little bit off for them, but one of them, to be honest, Foot just looked better. It wasn't that Humble are bad or anything. Foot just seems to have their number at the moment, and we speak about LAN performances, but I know for a fact, after speaking to multiple Humble members, they care about LAN, but they really care about monthly finals as well. I mean, after all is said and done, if they win the World Finals again, yeah, they won't care about monthly finals, right? But they want to win. They are true professionals. At every given point, they want to win, but FUT just seem to have their number, whether it's with draft, whether it's map draft as well coming in. After hearing Semantic a few times in several interviews, it feels like he hasn't got the grasp of it just yet. I think FUT have perfectly executed it so far. Time and time again, we talk about Pit Stop. This is a map which people normally use against the bad teams, and FUT have learnt it. So I think, hopefully, if you're a Humble fan, they've gone behind the scenes and they've worked on stuff, because this is what they were known for when they won World Finals, right? They outdrafted everybody, outskilled everybody. Let's see whether they've got it in this monthly final.
We just watched again how they were performing in their semifinals. We also saw the draft again. Both of them left Bolt and Starnova open. We only saw Bolt once today, and that was actually one of the sets that Humble lost. Now, both of these teams already knew since a month that they will go to the World Finals. FUT has locked that #1 seed, even if Humble wins today. Totem now knows they can breathe through. Even though they dropped out in the quarterfinals, they keep that seed 3, because Heretics, if they actually would have won it all today, could have claimed that 3rd seed off of them. And Novo, not playing in the August monthly finals, but they still sit in that slot. Navi and Heretics take the LCQ seats here in EMEA. Those 4 teams are going to move into Tokyo. Who do you think has the best chances, maybe apart from FUT, to make it far?
I mean, Humble are tried and tested in that environment. There's no denying that. You know, that's kind of where they really go up a gear. I think, to be honest, for me, I think the Humble play at LAN versus their monthly finals better than any team in any region, honestly. It's like you can't even compare the two, as the maps are flying through, and this is where I kind of want to see Humble, like you said, Spen, kind of really gravitate towards like where they're going to be strongest against FUT, because they've struggled to claim any sets against them really in this side of the season. But Golden Gulch first and Pit Stop, the map that you were literally just saying as number 2.
I'm not surprised at all, and Semantic's been very vocal as well about how much he hates Pit Stop. I don't know whether that's going to work against him or not, but regardless, no matter what he says, they're going to pick Pit Stop, right? And it seems to be working, but maybe, again, if they really focus on the draft, literally, FUT have drafted 2 times already Pit Stop. Let's see if there's anything in the draft that we can pick apart, with Rico, Ruffs, Lumi, and Bolt being banned out. I mean, the Ruffs is just... I've liked it so far from every team, but even when you ban Ruffs, they just still just sweep everybody at this point.
I just spoke about Bolt finally banned out. Both of these teams left him open all day long. FUT seemed to think that against Humble, even though Humble were the ones that just let him slide through and got beaten by it, they need to ban this brawler. They leave a couple of brawlers open that Humble is known for, that their opponents so far have banned out consistently. So let's see how that is going to go down. Very targeted global bans here though by Humble. The Reaker and the Ruffs are 2 of FUT specials at the moment. Coming back really quickly to my question though, I think Reply Totem, last time they played in Tokyo, they actually won. That was Tokyo Masters a couple of years ago. I think they also have quite a good chances at LAN now that they qualify for Worlds directly. FUT got 83% of the votes at home. Yeah, their #1 seed. They won against Humble twice already in the summer split. Makes sense to me. And our viewers so far are pretty good in their predictions, so let's see if they're right again. We are starting on Golden Gulch, and this is Humble's map pick for a very good reason, as it's one of FUT's worst maps, actually. They don't win on it too often, they didn't scrim it too much either. I'm excited to see if Humble can take that first set immediately, and I think we might be in for another ride. This might be the match where FUT Esports finally drops a couple of sets again. As Ark mentioned previously, only dropped 3 sets in all of the summer split. Insane. Gene is gonna come out first here on a map like Golden Gulch, where you have a lot of bushes. That scouting is gonna come in handy.
Okay, well, good ban so far. I like to see the Star Nova highly valued here. Gene first pick, what's not to like? The one time that we did see a little bit of a scrim for foot, they did bring in a GG spend, just so you know, as well. So just putting that one out there early on, just in the eventuality it does come to fruition. But Max, very aggressive ideas already coming in here from Humble. I quite like it. I mean, sometimes we see the Daryl combined with the Gene on the left side here for foot. That's quite a disgusting little strat sometimes, but the Max is certainly going to be able to bring this whole force forwards. Kind of want to see whether we might see maybe even like a Meg come in here as well to really assert that kind of pressure.
Thinking perhaps maybe like, oh no, Nigeria's banned it out. I was about to say that's a Luki specialist. I think they're, yeah, you speak about the GG. I'm scared if they go Meg, right? Because
then you might see it.
Yeah, but we're going to see it. But they go with the Pierce. I mean, it's Luki at the end of the day. He's going to be tapping everyone regardless. So now, if you're foot, you've got the Gene already. You need somebody that is going to push the opponents back with a little bit more range. Gene actually has some decent matchups into the Pierce and Max so far. What realistically can you go? Surge is still open, although it is a little bit risky into the Pierce. We saw it yesterday. I mean, it did work out actually for Crazy Raccoon here, but I think into the Pierce it can be devastating. They go with a Byron. Again, this is Nob's bread and butter, it feels like. And now they're surely going to be pairing this with an aggressive option. Surely it's going to be Mina. Surely it's going to be something that's pushing the opponents back.
Mina coming in here. Great analysis from you, Spen. A very foot-coded comp here. Something we have seen from them quite often already. On the side of Humble, they finally get to play their Pierce. It was banned out against them every single round in the semis again. And we did have 5 sets of that. Now finally, Luki can play his main brawler again. We have still one more pick on the side of Humble. Not too much to pick anymore, I feel, as they have the speed, the range already. Something aggressive would be good on their hands as well. Buster gonna come in, didn't scrim it too often, but I rate it quite highly, especially into that Gene. What do you think of these two drafts here, Spen? You're our specialist this weekend.
I was going to say Buster or Daryl. So Buster's good into the Mina because you can interrupt the third sequence. And with Mina, you want to be up close and personal, right? So it's quite clear with with Humble's strategy, they're going to be trying to play the late game here. With Mina, it's going to be hard to pick off a kill. But again, it's Angel Boy and Mina. You can never doubt it.
Okay, well, in we go for the last grand final in EMEA 2026. It's the #1 seed versus the #2 seed. For esports, already off to a good start. Trying to keep Humble clustered up here as well. Just going to give more value over to Guesty. Trying to keep around this and get some space for his team. He's down to 344 HP, that top corner. And it's immediately Humble met with a bit of a brute force object here as for esports much more in control.
Nob is tapping on the Baron so far. I mean, he has a decent matchup into the Max and the Pierce. Boss is trying his best to fight himself out of spawn. Guess he already has the super. He's not going to miss one of those. It's an easy pull onto Semantic. So far, so good for Foot as Boss dwindles down. Luki's getting not a lot of value so far with the Pierce pick. It seems like Foot just have the strategy to adapt into this Buster pick. Again, it's quite clear with Buster. You want to be waiting towards the end game. But you've got to get there first and foremost, and Foot know that, so they're rushing against the clock.
Now with the speed, and there the montage coming forward as well. Humble trying to make some moves happen. Oh my word, that was fast, that was quick, and now Nob all alone at such an early stage in this game, and he can't even shoot his HP to keep it low. He hasn't got anything to do with that. It's maxed already. Gas so far away here. I mean, Boss going to come around now and it might even give a hypercharge over to Nob if he's not careful here. So, I mean, but what an explosive way to start the round. And this is what worries me a little bit with Humble having this Max.
I think especially you pair the Max hypercharge with the Buster. You saw it work right there. Boss is going to work his way onto it. Nob's going to find the kill onto Boss. But hey, Semantic was having a little cuddle session with Luki there. He knew that he could just charge his hypercharge for free and didn't really want to engage with Nob too much. So again, I think Humble are just going to wait for that hypercharge. They know that Nob was lurking there the past 2 rounds this time. All 3 members of Foot are going to group together. Angel Boy knows he has to take an aggressive position. But how will he find the kill? Luki is alone at the moment. If Angel Boy manages to sniff him out, he could get a good super. Hypercharge is popped here. Semantic is pushing in. It's insanely aggro, but he's really weak. He needs to be careful. Nearly gets caught out by the Baron hypercharge. But that's a lot of utility wasted from Humble.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, look at that smash as well from Nob, gonna seal it. I love the way that Foot there were just so quick on the retreat. They cannot afford to allow the Bastard to close the gap and then connect that slow-mo replay gadget, which then sucks in the opposition. That's the magic handers there with Gesty and Angel were there for support. Just a 3v1 in a position that Luke cannot realistically win or contest. Should be a straightforward round, but not a squad to really fumble these kinds of moments. They'll just seal it up and lock it down. First game goes the way of Foot.
I think looking back on that, the Humble guys will surely think they made a mistake and an error there. They used their utility way too early, and then when you use it, you're like, okay, well, now I've just wasted all of it. Then sometimes you try and overextend and gain it back. They could have probably held on to that and waited towards the end game. A little bit unfortunate there, but yeah, they need to not let that affect them because they've got another few games here where they can turn things around. They nearly do so straight away with Gesty getting pretty weak. Now Foot are getting pinned back into their spawn. Nob is insanely weak here, does get pinched down. Lukey with a super as well. This is a great turnaround from Humble so far as Angel Boy has to retreat into the spawn again. You've got Max and Buster who can charge up their supers automatically here. So if you're Humble, you're just trying to get some chip shops. You're trying to build up that utility for the second round.
Yeah, the way Humble approached that was so much better in my opinion. Really boxed out there, Nob, and once you take down the healer of this comp, it's definitely going to be a much swifter way of just toppling down the rest of the players. Gas coming in, as I'm sure Angel Boy will be welcoming that one for sure. Will pop, and that first round goes then the way of Humble. Let's see now as they come back in if they can keep this up or whether Foot will start to then resist the attempts. Once Gesty gets Magic Hand, things do tend to change to how aggressive Humble can afford to be.
Let's see what Humble's strategy is this time around. Gesty got to be lurking towards his super here because he's starting to be a little bit more aggressive. Hype Charge Buster
Okay, bin da.
to deflect that if he times it
Musste kurz helfen.
Boss got to be working his way to a hype
Muss
charge
aber gleich wieder weg.
soon. Angel Boy
Sobald Support Map switcht.
he did manage just to gain it in that
Wie
last
läuft's?
interaction in the last round there, which Humble
Gut
shouldn't really
führt's.
have afforded here, but Angel Boy goes in here, tries to bait out Semantic, does land the super, and
Zieh mir raus. DQ?
communication there, they get the kill
Dachtest du?
onto
Ja.
Semantic, and that's exactly what they
Also,
needed. 3 versus 2
Vorschläge, ja.
situation here.
Am Map.
You thought you gotta
Okay.
try and get this Gene super,
Wird's
but
gleich
why
Jet.
Magic so much. Lukey is going for it here. Boss is going extremely aggressive, but Max is more of a support brawler. It's really hard to confirm kills with her, but in the end, Foot are in a great position here, slowly pinching down Lukey. Lukey has his hyper charge for the next round though. Boss probably does as well. I couldn't call it at this position.
I was surprised that Boss used speed, honestly. I mean, I like that from Humble. The idea of not taking it lying down and trying just to equalize the playing field, make it a 2 versus 2. I think he got some good value afterwards regardless though, so yeah, getting back. Oh, look at that, the second that he was able to get that utility in the hypercharge inbound. Gesty secures it. Now Foot in a 3 versus 2, tapping away Semantic as well. Nicely done there as well. Now Lucas should shortly fall. Nob's still going to join the party. He was down there on the bottom of the map. And it's going to be very, very tough now. I think that, you know, despite the way that Humble started, I thought they had a real chance to make it work. I mean, Luke gets that kill. I still feel like unless some mistakes are made here, the Angel Boy is slow going to heal up and not take his chances. I mean, Pierce does have the range, but I think in this position now, with the gas coming in, something badly wrong has to happen here for this to not go Foot's way.
Yes, confirms the kill, and they confirm the set just like that. And it's crazy the level of these two teams where we're only talking about like micro misplays, not even misplays, it's just small interactions that don't go one team's favor. Max, again, you spoke about Boss using that super. I believe he used a gadget as well. I don't think he had Phase Shifter available, and that's why Gene could confirm a free pull. Again, only small moments go in the way of Foot there. It wasn't like a complete domination. Humble are in this, but they are also moving on to Pit Stop. It's a map that they don't like, and Foot like it. In this situation, if you're Humble, you needed to win the map that you picked.
Lukey finally gets to play his peers. Still, Humble can't get that first set. That was also their map pick. We're now heading over to one of Foot Esports Special, but Lukey standing there alone at the last moment. If it was any other team, I might even say he can win a 1v3 with Pierce. Not in this one. Foot's just too good, playing it perfectly together. Also got a couple of their comfort picks, of course, with Nob on the Byron and Mina in hands of Angel Boy.
Some strong stats here. I mean, Gesty on a Gene with 7 kills is really massively commendable. I'm sure a lot of those were the resulting hand of, like, you know, combining 2 players to swiftly take down those max pulls, which happened a bit too frequently for me. I mean, that's a brawler which can, like, phase shift away and have a lot of, you know, evasive tactics that just were not being really implemented. It's just amazing to see every single time that speed came forward, Guesty didn't hesitate. And it's very, very scary to me just how punishing for esports can be in these moments. And you know, with a team like Humble right now, which normally I'd be siding with as having a much closer prospect here, but they are not looking comfortable. Things are not looking right to me on those player cams. They're looking stressed. They're not necessarily smiling. Even if they're kind of winning, that's one thing that they are quite reserved in, but in these moments, you do got to come together. For bans here as well, I'm looking for these big heavy hitters, Miko, Shade, Kit. I think as well, brawlers like Edgar and Barry have got to have a place here as well, so good to see a lot of those banned out early on.
It was just Guesty's aura on that Gene. It confused Boss and he got himself pulled a bit too often. For Foot, we saw this map twice already. It's one of their favorites, I feel. Played Kit in both times, so for Humble to ban him out here actually super wise. They paired it twice with either a BB or a Shade and then had something to defend, Lumi or Grip. Many of these brawlers are now out of the way, all of them now, as Shade is the first pick for Humble. So they watched very closely what Foot did in the quarters and the semis. All 6 brawlers that Foot had so far in this map are now either banned or picked.
I think the only other counter you can really go is the Buzz, and Angel Boy has loved Buzz for years. They take away 3 of the best counters to Shade, as you say, but there's surely a couple of more that they can spring in here. Buzz is one of my favorite brawlers in Pit Stop because you have so much utility, being able to defend with the stun, and then with the hypercharge, you can turn into Spider-Man and just launch up the map. So he's going to go onto Buzz. It's Angel Boy, right? He's known for his Buzz. So now, in the past, weirdly enough, Foot has also turned this into like a control map. They like a lot of like Meeple, weirdly enough. They liked Roughs in the past, which like for a base race map, you wouldn't see these types of brawlers. So I wouldn't see it. I wouldn't mind it being paired with a Meeple.
Kaze here is not banned. I think that it's definitely a Foot esports comp. They would pair it with the Kit being banned out the side of Humble. I think it was wise, but it's still so dangerous to leave open. Carl, though, going to be more their flavour for the moment. Let's see how that one is going to fare. I definitely feel like there's like space to maneuver, more of an aggressive push. I think that, you know, brawlers like Edgar being banned out by Foot going to be quite key to eradicate those sort of things as well. So I think there's some very good bans overall. Despite the BB ban, Ball can sometimes come through here. Don't necessarily mind it if it does, in my opinion, but certainly as well, I think very, very underrated here. The Colt is a concern too, though, that Humble wouldn't mind bringing in. It can just open up so much and just change the way that this draft is going to play out. So I wouldn't mind seeing that either.
I would like to see something to defend here. Humble goes with Otis. As soon as I saw the Carl, I was thinking, Surge, you jump him out of his super. You just make sure he can never really super knock him out of it. Otis, still a decent pick here, especially into that boss, is gonna do a lot of damage, has the stun also to defend. They now have something to deal damage, something to defend, can go with something with a bit more range here now, or just double down on the attack. And today, Pit Stop has just been that base race map, so I feel like doubling down here on the damage would not be a
really
wrong choice. Go with the Kaze themselves, we mentioned it. It's one of a common pick also for the side of Foot Esports. Taking that away, doubling down on the damage, I think that was the right choice.
I was going to say BB, but it is banned out. What do you go here now for Foot? So you've got one brawler that primarily is just going to go on the offense with Carl. You've got Buzz that can do a little bit in between, but like 2 in between brawlers really, Foot, that can go on the defend and then go onto the offense as well. Again, this would be a good Surge game. Surge still not picked up. It's a good defense into Shade, and it's a good defense into the Kaze as well. So yeah, this is a good draft from Foot, but I'm interested in the Otis because, again, I would have preferred a Surge as a defensive brawler for Humble, but they picked the Otis instead. Maybe they're seeing something we're not here. They're the professionals, so let's see how it plans out.
Yeah, same. Surge is going towards the side of Foot Esports. Let's see what the Otis can do. Overall, I still kind of side with Humble's comp. As said, Pit Stop is the base race map, and they have a bit more of a base race comp. Therefore, they should be able to take this one and potentially even out the score.
Yeah, I side with you as well, Sonny, in that regard. I think that Humble have got the comp that I prefer. I mean, Shade and Kaze. But then Foot Esports always find a way. You know, this is the scariest thing about them. Like, they know exactly what they're doing. Not the Carl as well. I mean, I love to see him really champion this brawler. It's been a while since I've really seen him on it, but I just cannot forget how accomplished he really is on it. Pinched out there, though. Guesty will get the trade and make it good on the side of foot. Keep that pressure on. It's 9% that he was able to achieve on the safe with that pickaxe. And now Humble are still chasing their first glimmer of a bit of a scratch to the safe.
Boy getting really weak there. Lukey confirms the kill. Lukey on the shade is extremely dangerous. Semantic on the safe. The lead barely going towards Humble, but not with the fire gadget. It's going to burn the safe down. Just a few percentages left. He gets the crack just in time. And you can see this happen again. Angel Boy has hypercharge already. He's going to work his way onto the safe. He's going to save his super. He knows not to waste it because Otis is just going to mute him plain and simple. Holds it for now because Boss now is without super, but just about confirms the kill in time. But here we have just Snob on the safe and Semantic and Lukey on the safe on the opposite side of things. That's going to be a crack to each team.
Snob there with damage gear. Used the heater check to catch it onto the Otis there, not onto the safe. I didn't mind it, it got the kill, but normally you'd be reserving that to get maximum effect on the safe. He got the crack regardless, and at 49% apiece, we are neck and neck. Foot trying to hold down his defensive position here as Guessy does earn the super. Gets a nice hit on Semantic there. Lukey choosing to actually hold back on going on the aggressive there. I thought he was going to go in. Nice stun there from Angel Boy through the wall as well for good measure. And now Foot can go on the hunt. Angel Boy comes back and baits it out. Normally he goes straight to the safe. He lands smack bang onto Semantic there instead.
Was insane from Angel Boy. The way that he was just so patient, waiting for Lukey to use his super. Guesty manages to get the knockback. He knows there's a surge. He can't really afford a shade to go onto the save. Great hypercharge super there from Angel Boy. He's still going to stay alive, but they get the defense onto the Carl. Carl not really paying too much dividends. He's getting onto the safe every now and then, but is it going to be enough with 15 seconds left? It's looking like Humble should be able to go on the offensive, but Guesty's going to get the takedown. Boss is trying to get a little bit more damage. The lead is going the way of Humble. No one is up from Foot. And maybe Humble might have learned from all of the beatings in the past. Can they finally beat Foot on this map?
That was very convincing. It was much better. You can see that they are now communicating a bit more on the side of Humble. And it's maybe not necessarily all smiles just yet, but it's the start that they needed to have. I think that if they didn't really get that first game in the bag, then it may have just continued down this kind of path of misery. I like the way the surge was working out, far better than I was expecting it to. I think Guesty's really landing a lot of these shots and getting the upper hand more often than not. But really, I've got to see Angel Boy making his way to the safe a bit better. This Otis is shutting him down time and time again. So if him and Nob can continue this aggressive idea here with those lane sides, Nob landing that heat ejector and having the support, this is good early damage here for Foot Esports.
Have complete control, eventually going to get pinched out. And Guesty, he's just going to be the sweeper keeper here, sweeping up everything going his way. Angel Boy's going to work his way onto this save. Instead of going onto the save, he kills Semantic still. And that's thanks to the star power that gives you the additional 0.5 second stun. And that's great into those tanks. Angel Boy now with his super. He's probably working his way already close to a hypercharge. Nob just being annoying, just constantly with a Carl. You have to pinch out a Carl. That's why he's so annoying on a map like this. Angel Boy confirms the kill again. It feels like he does not miss on the bus.
Bandstorm there from Semantic, who's being a real pest on this bottom left now as he gets the pinch between Angel Boy and Guesty finally. Angel Boy with some value, gonna go to Semantic as well, and still gets the kill on 5 HP. Damage gear rolling in, and that's a lot of damage for Foot Esports. Nob's gonna heal though. Angel Boy too, and Lukey knows it's time to strike. Oh my word! Angel Boy is absolutely disgusting, as now all 3 members of Foot Esports surround the safe, get it done, equalize the set.
I think Angel Boy realized, like, yeah, I'm getting some kills throughout the game, but I'm just gonna go to ham right now. He's so good, and this is why so many pro players have said this year that Angel Boy is the best in the world. He's always been so good, and now everything is just playing so, like, it's perfect for him. The storyline is really building up right now. Angel Boy again going straight onto Semantic. Semantic does a much better job this time around. He dashes out of the way and confirms the kill onto Angel Boy. Now let's see if Semantic can get onto the save. Angel Boy isn't that close to super, so he should be able to get some damage. 12%, 16%. That's a bit better from Humble this time around, but time and time again, it feels like they just can't keep this Carl away from the safe as he chips away again. Foot are on the offensive with 3 players now burning down the throats of Humble.
Fast Splatter there, which did not connect onto Nob, keeping him in position now, and all this damage is happening because they did not get that kill when they needed to. 42% left then on the Humble safe. I think that Humble can definitely still do this. It's not all lost, but look at that. Between Guesty there and Nob and Angel, this is absolutely disgusting. Straight on the safe yet again, trying to get this crack. I'm not sure they're going to be able to succeed on it. Still time for Semantic to get it done on the other side of the field. Gets the crack from zone, but they're playing so much catch up now. I mean, one little tap on that safe, and then Foot was already on that final crack, and there it is.
I charge from Guesty. He's trying to shoot against the wall to get that extra bit of damage. Really good heads-up play from him so far. He's going to get the kill onto Boss as well. With only 25% left on the save. The super's going in from Nob. That's going to be a lot of damage. Angel Boy on the save as well. And there we have it. Foot 2 sets up to 0. It's incredible gameplay. Honestly, just their management of the game. They're consistently cycling out respawns. And that just means Humble just have no breathing room. And especially in the first interaction, they win it, they get the lead, and then they just can continue, because that's how it works in Heist. If you get that lead, you can build on that momentum. So fantastic play from Foot so far.
Okay, wird gesweept, alles gut. Bin da.
Have found the answer, but then
Haben noch gewonnen.
Find another way to win once again.
Yeah, honestly, for me,
Ich hab alles verpasst.
like there was definitely a set.
Aber die sind noch drin.
I mean, they definitely showed signs of great promise. I think the comp was definitely very good, but I think that against the might of the Carl and the Buzz, it was just so hard in that stage to really.
Den Games zeigen. Ich hab's am Handy. Nicht am PC.
Despite, you know, all this kind of pressure that Humble were able to inflict on things, as the number 2 seed.
Wenn dann Replay, aber ich weiß nicht, ob das spannend ist. Die Games waren knapp.
Between these two teams, it's kind of insane to me.
Looking at the stats
Wie
here
viel
now
steht's?
too, it kind of went down like we established coming into the match. Yes, Humble might have the better comp, but Foot will eventually find a way, just like we said. They dropped their first game, but then they adapt,
2-0, Foot?
overcome,
Oder
and
wer?
win it anyways. 2-0 up right now.
Welche Games? Ja, ich helfe mit
Chadino.
Chadino. Von Levin, Endry, Octo.
Should they have picked up the search?
Shadow.
I don't know if it was just
Nicht
that in
Octo.
the end, but yeah, something went wrong for Humble again.
I think no matter what Humble are trying right now, it's just not working. And it's not because Humble are a bad team whatsoever. It's just Foot are at good. They find ways to win, even in situations where, you know, Humble come up with a bit of a different pick. I mean, Otis isn't like the worst brawler in Heist. He's really good, but he's
Soll noch für Tribe, ja, oder?
It's a great shutdown option, and they still managed ways to get onto the high safe.
Andrew Boy got mit Bass. Andrew Boy ist insane
Now
Form.
moving on to Pinball Dreams, and we have the Max, which is a great pick in Heist as always. I mean,
Echt, bitte ist offen.
Ich
weiß nicht, ob die sowas gehen wollen. Auch wegen Brock.
Rico is banned out as well. Perhaps the Stu, maybe, and a thrower?
Max was the first pick also in the semis, so makes sense here.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, it's very safe for sure. Definitely brawlers that worry me here as well that can change the tide here. I think Griff as well. Going to open things up for a potential Pierce, though. We know Lukey's going to be looking for that kind of brawler too. Love that Stu coming forwards for sure. Let's see as well how they fare. Going to come through for esports. Can be combined with some throws
No,
as well.
Białowski.
Maybe a potential Burial or Willow coming forwards later on in this draft. But back over to Humble. And will they
Nee, aufgeben ist cringe.
Pierce? I just kind of wonder.
Wenigstens versuchen. Lieber verliert man mit Stolz, als aufzugeben.
Meeple picked away here also from Humble. They had Max, Meeple, Star Nova in their match against Heretics. It worked out wonderfully for them, one of the quickest Bobo sets we've seen. And now both of these out of the way. They need something good to pair here with the Max M's coming in here. Now this makes sense. The synergy is here. They don't have the most range though. With that Meeple on the
Aber
other
es wird
side.
so gut ist, ja, ich weiß es nicht.
Pinball Dreams is also
Insane.
where I do want to mention throwers.
Da ist für Shadow. Die sind noch drin. Ich weiß aber nicht, wie weit.
Possible option here, and so far, outside of that Stu, we don't have too many wall breakers.
I'm thinking that Foot are going to bait them into something here. Stu and Meeple are both countered by the same types of brawlers. They have
Das ist ja
low
gut.
damage. You think that
Ja, die lang hinten. Mussten kurz rüber sweepen. War knapp.
I'm thinking, again, like Stu and Meeple have the same counters. So what are Foot going to go now? I feel like that was probably
Ist das nicht ein Griff?
into a last pick, Damien. You can't really go a thrower into this anymore. There's too much speed and aggression. You kind of need something that is a bit tanky yourself, because Ems and Damien
And it's the
Das sehe ich auch, mit längerem Stun.
Great counter pick into the Ems, into the Damien as well. But unlike both teams' compositions, honestly, this is another.
Doch, bin ich gut. Guter Draft und gut.
For me, I think that, you know, Humble have got a high win rate in this map, 90%. It could be the place where for esports crumble. They haven't had the best success in their practicing, but again,
haben die gerade gesagt, Humble hat 90% Win Rate auf der Map?
Teams are really doing what they should be doing in scrims, which is experimenting, trying to see what they can find that works. I mean, you know, that's what can bring down a win rate in that regard.
Der Bass 90%.
Who's already sitting in the right hands of someone like Angel Boy, it can do wondrous work. But until you've got that utility earned, you might be sitting back a little bit. You know, I think that it's going to help Angel Boy in moments like this where he can just earn that stun. But it's going to be where Humble are going to be able to push forwards and try to get that early advantage.
Angel Boy's going to take a while to get his super. He does get it now, and again with the extra stun star power, he's going to find that match.
Boah, was?
Really nice, but Semantic manages to stay alive now with the amount of health.
Denk ja, Mitski.
The ball has been spilled.
Kommt immer ein bisschen drauf an. Aber also ich wüsste gerade nicht, wieso nicht, ja.
Super coming in as well, does actually not
still
get the shield. He's going to confirm the kill as well. Angel Boy with a response does actually stun out two of them, but Luki managed to stay alive now. 1 versus 3, sorry, but Boss is just going to walk this one in because of the lack of damage of a Stu and Meeple.
Nicht wirklich sicher. Bei dir oder was?
So far, but now Angel Boy on the reply with a Buzz hypercharge. He's stunning galore.
A little too bad. War nicht useful, ja. Mit Max Speed hättest du in der Zeit die gleiche Distanz zurückgelegt und gechappt hatte auch niemand. Hätte man auch sparen können, ja.
Not pairing off too well. You called it quite correctly there, Ark, where this is looking like a good map for Humble.
It's no DPS really. I mean, they're really so dependent upon the rage quit gadget of the Meeple, which, you know, to Nob's credit, worked out tremendously well to be able to evade one of them, but then he didn't have it on that recharge ready for the next.
Fühlt sich ein bisschen an wie Foot ist Bayern, EMEA ist Bundesliga und Humble ist Dortmund. Ab und zu mal ein Set-Win, aber in der Regel gewinnt immer Foot. Fast schon langweilig. Shot Game, ja, die geben mir Bescheid.
Semantic jumps in here, surely against the Stu and the Meeple. There's not enough in the tank. This is looking perfect.
Das war so geplant. Aber wofür denn?
Finally, we see a little bit more life from them.
Pascal Bundesliga? Schon, ja. Ich wollte eigentlich Rage Bait, aber irgendwie passt das.
They need to make use of this utility. Hypercharge is going to allow a few shots onto Damien. Guess he goes down though. Great kill from Boss over on the right hand side. But the longer the game goes on, it's going to favor Humble even more. Angel Boy is going to... Oh, so close! I thought he had it there.
Macht null Sinn. Ist kein Wolfsburg.
So hard, by the way. I mean, 6 consecutive shots and then a follow-up. He only missed 1 and they got the 7th. I mean, it's just...
Digga, was hat gestern... Digga, bitte! Bank diesen Typen!
Fancy plays, but no, it's just so underrated. I say that because I don't think that people open their eyes enough to what he does for this squad. I think that Guesty and Angel Boy take a lot of the flashier plays.
Stark, Angel Boy.
They're nothing, and they know that as well, equally so. Guesty still in the top left-hand side. Get Luki trying to open up some space here. Allow Semantic to come in. Hypercharge from Guesty will get the heals, but shut down nicely down there as Boss and Semantic hold the fort.
Angel Boy with the hypercharge though, he's not letting any pressure get to him. Hypercharge from
Nein. Diese Leute müssen gebannt werden.
Insane, I'm running out of words. I mean, he's just so good on the buzz. You can't even allow him to get control of the ball. No matter where he is on the map, he's gonna find an opportunity to score. And that might be the nail in the coffin. Because if you get him scored on like that, your mental's got to be cooked.
I mean, it's one of those instances where if the chat is saying, stop the
I'm
sorry, I ain't listening to you. It's going to be happening all day long. Plays like that, what's not to love? Absolutely insane. For a set that is far from over. Humble have got some momentum, but that was definitely a battering and a bit of a bruise to their ego as now the push coming through on the right-hand side from Luki and Boss. The speed is there, but no utility really from Boss. The ball passes to the left, and as quickly as that foot deflate the situation, and maybe even go for a little push for their own. Going to slow things down a little bit. Tap away Boss, get that super in hand.
Welches Gadget spielt Ems?
No angle on goal. Almost got an absolutely disgusting rage quit super synergy, but it wasn't to be.
That was extremely close and extremely aggressive. I mean, the cheek of Nob to try and squeeze that one in.
Imagine if he had.
I know, he was trying to out-better his teammate there, trying to find the better goal. But Hypercharge already from Nob. He's not up to use it just yet. He knows he can just use that to confirm the kill pretty easily. Now the pressure going for Foot. They're going to wait for Smantic to respawn though. Angel Boy needs to build up that super. Now there's 3 people within his ring. He can get a super so quickly, but Boss says no. Maybe the wrong opportunity there because Humble can go on the counter attack here. Max Super, Smantic has so much health. Buzz with a respawn manages to save it just in time. And it feels like Angel Boy will now have his say. He should be able to get the kill onto Ems. And there's moments like that that you need to go in your favor if you want to beat a team like Foot.
It's ridiculous.
Digga, was ist jetzt hier für ein Spiel eigentlich?
With Hypercharge could be the very thing that might be able to seal it. Samantha goes in, gets some great value. Not my fault here, he does. Angel with the ball though, gets the stun as well. Past the Gasty.
Kleinräder? Ich hab mir nicht klein geredet. Ich habe nur gesagt, man sollte Anfang des Jahres vorsichtig sein, weil es sich noch nicht bewiesen hat. Gibt auf Discord die Nachrichten. Ich bin sehr, der ist krank, ja. Das wäre ein Tor gewesen von Luki. Hier. Das wäre ein Tor gewesen. Preisgeld, ich bin mir nicht sicher. Ich glaube 15.000, aber ich weiß nicht. Ja, irgendwo im Januar. Oh.
For me, the most historic run in Brawl Esports history. Foot Esports are just inevitable.
3-0, 3-0, 3-0 against the second best team in the region. EMEA has always been known as one of the strongest regions in the world, and just to demolish your opposition every single time. No words left for this team. Moving on to the World Finals, these guys look unstoppable.
At LAN, at the World Finals, if Gesty is
Wann, Jona?
he is at home on the world stage, they're champions.
Bei SK?
I can see it. I don't think that anyone around the world,
Hatten die 6?
only biased to my home region, can battle this, can fight this. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I don't know where Foot Esports have weaknesses. I don't envy any team around the world.
21, 6 von 8.
It's just play after play after play. I mean, the production team behind the scenes, I can guarantee they'll have the fastest fingers in the business to get this show reel ready in time because
glaube ich auch, Grimbacher, ja.
there's a play to have to capture.
Beim Brawl Cup war so.
Ridiculous, unreal from Foot, not just today, not just the split, but the entire season long.
It's kind of getting boring, isn't it? Just kidding, of course. Foot comes out on top, winning 5 out of 6 grand finals. You just witnessed the last grand final of EMEA this year. No more after that. It's just Worlds, and now we unfortunately don't get to see play again until November. That's kind of heartbreaking. Humble, I must say, commiserations to them again. They definitely came into play today. They had some great moments. They looked like they're turning things around in that Brawl Ball.
Doch, der Machalan macht sehr viel aus.
Also in the high set at that, but
wenn du vor Ort auf der Stage bist, macht das sehr viel aus.
They dropped the first game. They just adapt, overcome and win.
Mental.
They just go up another level every single time. Again, it's not because Humble are bad.
Der geht der Bot nicht.
Moments in that game that they could have.
Ich glaube, der Bot ist down.
But again, it's these fine margins as a pro player.
Hast Angst zu? Ich denke, die wollen das nicht, sonst würde Shadow das streamen. Ich denke, die wollen den vollen Fokus haben, ohne diesen Wissen, dass 50 Leute da mitschauen.
And it's just a synergy in Brawl Ball. I just absolutely love that. I know I don't like 3-0s. Nobody likes a clean sweep on the desk.